Valhalla is why we're late.
That's a dirt. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
You are really intently looking at something.
Well, I dropped the piece and I can't find it.
Being interviewed and trying to do Lego at the same time, harder than it seems.
Great guest to have on too. In the beginning, he was kind of like, as we all were in the beginning, how should we act and stuff like that. Now he's such a fun guy to be around.
And then he said something about like a tramp stamp or something, and the girls were like, "Hey, where is that? What's this all about? I'll show you mine if you show me yours." And I'm like, "Whoa, this is not that type of stream."
I love that intro so much, dude. It's so good. Hi, everybody.
Welcome everybody to Lego. Life and Libations. There we go. Oh wait, what happened to our little? I don't know what it's called anymore. But welcome everybody. We got potentially criminal Sean here with us today.
Hi guys.
Instead of building a little model, he's building a Lego with us.
Yes. It's just a little one. And tonight I'm doing, guys, like I said, everybody out there who knows I like Ferrari, sorry, they didn't have the Ferrari set, but I'm doing the W12 for Mercedes for their F1 car for the 2021 season. So that and the Project One. So,
which is very cool.
Yeah. Nice. Still pretty cool.
I am building the Captain Rex bust, mask, helmet. I don't know what that is. Captain Rex from Star Wars.
And I am building Nick Staroff's filming studio,
which is
YouTube studio. And if you guys remember, I did Valhalla Studio last week. There it is.
Nice.
Spittle tanking off.
It's so good. What's up, Rick Nikita? How you doing, buddy? The entire Ukrainian military versus a single T-34. Who wins?
Who wins?
Are they armed by us, like current military? Because then I got to go with the Ukrainian military.
Well,
that Javelin's a serious missile.
How much stuff have they sold?
That's a good question.
Thank you for the chat, Rick.
I mean, to be fair, most of that stuff's gone now. So you don't see any more pictures of it.
Yeah, weird how that works, huh?
Well, I mean, they use it all up, but
it's weird how a money laundering scheme works.
Yeah, weapons laundering, weapons trafficking too. Wait, are these?
But do you have to track it or traffic it when the government signs off on it?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can. I'm just saying, if you Google like DoD Inspector General report from January 10th of 2024, they point out like I don't know, like 55-60% of all the enhanced end user monitored items that we sent there have not been accounted for and can't be tracked. So it's like, yeah.
Okay.
No big deal.
Annie T says, "Nice car, Sean."
Thank you. Where did I put? I swear to God, I just had the piece.
TNN is loving the Star Wars helmets, and everyone's loving Nick's studio.
Nick's studio.
Hello, Flux.
Oh, everybody's here. We got a whole party tonight.
We have all the cool kids come. It's a pretty cool, fun trip, man.
It is a fun trip, man.
For shizzle. Christine Fortunato says, I'm going for Valhalla for the win tonight. Okay. All right. Not that it's a competition. I mean, no pressure.
So Sean, what have you been up to these days? What have you been streaming?
Well, the Michelle Troconis trial, 27 freaking days. Holy cow. That was that just wrapped up, and she just got convicted on Friday. So
yeah, I heard about the conviction. What do you think? Do you think that was a justified conviction? Or?
I mean, like on its face, yeah, it looks really bad on its face. Like, okay, did she probably like the husband? So the husband killed the wife. Like, I don't disagree with that. He definitely killed her and chopped her up in a bunch of little pieces and scattered her to wherever. I get that. I totally agree. Did she help? I don't know. I mean, there's not enough there. The problem is her stupidity and lying and telling a bunch of different stories is her biggest problem. But it's weird because when you watch her interviews with the police, who she starts when she's talking to them repeatedly, she's there with an attorney, and he lets her talk and talk. It's just kind of like
cringy.
just lets her talk, and I'm just like, I'm just like sitting there kind of pulling my hair, like, buddy, what are you doing to this girl? And yeah, she didn't do herself any favors. I think she tried to like stand tall for her man, and then it turns out like already by that point he was already moved on to another chick. So even as he was chopping up his dead wife and she was helping him, he'd already moved on. So
I did hear about that. Yeah.
yeah. So I think she kind of got used, and I that sucks. But overall, the state's case was awful. I mean, the way they closed was awful. They got to the point where the memory expert that the defense used was probably like the best expert you could ever gotten a hold of. She had like represented, like she had consulted or represented on, or testified for she testified for Ted Bundy back in 1976 when he got his case in Utah, where he tried to abduct that girl, like way back when. But like the Menendez brothers, OJ, Jerry Sandusky, like she was like a consultant on Timothy McVeigh's case.
Okay, but these are all people that lost.
Yeah, no, I know that, but the prosecution brought this all up and was trying to basically sandbag her with all that. And eventually the judge says, we're going to take a break. Things are getting a bit unhinged. And they were gone for like 25 minutes while I'm sure he got reamed out for it. So, but that said, her attorney, he did a very good job with what he had. So I don't know. I think it was kind of a crappy conviction.
Yeah, it's one of those that we see all too often. Because they're charged, they're going to get convicted, right?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, also at that point, this thing had this community had been waiting for 5 years for this, and they wanted their blood, and they got their blood, and that's how that goes.
I just couldn't get past the names. The names were killing me in that case.
The
I was
Doulos.
rushing it a little bit.
Yeah. Fotis Doulos, Michelle Triconis, Jennifer Farber Doulos, Pavel Gumeni, Kent Mawini.
It sounds like if I was in middle school and I had to come up with a bunch of names for characters in a book that I was going to have to write, these are the names that I would come up with.
Oh yeah, no, it totally was, and I was just like, yeah, you can't make this up. You cannot make it up.
I don't know enough about that.
And the nanny was hot.
Oh yeah, she was. Yeah. So you didn't? Are you saying you don't know anything about it?
I don't know enough about it.
Okay, so like Jennifer, this lady named Jennifer Farber, came from a really well-off family, and she met this guy named Fotis Doulos, who's Greek, and they got married. They had kids, all that fun stuff. Well, by 2019, things had fallen apart, and they're getting a divorce. Memorial Day weekend, so the Friday, it's May 24th. She drops her kids off. You can track her going everywhere because in Connecticut, there's cameras everywhere.
That's ridiculous. By the way, the amount of cameras in that case is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, you're always under surveillance, voluntarily too.
Well, not voluntarily. You don't have a choice.
Well, no, people voluntarily wire up their properties, so you can see your drive home. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So they have an entire network that's all fed back to one central station. We have the same thing in Detroit called the Green Light Program.
Yeah.
Where companies voluntarily allow the city to put cameras on your property, and then you have a green light so that, ideally, would-be robbers would know that this place is being monitored by the police. But it sounds like it is way bigger than that.
Well, yeah. Well, New England also, they just have more video surveillance. It's it's one of the smallest states in the country, so you can spend that money and do a lot of surveillance.
Yeah.
And it's New England, so if you just say it's in the name, if there's a good reason for it, they'll let you do it. So they got video of that. She goes home, and then at some point they think basically he ambushes her, kills her. She's gone for days. Finally, the police show up. They check the house. They check the garage. And then when they spray luminol in the garage and they turn on the black light, there's it lights up everywhere. There's this big smear on the ground. It looks like it got mopped up. And they can't test it for blood because it's too contaminated. The garbage cans are glowing. And very quickly they suspect she's gone. So they start following the husband and what he did. And he drove around Hartford, Connecticut, dumping off garbage bags full of stuff all over town. And they get to the garbage cans. They get to the garbage cans and well, it's funny. He does this all the time because he's a shitbag contractor. So that's how you get rid of stuff.
That's my thought. Yeah, that was my thought. It's like he just runs around because he doesn't want to pay for a dumpster, right?
Yeah.
In my prior life, I was a contractor, so I know how the game works sometimes. And when they were first talking about it, because I was watching it on the news last night, I think 48 Hours had it, and they were talking about him dropping stuff off. I'm like, he's a contractor. He's up awfully early at 6 a.m. He's running around. He's a contractor. Like, none of that was suspicious.
No. But when they opened up the one bag that they got to in time, it was just full of it was one of the shirts she wore. Yeah, it was one of the shirts she wore.
Details.
With a bunch of puncture wounds in it, covered in blood.
Yikes.
Her bra covered. It was covered in red. They couldn't test it for blood, but it looked like blood. And then they found like fingerprints on the duct tape inside. They found one of Traconis's fingerprints on one of the bags. Yeah, it just wasn't good. It wasn't a good look. And then there's one point where she doesn't do any of this, but at one point he gets out and throws the license. He used fake license plates to. He doctored up an old set of license plates so he would try to hide off the grid.
Oh wow!
And he threw him down a drain, and as he's throwing him down the drain, she's standing there, kind of like she claims she's out like wiping her hand off on the sidewalk. She had like some goop on her hand, and and she doesn't speak. She's from Venezuela. She sounds like Sofia Vergara. She's like, I take up my finger and I wipe it up on the sidewalk. Ay. And while he's doing that, he's throwing evidence down the drain. And then, yeah, she didn't help herself with that. It didn't look very sympathetic. They immunized the one. So there's also one of the vehicles that it looks like the husband transported the body in. Like the interior was completely luminol. It lit up under luminol, even on the inside. Like there was blood all over it.
Oh, this was like the contractor's thing.
Yeah, it was his buddy. It was his contractor's truck. And Michelle, when she did her police interview, says like her and Fotis like got all frisky in the truck, and I'm like, they're getting it on inside this blood covered truck. It's the most the truck got so bloody they ended up they had to replace the seats in it and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. And right, it was bad. It was bad.
I just wanted to give sort of an update. If you guys are just joining us, I am building Nick Starov Trial Watch's studio. Now, this is the walls I just built. Now, Nick gave me this picture. He knows I'm going to show it. It's a kind of a mess, but this is what I told him. I wanted like a behind the scenes of his studio, so this is what I'm basing it off of right now. So this is his studio, little corner. He's got a little radiator there. He's got a angled wall, looks like steps, a window, and then a black desk. So this is what I'm building this far for his studio.
And your experience is that traditional Swedish architecture?
You know what's weird about Swedish inside Swedish homes, and I don't know if it's just the area. No, it can't be just the area because I've been up to Stockholm and stuff too. Like the plumbing is on the outside, which is really weird.
Really,
in most homes, the plumbing is.
How does it not? Yeah, how does that not freeze?
No. I mean, it's like it's not in the walls. Like the water lines and the drain lines all run like on the outside. They're exposed. Yeah. And then the other thing is.
That's because most of the architecture was built before plumbing.
Yeah. No, these are homes that were built after plumbing. Even newly renovated places are like that. And then the wall outlets and the switches are not flat to the wall like ours are. They protrude from the wall like a Lego switch kind of thing, or like a Lego brick kind of just protrudes from the wall. Yeah. And I always find that odd. And then everything is open. Like if they have a room that's going to have my wife's cousin's place had a room that was the bathroom, but then it was also like doubled as like a storage room. And so there was just like nothing is hidden behind closet doors and cabinets like there is in the US. Everything is out. Like one of this shelving unit behind me, it covers the entire wall. That was my wife's idea. This is like European Swedish stuff. That's what you do.
Oh,
It's just, and we have like cans of cat food over here. I've got a random Bowie knife over here.
Oh,
You know,
just stay there.
it's not just like a bookshelf. It's a shelf with stuff.
Yeah. So it's off the floor, so it looks, looks better.
I mean,
Cleaner.
I guess.
I mean, I like that style.
Well,
I guess everything has a place, no matter where you put it.
I mean, I was at IKEA all day, so I get it.
I'm looking for my camera, by the
That
way.
said, though,
for
the
my
crackheads,
portable Wi-Fi camera, and I swear it's somewhere in this shelf. I can't find it.
if there are
Did
if
you
there are
use a cat in
crackheads in
there?
Sweden, I'm sure they appreciate all the exposed copper pipe.
Copper. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
It's got that's got to be good. It saves on the cost of vandalism.
you probably need a license to sell copper in Sweden.
Kaiser
So they can't just
Pineapple.
get it.
We've had a couple of other creators come in to say hi to y'all. Kaiser Pineapple.
Hey,
was
Kaiser.
here.
How you doing,
He's
buddy?
here. The
Levy's
White
here?
Rabbit.
White
The
Rabbit?
White Rabbit is here, and we already said Flux was here. So hello, everybody. If I missed
Valkyrie's in
anyone.
chat.
Valkyrie said she's gonna be, in and out because she's watching a hockey game.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But
There you
everyone say hello to the beautiful Valkyrie,
Yay! For those that don't know, that is my lovely wife.
aka Mrs. Valhalla.
Yes.
Valhalla is batting out of his league.
Way out of my league.
I think men
So am I.
men need to marry up. It's just sort of like what you do, right?
That's what I did.
That's the goal.
Right.
I did.
Hey, yeah, when is the wedding, Sean? By the way, if you guys
Don't
don't
know yet. We're not there yet. We're kind of happy being engaged. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm just wondering if I'm getting an invite, that's all.
Well, depends where we're going. Might be scenic Cleveland, Ohio still. So not sure what we're gonna do though. Not sure what we're gonna do.
Buy a house.
Instead of a wedding.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
50 grand.
why, this is supposed to be an interview show, so I should ask you some questions.
Sure.
One of the questions I always ask people that interview for a job at my law firm is why law? Why the legal field? What drew you to it? Why you got involved?
I mean, I could use the simple answer of like, oh, well, I like to argue. I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but for me, it's a lot of the complexity and the creativity you get to have. You get to take, you have a problem, and yeah, there might be a way to fix it, like a simple way to fix it. Okay, great, but it's the problems that are tough. Like, how creative can you get with it? Because yes, the law at times is rigid, but it's also very flexible if you're willing to experiment with it and see what you can do with it. Especially like when I chose to go to law school, though, I was like, I wasn't sure I was going to do. I was like, I always thought I wanted to be a lawyer, but once I got there, I realized how flexible the law was and how, like, for example, labor law. I learned a lot. I took a class on it, and just the amount of things you can do in labor law are truly amazing. And that's actually, and that's the same for a lot of parts of law, that you can do all kinds of stuff. And it's, I'd argue that's really the thing. You can come up with some pretty cool ways to fix stuff.
Yeah, you don't need to practice law, be a lawyer to take advantage of law school either.
Yes. No, I agree with that. I agree with that part.
To follow up on that question,
Mhm.
or in the spirit of that question, why YouTube? Why streaming?
Uh,
How'd you make that leap?
So I tried this back in 2019 for a minute. Like, I did 2 videos. I did a video on R. Kelly, and and then I did a video about like people trying to go to Area 51, if you guys remember all that stuff.
Yeah,
And it didn't really go anywhere, so I was like, all right, whatever. But I had always watched like Steve Lato, and I'd watched Viva a lot, and I'm like, you know what? This is something. It kind of goes in my family. Like, my dad does this. How hard can it be when he watches something? Like, he used to watch the New Yorkie Workshop, so he thought woodworking's cool, so he started doing it. He made some pretty cool stuff now. We had a golf green we put in our yard, He's like, oh, I think that'd be fun. That seems like, how tough can that be? He's like, it's actually not, well, when you have like 2 10-year-old kids, it's real easy because they can do a lot of forced labor. But like, we built one of those. That's where I'm like, oh, blacksmithing sounds fun. How hard can that be? And it's really fucking hard, really hard. It's no wonder it's a millennia-old profession, and it's actually a profession, not just a hobby.
Yeah.
But for the YouTube, when I go to, a lot of people generally don't like to do their job in their free spare time. Like mechanics don't like to go help people wrench on things. Doctors don't like to. Well, they don't go practice in their free time. But a lot of attorneys don't like to sit there and talk about the law or other topics. I do. I enjoy talking about that stuff. I enjoy talking about things with people. You go to parties, weddings, whatever, and after a while, it also helped at the time. The lovely 2.0 was like, well, just go fucking do it. And so we started doing it. And I saw it looked like all the fun going on during like the Rittenhouse trial really kind of, that whole summer I blew my knee out because I tore my patella tendon. So I was laid up. Oh, yes, that's the worst pain I've ever had.
That sounds painful as hell.
It does. It was the longest hospital ride. It was the longest 10-minute car ride in my life.
For those that don't know, if I'm not mistaken, the patella is your actual kneecap, right? So
yes. So there's a tendon that goes over the front of it.
Your kneecap in place.
Yeah, it goes over the front of it, and I didn't pop it off the bone. I actually tore the middle of the tendon.
Yikes!
So yeah, I went to the hospital, and they took the highway to go quicker, and I didn't realize how bumpy that highway was until I was sitting in the back of the ambulance, and I felt every bump the whole way there.
Yikes!
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're like, "What's your pain at?" I'm like, just give me something and I'll let you know. And they gave me morphine, and it finally made it a 10. So yeah, well, I had to have surgery. They had to stitch it back together. So
yikes.
Yeah, it's good now, but it's still nowhere where, like, it's slowly still getting there. God, where were we? Where was I with this?
Malcolm wants to know how you tore it.
I fell down the stairs of my law office. I slipped in the rain. Yeah, no, I slipped and fell at my law office. So
that's awesome.
I know.
Did you sue the owner of the
No. Well, I was sitting there looking up the guy who's renting my office from. I'm like, Stu. He's like, shut the fuck up. And I'm like, but no, I'm laying there and it's just raining, and I'm like, it's May, so I'm like, thankfully it's not bad out, and I paid a lot of karmic debt for lawyers, I think. So
even the score a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there, and yes, because I was wearing flip flops, yes, but I've never had a problem before.
I wear flip flops all the time.
Oh, Alpha Fox, you're saying, was it like Peter Griffin style? Yeah, when I was laying down on the ground, I was like, because I didn't want to cry because it actually hurt really bad. So I've been sitting there, and I've been working on slowly putting together the basement, and putting that together. 2.0 is finally like, just use the spare room, and I'm like, okay. So I moved all the crap out and set it up, and started as Ahmed Arbery was wrapping up, and Rittenhouse wrapped up, and has just been going from there. And it's been a lot of fun. I can't believe I've been doing it this long.
If you guys can see this, this is the smallest yet loudest keyboard in the world.
Yeah,
it's so cute. It has to go clack, clack, clap if it's going to be authentic.
Clack.
Yeah, it's very loud. It's a very loud keyboard.
So that's kind of where things went from there, and just I enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun.
Nice. 2.0 says he, in big bold letters, he was wearing flip flops.
Yeah, I was. Yep, I was.
I'm a California girl, so I wear flip flops all year round.
I haven't worn flip flops since.
I bet.
I wear flip flops all the time. That's all you
wear. You wear them in cold weather. I mean, we don't really get cold weather.
If it's not wet.
Yeah, I was that guy though as a kid, like in college.
So do you have like plans for your channel, or what are you doing with it? What are your thoughts? Where do you see it going?
I mean, I'd love to keep going. I mean, there's it's a limitless potential out there. It's, the sky's the limit. I think when you see, would I like to be to the part where like doing Emily D. Baker style, where there's like, she's on like Good Morning America, stuff like that. I mean, that'd be neat if I got to that point, but I don't think that's in the cards for me. But I think there's a lot of room. It's a wide ecosystem. There's, the sky's the limit, really, in my opinion. And I think there's, hold on here 1 second.
So why do you think Emily D. Baker is getting on, or even that Attorney Little is getting on those TV shows you are not?
I think certainly it's just the presentation style. I mean, among other things, I'm sure that they also, I like to say it, I don't have a face for radio, and I have a face for radio. My voice is not the best. I think that's part of it. I think there's a lot of different reasons for it. I think they come across, they're very nice. They don't act like a freaking spaz when they're doing stuff. They do things very, like Emily says she uses cursive words, and she does once in a while, but
she does a pretty good job of keeping her language.
Yeah, she's very. I think she does a great. So I think that's probably the biggest reason is just I'm probably not presentable for TV, and that's also. I mean, they also. I mean, they've just got that it factor, and that's just something I don't know if I have, and if I don't, that's okay. I mean, I'm happy with being me.
Oh yeah, man.
But at the end of the day, I would love. People are like, "Would you like to do this full time?" And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I would mind that. I think there's all kinds of stuff to do. I mean, even when there's not like, and the way I wouldn't mind covering just random garbage. EDB loves me. That's awesome, I guess. And
Haley Wolf says, Sean, you are definitely undersubscribed. She's been obsessed with your channel lately, and your chat is awesome.
I appreciate that. But I just think there's. Like I showed the Mario Batali trial, and that was last year, and he got accused of groping a woman, and it was a misdemeanor case, and it was done in a day. It was done in a day and a half, and I think that there's a lot to be said about showing people that side of the world. Like, not everything's a gruesome 35, a quadruple homicide that was filmed and put on YouTube by somebody who has an OnlyFans or something everybody knows about across the country. There's all kinds of trials that you'll never hear about, and local news is covering it, and it's gone in a flash. And I think there's a lot of that needs to be heard out there, and I think people need to see. I do think it's helpful for people to see the big examples, but you should see what it's like when a little guy, just the average guy is getting prosecuted or the average case is going on. And I'd love to be able to show that at times.
I like covering as well. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I think that shows. I think that shows, because if for example, like I'll use the Fannie Willis thing. Like people think, people are coming to the idea that she hired her boyfriend, paid him a ton of money, and like the whole thing looks a little weird. It's like, if you think that's weird, imagine how somebody who doesn't have those kind of attorneys gets treated. Like, imagine when it's like the little guy getting treated that way, and you're like, well, yeah, they treat everyone like that, and it just shows you, you can witness the inherent oppressiveness of the system, or how does he say it in Monty Python? Witness the violence of the system. I think, isn't that how he says it?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
With Eric
Monty Python and years.
Yeah, but in the Holy Grail, he's like, witness the inherent violence of the system or whatever. But yeah, like this February, I will say 2.0 really kind of, I wouldn't say push me, but she kind of like was like, well, here's an idea. Let's try this. I mean, like I did 49, just on YouTube, 49 streams this month.
Wow.
And I only know that because YouTube does like a monthly recap for you. And I was like, holy shit. And then
that every time I go to YouTube and I was like, oh, let's just see who's live. You're always live.
Yeah, I was trying it, and I don't know if I can do it that hard every month, but I can do it. I guess I was going really good for a while, and I felt like I had gotten into a rhythm. But I kind of got lately. I'd been kind of I got lax. Like I was doing my Thursday night show. I do the Monday show on locals. And I do the Thursday after show on locals, and that was it. Sometimes that's all I was doing. And for a lot of weeks, that's all I did. And I'm like, when I release a video or two that I've been working on, and the short form and the ones I pre-produce, they don't really get too many views. But they're topics I think that are hilarious, I think need to be covered. And I was, to be honest, I was getting lazy about those. I'm like, I'd plot along and jerk around getting them done. And, I think it's really found, like, now I did this like full tilt. I understand that you could back off a little bit and still keep the intensity up. So, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, that's the other problem. I talk a lot, David. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's a problem.
That's why you're here, Sean.
On the internet.
Well, I know it's a problem. But like, I'm trying to like the.
You're our special guest star.
I understand, but yeah, but I get really nervous when it turns into me the whole time. So.
No. Just pretend you're Joe and just run with it.
Well,
although you will have to show the chat your Lego progress.
Oh, I'm working on. Yeah, we're going right now. We're working on the project.
You could just hold it up every
You show them the progress.
Yeah, we're working on it. It's getting there.
Very cute. Well, people like to see because.
Yeah, I will say they did a good job of getting they got the Mercedes green. I will give them credit. So, are you guys Formula One fans at all?
No.
Yeah.
No.
See, I used to be a big NASCAR fan, but they kind of lost me after a while. So,
I'm into racing because I just feel like the fastest car wins. So why are we watching?
Well,
there's a little more to it than that.
Well, I think especially for the way racing used to be, I think there's a lot to be said about. Like Formula One, we invented like anti-lock brakes. We invented traction control. Like having flappy pedal gearboxes on cars. Like racing has given us so much, because that's even going back into like NASCAR back in the 50s and 60s. They the car you could drive off the shop, the floor of the car dealership. They were making claims like, we'll race the car that you could buy right now, and that pursued automotive, like it's the fact that you're seeing this pursuit of like innovation, and you get to watch it in real time. Yeah,
that's neat.
And there's neat things like medicine and all the other things also have innovation. Generally, that requires a massive war and a lot of people to die. Whereas racing, you could do racing without having to go to war,
or at least you'd hope so.
Yes.
Patty Cakes got here late, as did probably 50% of our viewers, and they would like to know, what are you all building? Could you please announce? Thank you.
I am building the Captain Rex Star Wars helmet, which is pretty cool little build.
I'm going to do a twofer. I'm doing the Mercedes-Benz 2021 championship car, and then their other racing project car. So working on the first one.
I am building Nick Staroff Trial Watch, his filming studio.
Yeah,
which is great.
I'm hanging out right there. There you go. And if you guys missed last week's, I did Valhalla Studio, turtle tank and all.
It's so good.
Last week. So that's Valhalla Studio.
So speaking of Nick, David, Nikki too, y'all asked, did you see Nick's video yesterday where your video was in a news article?
Ooh.
Yeah, so I posted the full unedited body cam of I forget his first name, Mendez, his last name.
Oh, the guy down in Florida.
Yeah.
And so the charges were just dismissed against him yesterday, which is amazing, and that's awesome that Gosney and his team were able to get that done. But they did there's a couple of articles out there about it, and they linked directly to my video of the body cam, because I'm the only one, I guess, out there that has the unedited version of it.
I have it as well. I had gotten it a while back, and I had not gotten to it. And I was gonna get ready to do it, and I saw everybody had already put it out there, and I'm like, well, the story's out. But yeah, it's a really bad body cam. Like the way the police handled that kid was horrible.
Yeah, I agree.
That one, that didn't
a lot
go
of
well.
happy birthdays today, David. By the way, it is for real Josie's birthday today, and it's Solomon Anderson's birthday today.
It is, yes. It's they need to get the happy birthday wishes. It is not my birthday today.
It's not really David's birthday today, people. But that's very sweet, and we love that you love him as much as we do. They're asking.
Young.
Bob Mendez.
Well,
I don't think that was
yeah.
it.
Was it Bob? Yeah, Bob Mendez.
I don't think that was it.
Like,
Not-
are you talking
not
about like the Senator Bob Menendez?
No. Mendez. I forget his first name. He's from Peru, but speaks Mam, which
Oh.
is a ancient dialect,
Oh,
and doesn't speak. Huh?
Nothing.
Was that true?
Iconoclast. I'm not abandoning the Scuderia. They just didn't have a good. They didn't have anything good
Yeah,
on
he explained
Legos.
at the
So
beginning.
I'm sorry. I'm not. I will never abandon them. Never.
I learned so many fun new vocab words with you. What was the train enthusiast? Foamer?
Homers, yeah. Scuderia is Italian for stable, and that's because the Ferrari symbol is the the stallion rear and back. So,
Got it.
Yeah, that's why it's called the Scuderia.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
So, Sean, what do you
Trying
think
to
is
figure out how to do next.
what do you think is the most misunderstood thing about you in the tubes?
That I'm not a goddamn foamer.
So you are one. That's what. Yeah,
Sean likes his trains.
I love it. We have an awesome train museum by my house. I hope you're not joking because I legit love trains and I love to go to train museums.
Like, okay, trains are like they exist, but I'm not a foamer. I'm not a foamer.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, I'm a nerd. I just like all museums, to be honest.
Yeah, well, museums are always cool, but
I do love train museums, especially the one near my town. It's really pretty. It's really cool.
yeah.
I've been to a train museum once. pretty
Awesome. Yeah. They're really, the one by my town has you actually it simulates the train. So like you go on it and it's literally the very first luxury train ever built.
Mm-hmm.
And so they actually talk about it, like what they made the mattresses out of and how they put the seats down for the first class passengers. And then you're on it and it's like,
Yeah. And the funny thing is that's considered now, like that's kind of ghetto, but like, in the 1800s, that was considered fancy.
No, it was
fanciest.
super fancy. Oh my God. The beds were amazing.
Mm-hmm.
They put the seats down and then put the stewards, they don't call them stewards, they're called something else. They come and put the mattress on top of the bed, on top of the seats. And no, it's fancy. It had a bathroom and everything.
So Wendy may be a foamer is what I'm learning right now.
I'm just easily impressed. How's that?
That bodes well for the future men in your life.
Right. Well, I'm not easily I may be easily impressed, but it's difficult to keep me. So
Not a girl.
So, Sean, for those people who don't know, what kind of law do you practice?
I practice general practice, so I kind of do everything. If it comes in the door. But I mean, criminal defense is like my fun. That's the thing I love the most. If I could just solely get away with doing that, that'd be really cool. But it's not in the cards yet.
Yet.
Well, that's because criminals don't have money. That's the problem I run into a lot.
Well, yeah, but I mean, and there are criminals who do have money, but they already have attorneys they interact with and they deal with, and there's attorneys who get a reputation of dealing with. This guy handles all these gang guys. It just takes a while to get that. So once somebody else has that kind of rep, it's kind of hard to get into that market, but it takes a while, little by little.
And you're in the Cleveland area, right?
Yeah, and it's also easier now because I'm in a bigger area. There's a bigger ocean to fish in, proverbially. So,
how long have you been a lawyer? How long have you had your bar?
I will be 10 years
Brandy.
in May.
hello,
Nice.
Brandy Churchwell. Speaking
So-
of special guests, the lovely, the talented Brandy Churchwell, 13 Jurors. Go sub if you have not yet.
Please, she's awesome.
We love her.
She, I believe we're in the talks of bringing her back to this stream.
I believe we already have a confirmation date.
I believe we do, but I wasn't sure if we were putting it out yet,
Yeah.
David.
Probably not. We'll let David decide.
But yeah, May will be 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to law school if you don't want? If I don't know how much information you feel like.
There's a bunch of stuff I'm willing to power level. I went to the University of Toledo. Went there, graduated 2013.
Mud Hens, is that your mascot?
What's that?
Mud Hens, was that your mascot?
No, that's the minor league team. No, Toledo's mascot's the Rockets. And they have an old, I think it's an old Nike missile as they're out in front of the football stadium.
Nice.
And the Toledo's arch rival is Bowling Green University, and the missile is calculated that if it were launched, it would impact right at the 50-yard line of the Bowling Green Stadium. So
That's
I'm
awesome.
impressed that that's not
Or head rocket.
a hate crime yet. To be honest.
So
That's cool.
yeah. No, it was a lot of fun there. I went there. I did. Was a night student the whole time. So
I did that too. My school, I didn't do nights, but I did weekends only. And so every Saturday and every Sunday, I was in law school for 8 hours, and I did that for all 3 years. And
they
then
didn't have that as an option for me.
And then when I had to do my externship, I asked that I still carry a full load of classes as well as doing the externship, so I could graduate actually early. And they didn't want to let me do it. And I said, listen, I've been working full time and going to law school, so I think I can handle a little baby externship. And they eventually let me do it.
Sean Junks asked earlier, and I saved it. Sorry, Junk. She wanted for you to tell
about Hannah
these
Reid's
three
trial.
guys about. Yes, please.
Yeah, so Hannah Reid's the armor for that Rush, the movie Rush, where Alec Baldwin put a hole through that Ukrainian lady. And the armor is on trial. And I know people are like, oh, well, she shouldn't be in trouble or whatever. We now learn she's basically a flippin' moron. Like, she didn't do a damn thing right. Her qualifications were, well, my daddy was famous. And that was it. So, like, the armor that they brought in was a professional. As the expert testimonies, like, she didn't do a damn thing right. And it's sad because there's video that they were showing of people, like, playing around on set with guns, and Hannah wasn't controlling them. And this is before the shooting happened, so those people could have been playing with loaded guns.
Oh, Jesus.
Like, unknowingly playing with loaded guns. And, like, there's, like, a little kid standing there. Like, they could have been, like, multiple times people have guns pointing at each other's heads. And, like, oh, yeah, it was really, really, really bad to watch.
Just graduate and, like, or get her license or whatever?
No. She basically had just got done, like, oh, my dad. And that was the totality of her training.
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah. That was literally her training, my dad. It's like Aqua Teen Hunger Force. My dad owns a dealership.
Yeah, how's her dad think about all this now?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, like, her dad was like, yeah, he was good. Like, her dad was very famous, but he's kind of like, he used to be famous. It's kind of like, it's not like, I wouldn't say he's like a has-been, but like, his time is come and gone.
Well, how relevant can an armorer really be in Hollywood?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, oh, he's so good. It's like, what? He's so good at making sure people don't like, shoot each other. Like,
don't point guns at people's faces.
It's like he's world renowned in craft services. It's like everybody's heard of him. He makes a wicked omelet. It's like, I'm not saying what he didn't do was impressive, but yes, he'd been doing things since like the 60s and whatever, and I'm sure he is part of the innovation and standards in the community. And he had been around for all those bloody, like, safety rules are written in blood, and I'm sure he got to experience a lot of that blood. But I don't. Yeah. Anyway, her attorney. I don't really have much to say about him there because he wasn't doing a very good job. So I'll leave that as that.
So how many weeks should they anticipate that trial going on?
I don't know. They said they got 30 witnesses for the state, and I'm like, they could have rested already. And they're just going to drag it on, I think, to run this lady into the ground. So
you think they're trying to make a statement to Alec Baldwin?
I think so. I think that's part of it.
They're playing a lot of his stuff.
Well,
Sean,
yeah. Well, Alec Baldwin's toast.
What does GGPP mean?
Okay, so Gorilla Grip. Okay, GGPP means Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Wait, what?
It means Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Okay.
And that is the name of Hannah Reid's iPhone.
Oh, good.
So yes, when they opened up, so like the iPhone, like the cell phone data expert, she's like, "Well, what's the name on this phone?" He's like, and he just says it without blinking, Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. And that's the thing, guys. When you do your stuff out there in the world, you can have the name like whatever you want, but that's like that could show up in court one day. And now that's out there.
Is that the new?
Speaking of, when people name their phones,
Yeah.
and when you log into Zoom and you don't change it, sometimes the name of your phone will pop up in Zoom, such as Raging Erection or whatever that was that came up. It's like in a court hearing. The most ridiculous thing.
Yeah, I've seen some funny ones in my time as well too, where I'm like, and the court's very nice, like, sir, I think you need to change your phone title, and they're like, oh my god.
Oh, that's funny.
So, yeah, but that's but Hannah Reid is going to prison, and I think rightfully so. I mean, the way she talks about what happened and the way people talk about what happened there, if anybody there had like a modicum of gun safety mindset, none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened. But these people were just, it's a D-tier movie, so they got D-tier quality people. They got a D-tier armorer, the medic. I went on a whole
part of her on the stand.
I went on a whole tirade about that last night because they're like, well, did you have like any of the special trauma stuff? And she's like, well, no, because I can't just go to a hospital and get it. And I'm like, and I stopped and I immediately opened up the internet and like, you can buy it. It's $15. Like, well, Valhalla, you were you combat arms or what was your MOS?
I was in the infantry.
Okay. Well, like Bravo, Charlie, what were you?
Bravo, 11 Bravo.
Okay. So you know what it's like. You an IFAC, you got a chest seal, you got a tourniquet, you got a decompression needle.
I was a combat lifesaver. We'd give each other IVs in the barracks on Sunday.
Skipping the IV part, but I mean just the other stuff though, because she wasn't trained in doing IVs, but like, all that stuff that you carried in your kit, you can buy online like $100, and you buy all that stuff, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I've got most of it still.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like all that stuff exists, and I got so pissed at this lady because the way she was trying to defend herself. It's like she was mad. Like, how dare you expect me to know how to translate Sanskrit? It's like, it's like medical. Go online and spend $20 and you can buy a set of chest seals.
Right, it's not that hard to find.
No, it's not, and I was very infuriated because these people didn't they're all morons. And Helena Hutchins, who sounds like she got recruited by, like, Alec picked the director and stuff, so like those guys weren't bad. But Helena Hutchins died partially because of a comedy of morons.
Literally.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I mean, that's
Nick Starro, thank you for the 50 seconds.
And I hate to say it like that, but 'tis what it is.
Hey,
which is the strangest exception to the hearsay rule you'd abolish in a heartbeat? Nick asks.
I'm assuming he's asking Sean.
Well, he's not asking me.
Right.
Good question.
Probably present sense impression. I don't know if I had to pick one. Never had to need it. I've always get burned on it because the prosecutors love using that one. But effect on the hearer, I use that one all the time. That's like one of my favorites. So
here's my problem with the hearsay. It's not the general hearsay rules and the general exceptions that are in the court rules that have existed for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
It's the stupid statutes that they pass that expand upon it.
Well,
such as we can admit the statements in a medical record for a domestic violence case. Just admit them because we say so. Things like that. Those
we don't have that stuff here,
creations. Oh, you're lucky.
That's why when I see some of these states where like your evidence rules are like codified under statute, I'm like, no. That gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'm happy the Supreme Court of Ohio is the only one messing with them. So,
well, they said that it's not a court rule because it was challenged. That particular statute was challenged when it was first passed, saying, well, what you're doing is you're effectively governing or passing a law that's only the purview of the Supreme Court. And and the way the Supreme Court got around it, their own governance of themselves for some reason, was
Yeah.
to say that it was a substantive, not a procedural rule, and therefore the legislator was permitted to legislate it. And
That's
it was just a really stupid argument.
well, I'd argue it's a separation of powers argument anyway. How
What's
can they
that?
determine what's the rules of evidence governing? That
Yeah.
Supreme Court just ceded power, whether they know it or not.
Well, I think they know it, and I don't think they care.
Well, I guess they'll think that's someone else's problem, and they'll be out of office by then. I guess.
Freaking stupid.
So. Oh, I don't doubt it. That sounds ridiculous. But then again, our Supreme Court just makes up stuff and pisses us off. So we don't need the legislator for that help. The Supreme Court does that here.
Hey, Nick, if he's still here, getting your office done, sir.
Looks so cute.
But I would say overall, Nick, those aren't the bigger things for me. The bigger thing I wish would happen is that judges quit being as risk averse as they are. That's actually for me a bigger thing. That, that's the part I truly detest now.
Yeah, judges are unwilling to make decisions.
Well, they're not willing to make decisions. It's just, don't be afraid to, a mistrial. Like, I don't want to do a mistrial. Like, you need to do this. Like, it's wrong. I don't want to do that. It's like,
and why are you a judge?
Like, at some point.
In their defense, though, if they do take a risk assessment or whatever decision, then we're all going to light them up on YouTube when they do it.
Well, that's
Makes better content.
Well,
that's true.
Yeah, but in reality, if we got a slew of more pro-defense judges, you're not going to hear me give it to like. I'm not going to be like, this is out of control, chat. Not like the guy in Illinois who let the rapist off. Okay, that's different, but overall, it's not like that's something I'm terribly scared of. Don't threaten me with a good time.
I like it.
But I'd rather have a rapist let free than someone who's clearly innocent, not because they really didn't do it, but because the state fell on their face trying to prove it.
Yeah.
And they're saying, we'll just, let the jury decide. When it's clear that there's no room for the jury in this decision. It needs to be decided.
Well, the one I'm talking about in general, I covered this on Thursday night. So this guy had been convicted of rape. And he's 18. He got convicted of rape, like legit rape. Like Whoopi Goldberg said, it was rape, not just like, oh, it could have been questionable rape. No, it was rape. And the guy gets up to sentencing. The judge is like, look, I think you're a good kid. So actually, I'm reversing the finding at sentencing. The state has not proven its case. I find you not guilty, and I think you've served enough time instead of sentencing him mandatorily to prison.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And the state of Illinois, he got booted off the bench for that, which I'm not upset with. That's
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That at some point there has to be, and then he lied about it and started giving the judicial committee problems, which I've always pointed out that's a no. Don't ever fight with them about that stuff. You'll never.
What's he lying about?
What's that? I don't know what he lied about, but he fought with them about what happened. They cited him for it, and the judicial board was not happy, which means the bar is probably not going to be happy with him, but he's been removed from office. So
I fled Illinois.
Yeah. Where are you at now?
East Tennessee.
Oh.
Much better.
It's in the boonies.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's Illinois' loss.
He said he's going to move to California soon, so I
will never in a
yeah,
million
no,
years.
I thought we talked about that.
Valhalla goes to LA.
So, Sean, if you were to live in any country other than the U.S., where would
Any country other than America. Oh.
I hear Russia's nice.
Well,
we have
got-
that. We have that in California too. There's like a whole.
the ball in Sochi. I don't know. If I had to choose, where would I go?
Yeah, you don't have to. We don't care where you go. You just can't stay here.
Yeah, I don't care where I go. I can't stay here. Probably like somewhere I could take advantage of the corruption, because everywhere else is really bad. Depending
Like
where
I
you go.
said, Russia's nice, man.
Russia's nice, but I'm not a Russian, so like they don't
Yeah.
like outsiders. I mean,
Mm-mm.
I'm white.
Yeah,
That's about the
that's
only thing that helps me, because Russians are very racist. Well, most people are very racist around the world. I could see myself going to like, I don't know, trying to see what I could do in somewhere in Southeast Asia, maybe, or maybe going to maybe going into, you know, I don't know. I'd like to say Southern Africa somewhere, like Namibia. Just try to disappear out there. I don't know, become a professional hunter or something. I don't know.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be. It'd be a lot of fun. Get to go on safaris all the time. Rhodesia's
Have
the
you been
answer.
to Southern Africa?
No, it looks really nice though. Like I'm not talking about like South Africa. Like no. But I'm talking about like,
some place
Like-
that you can live.
yeah. I mean, like the other thing with Russia is too, like it's cold, and I've been cold enough. So
That also was a big part of my fleeing of.
I mean, the only other thing I think would be really dope, like, is living in Cyprus, but that's just because the climate looks really nice.
Haley Wolf says,
Cyprus?
Sean streamed the Traconus. Am I saying that correctly? Verdict.
Draconis verdict. No, I didn't stream it yet, guys. They did it like first thing right away Friday morning. I was in the middle of stuff. We'll probably stream it tomorrow, but it's like, you know, it's guilty all counts. Sorry to spoil it. And they revoked her bond, so.
What were your
Yeah.
thoughts on the conspiracy to murder count being guilty?
Like I said, I don't think they did a good job. I think, you know, my disdain for the state is, I think, probably known enough. But wait, hold on here. Sorry, I'm trying to.
Did you hear about the lead investigators kissing each other?
In the Draconis case?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like kissing? Like,
Well, like
their
it was,
mows?
like it was on 48 Hours last night. I think it was 48
Yeah.
Hours. They were doing a story about it, and when they found the video of what they say is the husband riding on the bicycle, it was
Yeah.
like I was so happy. I gave my partner a big kiss.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, a couple of those guys are like the stereotypical New Englanders. So I'm like, okay, I could see them guys being mows.
Yeah, that was my thought. I feel like
Couple of
I
Peter
feel like
Griffin
that
types.
kiss wasn't the first one.
Yeah. Well, long nights on patrol. That happens.
Hellfish Haven's in chat. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
You know what? Serbia would be fun too. You know, with Null, but like I go to Serbia, like the problem is I'd be really tempted to start like a Serb paramilitary squad. Like that'd be the bad thing that might happen. Like I'd be running around and like
Sean would be a danger to himself in every country but the U.S. is what I'm
oh,
gathering.
I would not be a danger. You don't get it. I would not be a danger to myself. I'd be a danger to those around me.
Turns out Sean just wants to be a merc in every other life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, the fattest merc running around.
Christine wants to know, would you come to New Jersey, Sean? Now everyone wants you to go to their state.
I have family in New Jersey, but that's good enough. I mean, like in New Jersey, like here's the deal. So I was like 16 and I had to go, like my dad's like, hey, go gas the car up. And I was like, okay. And I go take it down to the gas station and we drove out there and I'm like, I get out of the car and the guy's like, well, you know, what do you want? And I'm like, I'm getting gas. Cool. Thanks. Well, that's not the right answer in New Jersey. New Jersey, you cannot pump your own gas.
That's
Really?
Oregon. Same in Oregon.
Oh no, like
I knew
100. Oh
Oregon.
no, I'm not joking. 100%, you cannot.
No.
Oh my
So-
God, you thought I told him I wanted to rape his dog in front of him?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I thought he was fucking with me. I'm like, no, I got it. He's like, no. I'm like, you can't touch that. And I'm like 16 years old, and I thought he was punking. He was punking the shit out of me, and I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not picking up. Sorry, I swear. Sorry, Wendy.
You're
but,
fine,
like,
dude.
I thought he threw a punk card down, and I'm just like, "You son of a bitch, I am not picking that fucker up." And the guy comes out, and he's like, "What?" And like the guy must have been running the station. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm trying to get gas," and this Yahoo's trying to like, tell me I gotta pay him and stuff. And he's like, "You can't pump gas here." And I'm like, "You are so full of shit." The guy's like, "If you don't let him do it, I'm calling the cops." And I'm like, I'm like, all right, well, I guess I don't want to fight with you about this. So I had to get in the car, and he puts the card in the machine and does all the shit. And I'm like, "Well, what's your zip code?" And I'm like, fine. I'm like, fine. I tell him, and he gasses up the car, and I leave. And I get back to my aunt's house, like down the road, and I'm like, "Dad, like I'm all angry." And I'm like, "Dad, these motherfuckers did this." And my aunt's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "These assholes at the gas station." And she's like, "Oh God, what did you do?" And I'm like, "I told her." She's like, No. I'm like, then she says he can do it. And I'm like looking at her like, "Are you fucking with me now?" And like, no, she brought it up on the computer. It's like, you can't pump your own gas. I'm like, oh, like this place fucking sucks.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Wonder if Joe knows yet that he can't pump his own gas in New Jersey.
Yes. Well, he doesn't have to.
That's what I'm saying. Drive. I wonder if he even knows yet. I'm sure his wife's filled up the tank every time they've had to.
Malta sounds really good too. I forgot the other one because Jeremy Clarkson talked about it. The Isle of Man, in the Irish Sea, is basically kind of like a very libertarian spot.
Okay,
but the weather.
Yeah, but that would make up for it because at least they all speak English and everything. But
that is true. I went to Ireland a few years ago, and I didn't know I had like seasonal affective disorder. Like, I don't know if I believe in it. Well, I was there for a week, and I believe in it now. I was like, "Ooh, this is gloomy."
No, I'm not saying a prank card. I meant punk card. When someone challenges you, that's when I grew up. That I was told like they threw down a punk card.
Like you're a punk.
Yeah, like they're trying to challenge you. The Falklands would be awful. That's like down basically in Antarctica. That would be horrible.
You have to be a potato grower.
It's a potato grower. Look at me. I enjoy potatoes. Don't worry about that.
So what was that trial that we were talking about before we started? Are you going to cover that, Sean?
Which one?
The Hales.
Hales.
Hales? Are they going to trial or? Like, I'm going to start looking into that because I want to watch some of this and figure out what's going on. And yeah, I mean, like, looks like there's something to farm there. So yeah, content-wise. But yeah, at the very least, exposing asshole government officials. Why not?
Right.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do. Yeah, that trial seems pretty crazy. We were talking about it right before the stream started, y'all.
Yeah.
And
scumbags like that guy need to be called out. That judge.
Can you guys show what you're building again, please? Wicked Psych wants to know. Hi, Wicked Psych.
Give me 2
Supposed to look like this.
Nick Starr's filming studio.
Nice.
A car and a lot of front end. This is actually a lot of front end work, but I bet it looks good.
It's really cool.
That's what she said.
Yeah, she did.
That's what they all say.
Yes, they do.
Give me 1 second, please.
Yeah, make everything dirty.
Wait, hold on now.
So I see in chat people are talking about the crazy taxes in other countries.
Oh, that's an issue, yes.
But I mean, so I've done research before about, becoming an expat, and not every country is going to make an American pay certain, like you have to be a citizen to pay taxes, right? So like,
well,
it's for the most part. And by the way, I get taxed up the wazoo here, so I can't imagine it being worse.
Where do you live?
She's in Cali.
California.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
The IRS is taking all my money, not the state.
Mm-hmm. Well, the tax laws everywhere else. I mean, the neat thing about a lot of other places, you can kind of wave some cash around and get a lot of things sorted out. So
that's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm not saying like there is a. America has this really big issue of corruption overall, which generally isn't a bad thing, but it messes with how we deal with things around the world. And that's why we have things like the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, where, when you're working around the world, you've got to grease the skids where you're doing stuff. Well, that's, depending on how you do it, can get you sent to federal prison. So, no, seriously, it's a real problem.
Minor details.
What are your thoughts on the idea that you could violate federal law by doing something completely legal in another country, just because the feds say it's illegal here?
Oh well, I mean that's just I say it. I haven't said in a while, but when I explain this to clients, why is this a law? Because the feds have more guns than you do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's I don't think there's a legal. I don't think that's legal. I don't think it should be done that way. But you know, that's the same thing where like they bust people for going to Thailand to go fuck little kids or something like that.
Well, and that's how it gets justified, is because it's things like that everyone's like, well, we don't really want to get rid of the power to do something about it. But what happened to standing? Because the court seems to be a really big, make a really big deal about standing most of the time, unless it involves something that they really want to do.
That's very true. That's a very, very good point. Like standing, well, now it's different. Well, it's just like, I mean, the biggest answer to that probably is, well, it's what you're trying to fight. So like with the DUIs, like when Stitch went to the Supreme Court, you know, the Supreme Court said, yeah, this violates the Fourth Amendment, but because of drunk drivers, it's okay. And that's what happened. So
yeah,
that's how it goes. So that's like, if you bring up a good enough answer, like my safety or my this or my that, and the courts will go, yeah, good enough reason, and they let you break the rules.
So the chat's letting us know that the Lego sounds are making it so they can't hear the people talking very well.
Oh,
so they're asking if we
that's
can move
probably mostly me. I apologize.
We're gonna ASMR it then.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Yikes. Yeah. I'm over here on the verge of having a panic attack because of the Lego sounds.
Right? Hey, the PTSD is real, yo.
Hey, it's real, yo.
It really is. My poor dad, my grandson popped a balloon literally in front of my dad's face on accident the other day, and I thought my dad, I was like, run. I told the baby, run. And don't ever do that again. Oh, God, it was scary. We weren't allowed to wake up my dad growing up. We would stand.
Really?
No, he's a Vietnam vet, and he was on the front lines. Yeah. So we used to stand at the door, the entryway, and go, Dad, like we could yell.
Wake up. Yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't go. We couldn't touch him. Like you couldn't walk. You couldn't go up to him when he was sleeping. No.
I was just talking about this the other night. Mrs. Valhalla's got to be real careful when I'm sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as far as like, she can't kiss me, right? Like if she gets up and I'm sleeping and goes to work, she can't kiss me because I freak out. It's something about the lips and I just can't do it.
Yeah.
I wake up and choose violence.
Well, I was gonna say, is that PT? Well, that doesn't sound like combat related PTSD.
It sounds like something else.
Lonely night in the barracks.
No, it's got something to do with the flies.
Hey, I've heard about what happens on Fridays or Thursdays out in out when you went on your field trips by the government funded ones.
I wasn't in the Navy. The Navy's got some really
good comeback.
bizarre...
That was actually well played, sir.
The Navy's got some really bizarre rituals and stuff that they do.
Yeah. So, no, but I know. But when you were so I know a guy. He brought home one of his trophies. And one of the trophies was a shemagh off a guy he dropped. And I'm like, he's like, and I haven't washed it. I'm like, so what's it smell like? He's like, it still smells like Thursday nights. And that's the night when the guys would get together in Muslim countries and they're doing brotherhood.
Yeah.
To put it kindly.
Excited utterance. Hella asked Sean if you know what VTubers
are. Yeah, VTuber. What about them?
She wants to know if you know what they are. If you do, tell us because I do not know.
So VTubers are a form of they have the thing where it displays it'll capture your voice and your movement kind of, and it puts it in cartoon form, like an overlay. And those people are on there basically fleecing Japanese people. That's how it started, as a personality who would talk. Their voice would be a little distorted or pitched, and they rake in super chats. And they talk about things all the time. They just hang out and bullshit and everything, but they make cash. They make bank.
Lefties here.
They're really cool. They make money. No shade on them. They do their thing.
Lofty Pixels is a VTuber.
I want to know how to do that.
How they do it, or why they do it.
I
It's
said,
just a
no, I
program.
said I want to know how to do it.
Oh yeah, it's not like it costs a little money to put the equipment in, but yeah, it's not too bad.
It's just a program that'll like
Yeah.
map your movements.
Yeah. Yeah.
The orc is in chat every once in a while. He had an orc
Yeah.
skin as his VTuber. It was
No, their
really
bosses. Yes, their bosses make a lot of money. Yes, it's a very it's a very exploitive industry, and it's like Legal Mindset's been covering a lot of the issues that are going on in it. But yeah, it's a very interesting the way the whole thing works. I would say. I know I'm not doing it like.
True
I know I'm not
justice.
doing it justice there. Yeah, because the contracts are tough. It's kind of like one of those deals where like the WWE, like Vince McMahon owns your persona. It's kind of one of
Got
those
it.
deals too for them at times.
You've got a pretty good Vince McMahon impression.
Yes. Yes,
Oh, God.
well, I have Vince McMahon when he's on stage.
actually.
Yes, I have him when he's out on the ring.
My niece was in the audience watching when Sean was on my channel doing the Vince McMahon. That was great. That was awesome.
The
That was the greatest thing
chairman,
ever.
Vincent K. McMahon.
Reading through that complaint, those text messages.
Oh yeah, that's
You know, she was up for that stuff at the time.
I still don't believe any of it.
No.
She's the only human trafficking victim who's like, "Hey, can I make more money? What about that job you guys promised me?" Like, sorry, honey, I ain't buying it. Like, it's an admirable way to shake them down, but like,
Well,
I
he was
appreciate.
just an idiot for stopping the pain.
Yes, that's the thing. Yeah, don't stop your hush money payments. You just got to get it done.
A lot of people have been asking about the James Crumbly trial coming up, and also when is the Jennifer Crumbly sentencing?
Ooh,
Jennifer Crumbly's sentencing is in April sometime. I don't remember the exact date. James is starting on Monday. They're doing jury selection. I would imagine it's going to take a day or two for jury selection before they actually get going on the trial. And then I will be doing some recap videos. I won't be streaming it live, but I'll be doing some recap videos. I do have some hearings coming up where I might actually be in the courtroom adjacent, so I might just pop in just to see what's going on while it's all going down.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's what's going on with that case.
Cool.
And
oh yeah, and last night I did P. Diddy's lawsuit.
Oh, that one's interesting, huh?
Oh my god, that one is weird.
He's
which
got
one?
going on.
He's got a couple of them
Well,
now.
okay, well, a
his
couple of them.
manager or something, right?
Well, so a couple of those were brought up because of the whole E.G. Carroll suing Trump, that law that got passed. So like the one last year in like November where it got filed and the next day he cut a check. That lawsuit never would have been possible if the law passed to allow E.G. Carroll to sue Trump had not been passed by the New York State legislature because it was too out of time. But now his former producer is suing him, claiming all kinds of crazy shit. And the big thing is, like he claims Diddy was groping him and touching him all over and trying to groom him in a homosexual relationship.
There's a lot of
Who's doing this?
P. Diddy, Sean
the
Combs,
rapper.
Puff Daddy,
He's
who
apparently on the DL.
Biggie's producer, who may allegedly have had him bumped off, allegedly. So he's accused of doing that, also ordering him to go pick up hookers and then forcing him to have sex with those hookers. A lot of things. But when you read the complaint, it's because he
Forcing's
sort
a
of
subjective term.
Yeah. And then you read the complaint, and the complaint references other rappers who were involved in things, and they don't use their names. It just is redacted, and then there's a footnote that says redacted did X, Y, and Z. Redacted dated Nicki Minaj. Redacted beat up someone. So like, there's a rapper named Meek Mills, and Chris Brown is accused of like running around screwing underage hookers and stuff. And there's all kinds of things.
I just wonder, is anyone actually surprised by these things? I'm not.
No. Well, I mean, it's it's the R. Kelly thing. Like, yeah, there's a bunch of them, and like Usher's accused of being involved in all this stuff too.
Something about P. Diddy and Usher having a relationship, right?
Yeah, there's all kinds of
wildness.
There's all kinds of yeah. Which I think there's an axe to grind if they're doing all this and dropping all this out there to, for their lawsuit. So, I know, shocker, but just the way they did it is a hatchet job to everybody. You can make certain claims in legal, and it's not defamation because it's an illegal filing. So they're probably okay in that regard. But I'm sure Usher and Chris Brown are not happy right now.
Oh, it's so funny
I
though.
mean, love is love. Why hide it?
Well,
I mean, it's not love when it's not.
it's not.
Well, that's not.
Well, that's the issue.
Yeah.
None of it was consensual. So
right.
Apparently, although it's funny because it's just like the chick in the WWE lawsuit. He's like, one of the times it's cited when he was in the bedroom at P Diddy's house. It's like, why are you in his bedroom, brosif? Like, and you wanted to get paid, and you point out like, I just needed 20 grand more, and I would have shut up. And it's like, my dude.
I wish people would pay more attention to the Menendez brothers' accounts of what happened to what their dad and the producer for RCA. They were all those boy bands.
Well, the Menendez brothers, yeah. Well, there's all kinds of weird stuff out there when you read about the way Hollywood.
Their dad was literally a serial artist. Like that was his thing.
There's behind the stories of everything. I mean, like, have you ever heard the allegations about John Walsh? That America's Most Wanted, like, yeah, there's a reason why his kid. Well, John Walsh, I've heard allegations he was involved in trafficking yayo, and his kid got abducted because of that. And something had happened where somebody ended up with being left holding the bag, and yeah, like Polly Klaas when she got abducted, like that may have been for some, drug related issues. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff everywhere. Russell Greer's going to claim I'm a foamer. Russell Greer's going to have trouble not drooling on the keyboard.
I don't know who Russell Greer is.
Well, he's a man assaulting the dignity of the farms.
Oh, how are the Kiwi Farms? I don't know how to get there, so I just have to live vicariously.
KiwiFarms.net. You can do it.
I went out there the other day for the first time ever. They're not fans of me over there. They're not fans of me at all.
They're not fans of a lot of people. They tolerate me.
What did you do to them, Valhalla?
No. I'm talking about the son who got killed, not his other children.
Yeah, John Walsh's. He had a.
Yes, he has more than one son.
Yeah, he had a son named Adam. That's how he got into the Unsolved Mysteries in the first place, or whatever.
Unsolved Mysteries,
America's Most Wanted. That's the one.
Yeah, that's a bit different. I'm sure he would get really mad if you called Unsolved Mysteries.
Whatever the hell it is.
And explain the farms. Hello.
Okay, so Kiwi Farms, at the end of the day, is an aggregation site. It's curation. People may not agree with that. They may not like that, but that's what the Farms is. The Farms is people documenting stuff about people of note on the internet. It's people who are generally considered lol cows, who are goofy, and they cause they're the reasons of their own destruction, and they continue to keep doing that to themselves. That's what the Farms does. There are times where people in the Farms have taken it too far, and they go out and antagonize the person they're looking at, laughing at. But those people generally get regulated out. Like, it's not part of.
And Chris Chan.
What?
Chris Chan was.
Chris Chan was on his own. Chris Chan was on his own level. Raping his mom and everything. But
that was the least of the things that he had done in this many years.
Well, yeah, but that was the big one. So anyway, the farms just curates data, but they also curate data on people who, right now I have a page on the Farms, and they it's right now is just the basic data about me, because it's not even it's just data they have. And after a while they accumulate more and more data, and people get mad because basically all the dumb shit they do is now getting collected and cataloged, and that really drives people mad. Then there's people who are doing shitty things, and they don't like the fact that what they're doing is getting broadcast to the world. Well, that's, say la vie. Yeah. So that's what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms isn't bad if you know. That's what it is, and I mean it's a group of people. They collect stuff.
That's a unique way of putting it.
Yeah,
I dig it.
David and I have
Yeah.
a Menendez Brothers episode that we did on Father's Day last year. Pretty
Oh.
cool.
Oh yeah, we did. We talked about the father of the Menendez brothers
On Father's Day.
Yeah, I didn't know this that he was did he do
Oh.
anything to the boys?
Yes.
'Cause I know the
100%.
boys made those
Supposedly.
claims, but
But their second trial after there was a mistrial, they had their second trial. It was the judge did not allow any of the, and there was tons of evidence, by the way, that they had been abused their whole lives. The judge did not allow it in the second trial, and that's why they were found guilty.
Well,
because
That's what they filed a motion to for a retrial because of.
well, yeah,
That was
they're
the
trying
latest
to
thing.
get a retrial right now, aren't they too?
Yeah, and that's the
I
basis
did hear
of it,
something about
is
that.
or was part of it.
That'll be pretty dope if they get a retrial.
it would be.
Imagine
I mean,
trying
they
to cover
did
that.
it. You never said they didn't do it, but they
Cover
were trying
that
to
stuff.
explain
Yeah,
why
they're
they did it. Yeah.
Yeah, basically they're like, we got a really good reason.
Well, it was legit going to happen that night again, and they were tired
Yeah.
of it. They were like, "Come on, man!"
Yeah.
You know. But anyway, you know the band Menudo. They were from I think Puerto Rico or something.
Menudo, yes. Ricky Martin, all those guys
Yes,
were in Menudo.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
they so
It was a
the
super group.
Menendez- Yep, the Menendez brothers' father was the head of one of the music departments at RCA. He and
Mhm.
his co-worker were grooming these boys and doing this to all of the bands. So Menudo, most of them have all been abused by both the Menendez brothers' dad and the main guy at RCA, the Latino section of the RCA.
Oh, it's gross.
No, Latino. You have to roll your tongue when you say it.
You're telling our
Latino.
Mexican host.
I
how to
know, I'm
speak
all
Spanish?
I mean,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Wendy.
it's okay, Sean. It's all good.
It's funny because like in the Hannah Reid trial, they call her Hannah Gutierrez, so they're like Hannah Gutierrez. So like, just call her
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez. Like, you don't have to get all ethnic when you do
Well,
it.
except it's an ethnic name, so you kind of.
Well, I mean, but you could say like, but they throw it out there like that to really make it stand out. I'm like,
They're trying to be cool.
yeah,
They're trying to be
I
cool.
guess. They're New Mexico. Nobody's impressed though, I think.
Right.
No, they're not.
I think
Hi, Diane Kiley.
David,
I'm
it's
done.
amazing.
But here, I want to show this. Okay, so this is the what I was going off of, and then this is the finished product.
Oh, geez, David.
It's pretty good.
Does that look like his studio?
It's pretty
That's
good.
pretty good. Yeah.
100%. Most
Yeah.
importantly, it looks like Nick, which is amazing.
I
Yeah.
dig it.
I think that looks like his
Cannibalizing it.
studio.
Yeah, it works good.
We're huge Nick fans here, so I think that's
Oh, I like Nick too. Nick's a great guy.
He is. Nick's awesome.
Where? Wait, what? Which?
Now I have to put all my Legos away. I've just got
These
to like.
kids are doing things I'm
your
not
mic.
familiar with.
Yeah, mute your mic for Val when you do
I'll
it.
mute my mic to put them away. I got to go get a bag.
So, Sean, are your parents still? You have a? Are they in your life and all?
Yes,
Of
yes. There's yes.
What
They
do-
still.
that? How would your parents describe what you do on YouTube? Like, do they know?
So like,
Do they
my mom
know?
be like, "Your podcast is so awesome," and like,
That's
she,
cute.
Not exactly.
yeah,
a
and she said, "Well, I'm like, it's not a podcast." I'm like, "Mom, it's not a podcast." Or
Really cute.
so like she actually a lot of nights she's awake. She'll 9:30 rolls around. She's like, "Are you on?" She's like, "It's time." Or she'll say you're
Dude,
late.
I love that.
She
That's
always
good.
like, "Can you not swear as much?" Or she's like, "When
Aw.
you make fun of people, can you not be as mean to them at times?" And I'm like, other than that, it's not too bad. My dad hasn't really watched a lot of that. He's like, "Oh, I watch Steve Lato a lot." I'm like, "Thanks, Dad."
I had a
David's
chat
mom
with Steve
comes on.
Lato a couple of weeks ago.
I was gonna say, he
Um,
lives out your way, don't he?
Yeah, he's not that far from me at all, actually.
Yeah.
But my mom said, "Who is that guy that was on your show the other day? He was so loud." I was like, "Oh,
I
that's
didn't know you had him on. I'm gonna have to look for that.
No, I didn't have him on. Him and I, we were just talking on the phone
Oh, okay.
about YouTube things. Yeah.
He seems like a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, he is. He's not bad.
That's cute. Yeah, Mrs. Helm, David's mom, will be in chat sometimes, and
Yeah,
Oh.
she's probably watching. Well, actually, since I said I'm not streaming anymore, I don't think she watches me anymore. because she doesn't ever think I'm streaming.
Well,
Oh, thanks, Stray. Stray put the link in for Menendez.
but yeah, my parents, they I mean, I think they think it's cool what I do. They haven't pulled me aside like, please don't do this anymore. Like you're causing problems for the family. You're causing problems for the brand. Not yet, at least, knock on wood. But you know, that day may come. But that day is not today for now.
We love Mrs.
Healthily,
I
knock
see
on wood.
Nick in the chat. Nick, did you see your studio?
It's so cool.
It's pretty good. When I tried to get like so that the background was identical.
I love that you have a
so,
window
like,
in there. And
That and then
There's
here's
the
the
piece. I was
background.
wondering where this went. That looks very
So
good.
Cool. It looks
looks
so
good.
good.
Looks like he's gonna get a laser surgery on his head, though. What the?
Well, that's his boom mic.
No, I like it. I like it. It's really cool. I think that's pretty
Love
neat.
it.
Well done.
The expert says that Sean needs to tell us about his P80 build.
Oh, yeah, that's right behind me. We did in honor of Halloween, I did a spooky ghost gun carving stream. I had to do it on Rumble though, so I don't lose YouTube here. And I've got another ghost gun build because I got a 3D printer for Christmas that I've been working on that I want to try to do a stream on Rumble coming up with some other people, because otherwise it's just me sitting there filing and sanding away and, you know, swearing and complaining as things don't fit. But I want to do it because I think it's fun and, you know, a fun way to spend some time. And I'll probably be trying to work on getting some people lined up for that, like Valhalla. You're welcome to be there if you want. But yeah, like that's the one I put it together, and yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Everyone wants to know where Mr. Jingles is, David.
Who's Mr. Jingles?
Nick's
Jingles
cat.
is Nick's cat with a
I
top.
forgot. Hang
Are you
on.
organized by color, David?
He's a
Yes.
psychopath.
Oh.
He does.
Oh my god, I can't do that.
Sorry.
I just dump in tubs and punch.
I got like all the whites and then like here's the yellows. Okay, so I
Absolutely.
bought an entire Lego Friends kit.
Yeah.
Discontinued. So I could get Mr. Jingles and I forgot about him. So let me
You
open
did.
this up.
Oh.
Yeah.
You bought a whole set just for a cat?
Yes, I did. And a discontinued set. You know how
Wow.
expensive those are.
Oh,
I wouldn't
actually,
Hated the cat.
you know, I looked up because I was bored, David. I was I think you're young. I'm younger than you are. I know that. I don't know by how much. I was born in '85, so
I was born in
Younger
80.
than I am.
okay. So you're not too far ahead of me, but like, you know, when Lego had those like base plates they started doing for the castles and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
right around the 90s, and they had like, I looked up how much those sets. Like, I remember the first kit I got as a kid. I was probably like 5-6 years old. That thing's worth like $450 now.
Yeah.
And I still have the base
No.
plate. Like, I still have the base plate sitting around, but like, the
I do
actual
too.
kits- Yeah.
And I have a lot of the parts here.
Mhm.
And so I've got the old book. Not the old book. I got like a digital version of the instruction manual with a list of all
Yeah.
the parts. So I've been slowly gathering the parts together for that.
Mhm. Yeah, there's so much
And
money
I
in
even,
those.
you know, I cut out a spot for the cat, and I forgot
Oh,
to put
hi,
the cat
Mr. Jingles, the most
There's the
expensive cat in Lego world.
in. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now we got Mr. Jingles.
Cutest kitty.
Meme Copium,
Right?
in one of
Ronnie,
his
they're so
travels,
young. These guys are young, guys.
found a I don't remember the details exactly. It was some old abandoned house where like somebody
Yeah.
died and left everything in the house, and it's been there for 20 years or something crazy.
Yeah.
He found the old like you remember the wolf, not wolf, the woodsman with the green suits and stuff.
Yeah, the Robin Hood guys.
Yeah. These guys
Heck yeah, I have a whole set of those cats.
These guys here.
Yeah, I have a whole set of those dudes still.
He found an entire in the
With the
package
moss?
Lego set in this dude's house. I wanted
Yeah,
to
with
get
like
it.
the moss on the trees and everything. Oh yeah, that's my jam.
Here's this guy.
Nice.
Yeah, I have a whole well, the Legos are still at my house because my nephew now uses them. But yeah, I have a whole set of Legos like that. I still have like the little green moss frilly things that flopping around
Oh,
everywhere.
Robin
Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
Awesome.
I think he's wearing a weird
Aaron Half wants to know if Nick's chair creaks. A lot of people have asked that tonight. Is Nick's chair-
No, but the keyboard's very loud.
Yeah,
The
did
keyboard is
did you show the keyboard yet again?
So
You did earlier.
Well,
Joe
the
has a
keyboard
lot.
is on the computer.
Joe Neerman has a lot of keyboard
It's
too.
so cute. It goes clickety clack clack.
Oh,
Now it's
Joe was
perfect.
fun. He was a fun guest on this show.
Oh God, such a. I just, I
He's on
really,
bench.
I really like him.
Joe's awesome.
He just had his daughter get married too.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah.
I think it was right before the wedding. We
Mhm.
got him on. Just a couple weeks ago. Wasn't that long ago?
I think last weekend, right?
Yep.
No.
Yeah, it was just this weekend. Yeah, it was the end of the month.
So you said that you've been streaming a lot past month. Are you? Are you?
Oh yeah, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep.
go back a little. Or are you just gonna keep going?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna keep going as much as possible, but I mean, a lot of stuff's drying up now. I mean, like, part of it was Michelle Draconis, and I was like, well, you get the sunk cost fallacy going. I'm like, I can't stop, and then, like, that was a big part of it. Like, well, we got to like day 6, and it was a snoozer, and I'm like, well, I can't just quit. Because then it just looks weird if you're scrolling through my content. So we kept going on that, but I think we'll finish up Hannah Reid. Then there's a bunch of, I think I'll just there's lawsuits I want to go over, things like that, and I need to get back to producing short, the more produced content, and people to watch it. I can keep putting it out there because if there's no trials, there's no trials. So,
Well,
Have you did any of your own trials?
no, I do not want. I love being a voyeur, but I don't want people to voyeur me.
You don't want
So-
us streaming your trials and commenting on you.
No, I do not, and that would.
Salvador keep wanting to stream one of my trials live.
Yeah.
I keep telling him if I got a trial, I'll let you guys know. And the last 2,
Yeah.
they were going to stream, and then they got canceled last minute for
Oh.
various reasons.
You
so
guys
they
have
weren't
been
able to.
inspiring a lot of our viewers to buy Lego sets for their kids and their grandkids.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool.
Oh,
Lego, you hear
Legos
that?
Legos are dope.
Give us a sponsorship, Lego. Give us a sponsorship.
Hey, I'm trying. I at them at everything I post for the streams.
Outstanding.
No, I'm like they
Well,
will.
yeah, call Baker. He's our rep out there.
Right.
Well, he's I think got family that works for them, so
Yeah,
there's
I
no
think he's-
excuses. Baker needs to get us on the inside of Lego.
Yeah.
We need to be all
I'm
up
assuming
inside Lego.
half of Denmark works for Lego.
I think they get Legos as part of their tax returns.
Yeah.
Their taxes definitely fund it.
Yeah.
I get taxed for everything. Something like a 20%.
Somebody said that Sean was gonna stream a traffic ticket.
I would stream a traffic ticket.
Oh, you would? Okay.
I would. I think that's helpful. Like,
Yeah.
what's the basic bitch side of this world look like? Totally. I think it would be. Oh wow, this is gnarly. Okay, check this out. It goes it's a fin up, and then it goes like.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Do it
That's
again.
neat.
So I put you on full screen now.
It goes like chaka, but I don't know what. This is in the inside of the car, so I don't know where this goes from. But okay,
So
because that's like the front of the car.
door.
Wait, this
Looks
is
like
the
a
back
door.
of the car now. Duh. That's why. Okay, I get it. It builds on the. Yeah.
I've never been to Legoland, Elephant.
Neither have I.
I haven't either.
Well, come to California and I'll take y'all to Legoland.
No, thank you. I'll go to Denmark and go to Legoland.
There's almost a better chance of me going back to Iraq than there is of going to California.
That's rude.
Yeah.
You're so.
I mean,
good.
LA does seem like a lot of fun. The problem is it's LA.
I had
Well,
to
I don't.
sleep
I'm
in
not in LA.
LAX one
I don't
time.
like LA. My
Isn't that
parents.
where
left,
Legoland is,
my
though?
parents left LA for a reason. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like in LA proper. But yeah,
Oh,
I slept in LAX one time, and I'm good. I'm good.
I mean, I would like to hop up the plane at LAX with a dream and a cardigan, but that's another story.
LAX, you could definitely tell you're in California by looking at the people wandering around LAX. I've been there once as a layover. By the way, in order to fly home from Houston, I went to LAX, then to Detroit for some reason.
Ooh.
But you could definitely tell when you're there, all of a sudden you're like, yeah, this feels like California.
Oh, hey, David, it's been probably I don't know, at this point now, 6-7 years since I've been out to up in Northwest Ohio, so I don't go to Detroit anymore for the airport. Did they ever fix the road outside the airport? Or is it still
What do you
just
mean?
disgusting? Because the last time I was there was like pothole city. Like I felt like the suspension on the car I was in was going to give out.
Oh no, it's all that way.
It's still that way. Okay.
They build the roads. They fix the roads, and they build them like this. So I don't know. Like a brand new road, you're like,
Okay.
like you guys pulled the cones off overnight, and you hear
Because when you're in Ohio, that's the funny thing. You're driving through Ohio, and you take I-75, and as soon as you hit the state line, it's just the road disintegrates.
I know, it's amazing. We're like, oh, we're in Ohio. You didn't even need a road sign. You just know you're in Ohio when the road smooths out.
Yeah.
The only good advantage that Ohio has over Michigan is its roads.
Yeah.
Yeah, Redford. We were supposed to go to our cabin in Tahoe this weekend, but it was no way, Jose. It is blizzard.
Ooh, Tahoe. You got a cabin in Tahoe.
Yeah.
We summer there, we winter there.
You got the
Wendy
pinky out.
H, yo.
Yeah, we winter in Tahoe. Oh, yeah. When in doubt, pinky out.
I mean, it's like it's like generations old. It's not like I bought it. It's not my cabin.
It's not like the estate and
Hello,
Godfather.
when you go into your lake house.
Yeah.
Shut up, David, with your lake house and your
your
35
sailboat,
yacht.
right?
Shut up.
Your
David with the
horses.
sailboats and summers in Sweden.
And your wife in Sweden.
Yeah.
And your
I
horses.
will rich shame all of you, every last one of you.
Yeah.
Oh, Ricada poor shamed me the last time I was on the show.
What?
Oh yeah.
When were you on last?
It's been a while. It's been a while. I was talking to him last night a little bit though. I think I'm gonna try to get over there soon.
Okay, where the hell am I?
If he lets me, of course.
Oh, damn, that's why. I thought I had it already. Okay.
I haven't been watching anyone do anything at all lately.
Yeah. I really haven't had time either.
Yeah, when you're streaming something like what you got going on, yeah, you do your thing, and that's it.
Yep.
How would you know, Mr. No Longer a Streamer?
Because I did stream for like 10 minutes one time.
That's true.
People
this
are
is
asking
taking me
how your
longer.
retirement's going, David. Is that
Loving every minute of it. I'm out there hanging out, dancing free.
He's full of it.
David's just happy to be making money again.
He misses it so much.
I do miss it. I feel out of the loop. Like I'll go into like Baker's stream today. I went in. He had his morning stream. He does his morning with the Angels or whatever, Baker's Angels. And I went in there and I was like,
Angels.
His Saturday morning Angel stream. Yeah, and so there's this woman on panel, and I was like, who is this person? I know nothing about this person. I don't know who she is, what she does. I felt so out of the loop.
Yeah,
I felt ashamed of
you're
myself.
like the guy in World War II. You got wounded and you came back, and everybody's changed up in the unit. And you're like, they're like, who are you? No, who are you?
Yeah, exactly. It's like I know who I am. Who the hell are you? No, no, I feel out of the loop. And then people are asking me about that case with the insane judge in Florida, whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah, like I just now am getting to that because it's like, yeah, I was in the middle of like I was busy, like it was crazy, like, and now I catch it up on that, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that one's wild.
Yeah.
So who is the woman that was on Baker? Because honestly, I don't know anything. I don't know who she is. I thought she was Farrell at first.
No, Hospice Jess. She's been in chat for a while now.
Okay.
And I don't really know a whole lot about her.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up late and didn't catch very much of his show today.
Mm-hmm.
But she seemed sweet. She seemed nice.
I think somebody asked a question a while back. How did I come up with the name Potentially Criminal?
Yes, I starred that.
Oh, it did? Okay, I just didn't see it.
Well,
You were trying to go with Law Patrol or something, weren't you?
No. The Law Patrol
that
that was different.
That was Law 2. My bad.
Yeah, no. That was like, because I was like, let's come up, like, that was trying to come up with a new name for Law 2. I was like, the Law Patrol. And some guy's like, wait, that's me, you bastard. And I'm like, oh. Yeah, and I was like, all right, guess we're not doing that. No, how did I come up with Potentially Criminal? Because I couldn't come up with a better name. And
fair enough.
I was thinking of like, okay, well, it's questionable, and they say like, are their actions potentially criminal in nature? And I'm like, I'll work with that. But the problem was at first, till I got enough subs and made enough content, if you type in potentially criminal into YouTube, it's all these headlines of like, was such and such actions potentially criminal? And I'm like, damn, I didn't think that all the way through. So, and I thought that was as clever as I could get with it in the meantime. So, and I wanted to avoid having legal or law in the name. So that was like the only other thing I tried to do. So, hope that answers the question.
I like it a lot. And then your Twitter handle is like LawTube, Sean.
Yeah, that's because we I got my first one got gulagged, so and then Daddy Elon broke me out, but measures were taken in the meantime. So that's kind of what happened there.
I gotta find a good way to take a picture of this thing and get the cat in the background.
David does have a boat channel. Stray posted it for you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and David, I've got a potential. I got somebody who might be coming to you for your services as an attorney. So
yeah. Send them my way. So I started this channel. I said this earlier on the Jody stream. I started this channel like 6-7 years ago to promote my law firm, and it didn't really do that. And then it sort of took off last year a little bit, and it still didn't really do that. And now that I stopped streaming, I'm actually getting people calling me that have seen my YouTube channel. So now I think it's funny.
And that's the thing too for me. I would love it ultimately if this like made me some money, and it kind of hasn't really yet, but I'd like for it to. I like outside of YouTube, because then I could make money. YouTube's not getting a cut of it. So
yeah, that's the best part.
But yeah, like no, I certainly because like I don't know if doing the billboards really helps anything but like this is a different kind of thing because it's this is just like that. It's just a different way of going about it, and it doesn't cost me any money. It's just work I put in, but it's work I enjoy.
And if that actually is a trend, that might actually bring me back to YouTube because I can play around with it, not have to worry about, am I making money doing this? Because I know that it's basically advertising, and I can just put in my advertising budget.
Yeah.
But yeah, send anyone my way. If I can't help them, I'll find someone who can.
Well, do you do like wills and all that fun stuff? Healthcare power of attorneys. Okay.
Yeah, litigation or drafting.
No drafting. They're not. No, they want to set up. They want to avoid problems.
Okay, that's good. Be out ahead of it.
Yes.
Trying to pose this cat in a certain way. I could take a
Ronnie
picture
has
of
a
it.
boat.
So yeah, I hope whoever asked that question, I hope I answered it good enough.
Thank you. What does your morning routine look like, Sean?
I mean, it depends on the day. Some days I'm up super early because I got to be in like court at like 8 a.m., which I think is still that should be a crime.
That should be a crime.
Yeah, I'd like to say my morning routine is like out of American Psycho, but it's not. I don't do 1,000 crunches. A lot of it actually is like I see sometimes I'll watch if something's up on YouTube where I wake up in the morning, read the farms a little bit, and then kind of start working on whatever I got going for that day. So there's it's not a super ritualized thing for me, and that might be something I should probably improve upon. Maybe I don't know, but that's I'm a very boring guy. Chat. I'm sorry. I'm not the Lincoln lawyer or Saul Goodman.
Deep dark thoughts on YouTube.
What's
Otherwise,
that?
I said you get your deep dark thoughts out on YouTube. Otherwise, you're kind of boring, huh?
Yeah, I mean, really, that's. Yeah, that's honestly, I wish I could tell you I was cooler than that, but that's just what I do. So.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I'm a very boring person.
Having the
we don't think you're boring.
Well, outside of this, I'm very Well,
I mean,
just in the general sense, I'm not like
you're performing right now.
You go out and party.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm not really performing. This is, that's why I feel like I'm very boring. So I'm not making it up. At the end of the day.
I think that's a benefit, though. I think that most people see through the really cheesy acting that they see on YouTube, and I don't think it lasts that long.
And some of you are out there thinking, wait, am I really that much of a spaz when I'm with people? Yeah, you can ask 2.0. So, like, it's no joke.
Eliza wants to know what your opinion of the Fannie Willis hearings.
Oh.
My opinion?
Yeah.
They were a disaster for anyone who had any sort of sense of propriety. But if you were already anti-Trump, you didn't care. I don't know how else to say it. If you're anti-Trump, you're like, oh, she's fine, whatever. You know, she's doing what she needs to do.
Yeah.
But if you were truly listening to what she had to say, it might not be to the point where she did anything illegal or should be not illegal, but like dismissed from the case. But it should definitely raise some questions about her fitness for the office. In fact, I have a video. It might get we might get demonetized if I play it. But I did a mashup of Curb Your Enthusiasm and Fanny because it was just so ridiculous. Of when he's trying to ask Siri for directions to a restaurant and she keeps giving him all kinds of information he's not asking for. And then I had Fanny popping up, you know, as the voice of Siri, because that's essentially what it was. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yeah,
there's the cat. I got the cat in the picture now.
Yeah, Fanny violated basically like
on Nick.
And it was really at times kind of sad because she did everything you're not supposed to do. Like and it played out like a crappily written movie on TV where she shows up like, no, I'll testify, and everybody's like, no, like she played right into them. Like she did everything. I guarantee you they knew she was going to come down there huffing and puffing, out of breath, and she showed up. And don't worry, Valhalla, nobody saw that but us.
It just exploded everywhere.
Yeah. So, you know, that happened, and she played right into their hands. And I actually disagree, David. If there was anybody with some backbone down in Hotlanta, they would be investigating her because she did all the stuff you're like, oh, there are people like, oh, well, she only said this or that. And I said, that's why you don't take the stand, because she said things like, yeah, I take cash out of my campaign account and put it in my pocket. Like, is that what she really meant? Probably not. But that's why you don't go on the stand voluntarily, because that's not the time for you to speak. That's not the time for you to speak.
No. I'm happy to testify. Yeah. I was eager. That's why I came running down to the courtroom, even though I wasn't called yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just go ahead. And that's the thing, guys. When you're on stand, like you see this in trials, it's not the time for you to be inarticulate or inaccurate or loosey-goosey with your phrasing. You must be on point, and she was not. And those attorneys beat her to death with their own words.
You can't fix stupid, though, guys.
Well, yeah, they baited her into it. I mean, like, I guarantee you they were like, Steve Sadow, Trump's attorney, who one of my viewers is an attorney down that way, and he's worked cases with Sadow. He's like, that guy was sitting there probably going like, yeah, and like he had probably had it timed how long until Fanny showed up. Those attorneys definitely knew like what was going to happen, and she played right into it. And I think she very much, she very, it's a very Colonel Jessup moment in when Fanny showed up, I think.
Sean,
it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I wanted her to say you can't handle the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. Or say something like, I got people who could take care of you. I was waiting for something like that because she basically has a security detail that acts as a thug squad. It's her hired muscle. I can't imagine it's that dangerous. Like,
Toila Carissa, however you say your name, sorry. I agree. I do like the judge in that case. I thought the judge was giving her every opportunity to hang herself Did we get a result? We had closing arguments. Do we know the judge's opinion on this yet?
2
Huh?
weeks.
He's 2 weeks out. It's 2 weeks. He's going to need time. But also the other issue is, and he pointed out, he's like, I've got murder trials coming up, guys. It's like, yes. And I'd explained to my chat, like, this is not his only job. His only
Right.
job is not to sit here and deal with when the attorneys come in screaming and crying about something. He's like, this dude's on trial for murder. I'm busy. So it'll be, yeah. So we'll see. I think, I could see him splitting the baby on stuff. There's only so much splitting he can do, though, ultimately.
What do you think will be
nice to see a judge with some backbone, though?
Yeah, well, I that's the other. Well, I mean, the problem is, and this is something I brought up, and my viewer brought up to me. These guys all know each other. Like,
work
like
together
Ashley
every day.
Merkant would help try to get Nathan Wade his job being a judge. Like, all these attorneys know each other. McAfee worked for Fannie back when he was a DA. So that's a problem there, but that's kind of, no matter where you go, that's going to be an issue. There's a little bit of incestuousness that runs rampant.
It is a problem that we seem to have with our legal system.
But I mean, there's only so many ways. Like, I mean, that's the problem is, though, how do you avoid that? Like, are you stuck on, like, you're kind of stuck on that track forever? And I'm like, does that make much sense either, though? Like, from now on, you're stuck as being a prosecutor, or you can't ever work another job. It's like, is that something we want as a society? So that kind of brings up, some issues with what we want, or how we're going to go about it. But I do like lead. I will say lead attorney.
I would never want to be a judge, mainly because I don't want to be a state employee. At the end of the day, but it's people that would do the right thing that need to be in that position. It's kind of a weird, and it attracts people that are very capable of doing the wrong thing.
Well,
both the prosecutor's office and the judicial.
Yeah, well, and the bigger thing, I think, I think I mentioned this earlier, the biggest problem I have is I wish judges were not as risk averse. Like, oh my gosh, like, there's one judge I've been in front of before, and he talks about, like, well, I could get overturned. It's like, so the fuck what, brother?
Right.
You're a judge. You're not going to get disbarred. They're going to be like, yeah, you boogered up. Like, move on.
Do that next time.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
like, we have a judge in Jackson he's a former prosecutor. He's very pro prosecutor, and he's not afraid of getting overturned. Good. And he's been scolded, but the problem is that when in doubt, he favors lock him up. And he literally has jumped off the bench to tackle a defendant, and to put him in custody while the bailiffs weren't in the courtroom. And he wants to be the judge, jury, and executioner all at the same time. He's not afraid of getting overturned.
Yeah,
so why can't we have judges on the other side that aren't afraid either?
That's a rarity, though. Like a pro prosecutor, And that said, though, I've also seen judges, though, where they pass their sentence, and it's like, I passed this sentence. I heard a judge once when I was down in Southern Ohio working for a little while. He passed his sentence, and he says, "I'll let the wise men in Lima make their decision." And if they disagree with me, and he's making fun of the Court of Appeals.
Yeah.
And he put that on the record, and like, that guy didn't care, though. That guy was like, he was a judge, and then one day he came in and was like, "Yeah, I quit." So, which you can do. I mean, he just quit and went off. I don't know where he's at now, but I mean, yeah. Uh-oh, who just texted me?
It wasn't me.
I think it was me.
What would you say in the last 10 years of being a lawyer is something that you would what do you think your biggest victory in the courtroom was? Like, what's the one thing that you've done that you're like, yeah, I did that and I got my ass kicked, but I did it and it was awesome?
I would say my time in the Oh, wrong place here. My time in the public defender's office, we got our ass kicked a lot, but I felt like I was doing what I had to do there. I was doing the right things. Oh, Hella, real quick, are you out there in chat? I would clean up the bottom part of that picture. What you're asking? Yes, cover up that one part of the pic. Otherwise, you're fine. So
she's working on some graphics for you.
Yeah, well, no, she it was something she's asked. Because if I put this on, will YouTube get mad at me? And I'm like, that bottom part of it, yes. Top part of it, no. So, I mean, but that I think that's the bigger thing is just not being afraid to get yelled at, not being afraid to cause problems. Now, just realizing at the end of the day, like you can't be afraid to go. Like you can't be afraid to be that guy. Like one of the times one of former place I was at where I was practicing, a prosecutor and I got in an argument in the hallway. And we were out there while the docket's going on, and it turned into very quickly, fuck you, no, fuck you, fuck, like very, very quickly to the point where the bailiffs came out, and this is this county I was in, the bailiffs were the court security, like they were armed. And they're like, I can hear you. And he's inside the door. And then he came out a couple minutes later and he said, Terry's up front. He can hear you. And Terry's standing up by the judge and he's got the podium and he's just checking along things. So very quickly, the judge was probably going to hear us. And this is going on, and I didn't realize at the time we were in a hallway full of people. And like afterwards, like I ended up coming back to him like, look, I was unprofessional. From what I understand, word got around and his supervisors were like, wait, you did what? And they're like, you need to fix that. So we ended up having to apologize to each other. But I think that was probably the one time where I was like, it was really unprofessional, but I had to do it. And people in the hallway were like, can I have your card? But like, that was probably like one of the more memorable things about it. But overall, just knowing I've tried to do what I can. And I think that's, I don't know if that really is an answer for you, but
that's good. I like it.
That's, I guess, how I look at it.
I called the opposing counsel an asshole once in chambers, but I said I wasn't like joking. I was like, "You're a fucking asshole."
Yeah.
And the judge was like, "Gentlemen, settle down."
Let it be noted on the record, like he's an asshole.
But like last year, I think it was last year or the year before. No, it was last year.
Yeah.
I had a case that I've been working on, and I just wasn't getting anywhere with it, and it was an ongoing case. And my client's like, listen, you're really good, but I think I want to hire an asshole, like an asshole attorney, because I can't be an asshole all the time if I don't find that it's warranted.
Sure.
And so they're like, I said, I know the perfect guy. And I gave him the number of that attorney that I called a fucking asshole in the chambers. I was like, this is an asshole. I called him an asshole. He's an asshole. This is the guy you want.
That's awesome.
Did it work out for him?
It did, actually. It worked out for him, yeah.
Oh, good.
Because that's what he really needed, because the other side was the total bitch.
Oh.
And I wasn't getting anywhere with the judge being the nice guy. When I first came into the case had been going on for like 6-7 years when I first got involved.
Oh, wow.
And I thought the judge would be like, all right, breath of fresh air. Let's hear what Mr. Helm has to say and Mr. Helm's positions. And he was a shoot from the hip and then regret it kind of judge.
Yeah.
And so I always felt like I was treading water because I'd take 2 steps forward, 1 step back every time because he'd shoot from the hip and then I'd file a motion for reconsideration. He's like, oh, yeah, okay. Like in the meantime, we've had 3 months worth of litigation just to start right where we were again. And so I just said, yeah, I could find an asshole for you. And that's what I recommended.
So I will say there was the one time, not necessarily doing the asshole thing, but I was early on when I was still like a baby at this. And I got a court appointed guy. And he's like, man, you're not fighting for me. And I'm like, okay. And I'm doing really good. I filed motion to suppress. We're going through all this stuff. He's just like, you just ain't fighting. And I sat down with him and I said, okay, tell me what does fighting mean to you? Like, what do you like? Do you want me to come in here and start waving a gun around? Like, tell me what does fighting mean? He's like, well, I want you to like, you're not making no noise, you're not doing nothing, and I'm like, that's what you want. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So we came into court, and I came in the next time, and I stood up, I started making noise, and I just was like very loud. I'm like, Your Honor, this just is not fair. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell this guy wanted. And we got done and sat down. And he's like, we got done afterwards, and it was just a pretrial, just because we were waiting on like things to get confirmed. And like I get done, and I'm like, is that what you want? He's like, yeah, man, you were fighting for me, and all I did was just
raise your voice a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, and I thumped on the table a little bit, and I'm like, see, like I'm just like, okay, whatever. I'm like, but I learned a lot there about
like that. I'm always setting guidelines.
Yeah.
And very, very stern guidelines. And you know the client that's going to be like that now after you've been practicing for 10, 12, whatever years. And you see, you're like, all right, this is going to be the client that's going to want me to fight or do this or that. And so I always set the expectations very clearly. When you retain me, I have full control over the strategy and how I do this. I know your end goal, and I will do what I feel is best to get us there. I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to hear about that. This is what I'm going to do. Sometimes those clients need to be told that ahead of time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I try to explain it to people. I tell them, like, look, here's how it's going to work. We're like, I'll sit there and it's like, where you want to go eat lunch. You tell me where you want to go eat lunch. I will drive the car there. Now, you might want to go to Wendy's. I might drive halfway across town. But I promise you, I will take you there at the end of the day. You'll get to where you want to go. And they actually like that they've been very receptive when I phrase it that way.
I like that approach.
Yeah, that's great.
Because I think, it just explained to them like, look, here are the rules. Here's the things that will happen. I'm not risking my law license for you. I'm not there. I will fight for you, but I am not risking my livelihood or the law just to help you out.
Well, more normal people don't really understand what's happening most of the time in the
Sure.
courtroom.
Well, and the biggest thing I've learned since I've been an attorney is, and it's something I learned when I was in the public defender's office, is people. It's called procedural justice, and I know a lot of people you hear it and it sounds like that means we let everybody free, but that's not necessarily it. The biggest thing people want, and it's really true, they just want to be heard. And I learned this. You let especially in the public defender's office, like you get your docket and you're sitting in the courtroom, you bring somebody in, and you're sitting in the the waiting room outside the courtroom, and this is they're getting shuffled around or whatever, and they're very upset and they're kind of pissed off. And you tell them like, okay, what's like? Tell me, okay, they're mad. And you're like, okay, fine. What do you want me to know? And you let them go. You let them do their thing, and then afterwards, generally speaking, they're like. And you keep letting them go, and you just and there were times where I would do this, and they stopped and they look at me, and I'd say, "I'll tell you when I'm gonna jump in." No, keep talking, and you let them, do their thing, and then they get done, and they are like actually happy. Then you let them
Got
bitch
their
and moan,
story
and
out.
I get people.
Are you done now? And
well, I get clients that say they want their day in court. I want my day in court and this and that. And it's like, okay. So I tell them ahead of time, I'm like, listen, this is whatever it is. It's trust litigation. It's a family law case. It's whatever. It's going to take about a year before we actually get to trial, right? Or at least maybe probably 18 months, right?
Yeah.
So then we're getting closer and closer to trial. And they're like, well, why isn't the other side just settling? This is dumb or whatever. And why do they keep saying these things? Keep saying these things. That's what they always say. Mm-hmm. Why do they keep getting to say these things in motions or whatever, discovery responses? Yeah. And I'm like, because they can say whatever they want. What matters is what they can prove at the end of the day.
Yes.
And then so I had one client that was like, well, what do you mean we have trial next week? I'm like, well, we I told you we have trial next week. He's like, what do I have to show? And I was like, yeah, you have to testify. We got to go over your testimony. And she didn't want to do it. And I was like, but you kept telling me you wanted your day in court. This is your day in court. This
what
is
do you
just
think
an
it's gonna
opportunity
be?
for you to speak. Yeah. I don't know. It's just weird.
Oh no, I think that's a very It's like, what did you think it was going to turn into? But no, I will say like my time when I worked in the public defender's office in Toledo was probably some of the funnest, craziest time because every day it was something weird.
Toledo's got quite a bit of crime and craziness.
Well, it
going
does,
on,
but
doesn't
it's because it's a big enough city and everything's goofy. It's municipal court. There was all kinds of things that happened, and it was so funny from time to time to time. So, but yeah,
That's awesome.
there's a phrase I heard. Everybody wants to be a gangster until it's time to do gangster stuff. And when I have clients like, I want to go to trial, I remember one of the first trials I did, I was like second chair for one of the attorneys, and she let me come along with her. And it was a guy like in charge of gang stuff, and he was this big bad dude, and I'd met him in jail and everything. Like he was pretty hardcore. The prosecutor turns around and says, "That's the bad man, like right there. There he is, folks." And he, this big bad dude who was, he's been accused of killing people.
Jesus.
He's tough as nails. Like he's hard as woodpecker lips. As soon as like everybody started looking at him and he had to sit at that table, it was,
He ain't so.
as another wise man once told me, it was man or mouse time, and he did not want to be a man. And he ended up pleading out. And,
oh, wow.
Well, that's the thing. Everybody thinks that, everybody likes to think they want to go all the way, and going all the way, it's
very risky.
Well, yeah. Well, it's funny because this is actually another way to look at it. When I was in undergrad, Ron Jeremy came to our school, and he came, and there was like this kind of like debate between him and a guy who ran.
Why is Ron Jeremy in so many of my conversations lately?
It came down to him, and it was a guy who was from like this church where he helped like reform porn. Like porn stars came to his church, and like they wanted to get their act together. And it was about like the idea of like porn is can be destructive to the people involved in it, all the things that were going on, and there was a porn star that came along with Ron Jeremy, and I forget what her name was. She wasn't like a very popular one. I didn't know who she was. But they're like, these dudes were like, oh man, I give you like the best time you're ever. Like, so-and-so doesn't have anything on me. And she looked at him and she says, like, you think you could do this? She's like, fine, I'll let you do it right now. You got to like, let's do it. She's like, I'll do it right now, right here in front of everybody. I'll let you do it. Everybody's going to watch. Everybody's going to film. She's like, that's what being in porn is. And she's like, you think you can do it? And she's like, let's go. And she says, if you can get it up, I'll start stripping. And and obviously she knew he couldn't do it.
Right. Just called his
but
bluff.
that's the thing. It's like, everybody thinks they can,
Everyone wants to be in porn until the cameras start rolling, and you got to.
Yeah, but I mean that's just more of the everybody wants to be a gangster. Like you think you want this, but you really don't want this.
You can't handle the porn.
Well, yeah.
Well, it is a stressful situation. So I understand why my clients are nervous when you're getting ready for a trial.
Yeah,
but it's not so much that. It's not like, oh, they're nervous, they don't know what's going to happen. It's that they're like angry that they still have to do this, and why their sister isn't just agreeing with them, or why their future ex-spouse isn't just giving them what they want. And it's like, because they have the right just as much as you do to have their day in court, right?
Well, yeah, I bring that up to them. Like, well, why don't you do what they want? They're like, because I think he's wrong. And I'm like, do you understand now? Like, yes, you get it. Like, and then they look at me all weird, like, are you saying I should do it? I said, no. I said, just, why do you think they're not agreeing with you? Because they think you're wrong. It's like, that's
the beauty of our little legal system.
We're not allowed to go in there and stick a gun in their face and tell them to do what we want. As pleasant as that sounds, and as much as that would help, we can't do that. That is frowned upon in America. For now.
It will simply open another
Give it a couple years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Time will tell. And I feel like I'm lollygagging. You guys are like,
Are you?
no, I'm not. I'm trying.
How are you coming along, Sean? How's it looking?
It's looking pretty good, but it's like all these little bags, and I'm like, I'm not used to that. I'm used to just. Also, I wish I had a bigger table, but I'm using my,
yeah,
my studio desk, so I have to like, I got a bowl I'm digging through, which helps a little bit to keep everything corralled. But I got the back half.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting there.
We hear that complaint a lot from the guests if they're using their. David sometimes will use his dining table.
That's where I'm at right now.
Oh yeah, there you go. The one he
I
built.
got a nice big table.
It's a live resin pour.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So badass.
Live edge resin pour.
Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, live edge resin.
so would you say you're edgy?
I'm very edgy.
You're an edgy boy.
I like to edge.
There you go.
I wasn't gonna go that far, but
I knew somebody would.
Exactly.
Oh wow, I already skipped a step. Okay, cool. I'm like,
So Sean, your to be. You said that she's encouraging your YouTube streaming.
yes, she's been very supportive, and she's amazing.
This would be hard.
So she has her alone time, or
No, she actually since she's been kind of getting involved, she kind of has been enjoying like participating, and it's also like a thing we can do together. But she's
I
also
have
now
seen
kind
her
of
pop up behind
she's
you
also
several things.
she's also kind of getting involved in the whole thing and like all the stuff that's going on. Like, she's trying, like, when I talk to her about some of this stuff, she's like, "Oh, I've already heard about such and such or so and so." Like, like one of the things I'm going to cover tomorrow is Patrick F. Tomlinson. He's a lol cow, and he got swatted. He's been swatted like 1 million times. And the problem is he's suing the Milwaukee Police Department. Now, normally you sue the cops because they don't do their job. He's suing the cops because they keep showing up every time to the swattings. And like they're, it's a very interesting take on the whole thing.
That leads to a poor end game there.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying.
Well, it's discretionary at the end of the day, so it's hard to justify a lawsuit.
Yeah, well, and it's just it's funny in that context, but overall, it's like, for example, I went ahead and we only super chat to keep me going too, guys. Yeah, but like I talked to my local police department here, and I reached out to them, and I'm like, "Look, I'm nobody special. I'm just some random Yahoo on YouTube, but I'm getting big enough to the point where I think I might get swatted. Is there anything I could do about that?" And when I talked to I think it was a captain or lieutenant initially, and it got really quiet on the other end of the phone. I'm like, "Do I need to come in and talk about this?" Or I said, "It's not a big deal." And eventually they got me in touch with one of their lieutenants who works on the overnights, who kind of understood the whole concept a little bit more. He's their non-boomer. I think he's probably a Gen X guy.
Got it.
And he's like, "Okay, so what's the deal? What's going on?" It's talking about. He's like, yeah. He's like, I understand. And he's like, "You mind telling me your channel?" And I'm like, "Sure." I'm like, "You guys are not going to be thrilled about it, but yeah, here you go." So I gave it to him and everything, which I'm sure they'll be like, "Fuck him" at this point.
Right.
But he's like, "Look, we can't just say you're on the we can't show up list." And I said, "I get that." I said, "I don't necessarily want that because that's not a good thing either."
Right.
And he's like, "Well," and he said, "Can I be put on a list of if we get a phone call?" He's like, "Look, if we get called, we're going to do what we got to do." And I said, "Okay, that's fine. Just can it be noted, be prepared. This may be fake. Don't."
He's an attorney.
Well, not even that. It's just be prepared. This may be fake. And I just don't want you guys rolling in thinking you're gonna smoke me and
Guns
that's all I'm
blazing.
trying to avoid. And he said, "Okay, well, I guess he's like, I can put something in our database that when they show up that this may be a concern." He said, "But if something happens, you still may have to come out and all that." And I'm like, obviously I'm not gonna, as much as I'd like to say, okay, fuck you guys, that's insane. I don't want to do it. okay, sure, yes, sure thing, officer. Like,
Right. It's a
There's
little
a whole
different
lot I
when there's
could
guns
say.
pointed in your face.
yeah,
You
well, I'll
argue
be
later.
outside, but yes,
You don't argue then. You argue later.
yeah. Thank God, nothing's happened yet, but I'm waiting for it, sadly. So,
Clyde will protect you, Sean.
yeah. Well, hey, he's already had a run in with the law. So,
Clyde?
yeah, my dog. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I'll grab him.
Oh, the pug.
Okay. Clyde, come here, bud.
As a streamer, it has to be part of the
Come here,
risk
Clyde.
assessment for the business. Yeah, I suppose.
Come on.
How's your cat?
No, jump
A
up.
new kitty cat, David.
Hey, come here.
What's that?
How's the new
Here,
kitten?
Clyde.
Not a kitten anymore.
Oh,
Boy,
really
come here.
stupidly
Come on, buddy.
annoying.
Mm. She kind of was starting to
Take it.
get that way.
Yeah, she's in her
Okay,
terrible
let's see.
juice.
Whatever. Hey, Clyde, you want some treats?
Clyde.
He knows it's not food. Never mind.
He's like, yeah, I'm
That
not buying
dog
that
just
shit.
smoked me out. No, my dog just came in and then walked away. So never mind.
It's like, nah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not coming on. He's like,
Talking
so
about getting doxxed and shit. I ain't going on stream.
yeah. So, oh well.
I'm not getting a super chat.
Right.
Yeah. So, oh well.
So, Sean, what's the one thing that we can do to fix this fucked up system we have here?
What can we do? I mean, I guess the biggest thing we could do, if you really wanted to change a lot, you would make the hold on here. Hi, buddy. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Ah, okay. So now I got him.
Thank
So
you.
the one thing
2.0.
we could do is probably, I think the biggest thing in the system would be, I really think would be, it'd start with accountability from the police.
Preach.
Like, I think, like, as much as I'd like to say getting rid of qualified immunity I think that would fix a lot of things, but even bigger would be the way courts treat, like, the exclusionary rule. Like, oh, we don't want to punish the police. We shouldn't put them in as bad a position. Like, they shouldn't be punished with, like, their whole case going up in flames. And it's like, but because bad guys would get away. It's like, but you know what would happen? That would start
Cops would do
happening,
their
and then
jobs better.
that people would show up at city council and say, why do our police suck? And then people would enforce things. The community would self-regulate, and we would actually have respectable police. They wouldn't be breaking the law. And that would then in turn cut down on the corruption you see in courts and in prosecutions because the police aren't crooked. And yeah, I think that's a great way to do it. I think having prosecutors who commit misconduct should be more thoroughly punished and investigated. There's a lot that needs to be done, I would probably say.
Hell yeah.
But I think that's a good place to start.
Oh, shit.
It's all those things prevent people. The neat thing is doing all that stuff prevents people from renting Ryder trucks and not returning them. Like, it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
Nice Tim McVeigh reference there. That was good.
We have a
I would say
way
World Trade Center, dude. Come on now. White guys don't just do it.
We had a wave of that in the 90s, and then it just disappeared.
It was about done.
What's that?
Valhalla's done.
He is.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, here I am, like,
Him's beautiful.
slacking.
I'm
You're
obsessed
good,
with
buddy.
the helmet.
You are absolutely good.
This is
See, I feel like I have the most challenging, but I guess it's the least amount of pieces.
large buckets of pieces. No, see, Walter, the way you do that is you accumulate a stash and then you just build. Like, I had buckets of Legos from kits because I didn't keep them together. I'd play with
Here's
them.
my
and-
bin. This is my bin of Legos right here.
Yeah, I had an even
That's
bigger
These are
bin.
how
like
it
some
is.
minifigures.
I had a
Oh,
couple of
that's
those growing up. Like, I had just build and build and build and build and build. So,
He's very cool.
yeah, there's
Beautiful.
nice.
Excellent.
I like him.
Love it.
I
fun.
have them
Gorgeous.
Do you?
sitting up on my shelf. Yeah, I like it.
Nice. He's a cool one. Next week, we're going to be doing Commander
Next
Cody.
week.
Commander
We have a
Cody.
stream next week.
Well, next stream. My bad. Not next
I was
week.
gonna say next week. Like you guys can afford to do this all the time. Jeez.
There's a reason I started building these
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, I would start. I
have
would
so
start
many
just.
freaking
I would
sets.
just start freestyling if I had to do this on a routine basis.
I just take apart an old set that I didn't do on stream.
The only one I haven't taken apart that I've kept together is my Panzer IV back here. That's up on the shelf.
I am going to be doing a sailboat for the next stream.
Because this one.
Malcolm brings up a good point. How expensive is a hobby like this? Oh man, I love that one.
Lego is expensive, y'all.
This is from
expensive.
This is from one of these companies that's like the unofficial Legos, but they do all the different kinds you can buy where it's not like actual Lego stuff, but it's all Legos.
That's cool.
So, yeah, it's a lot of fun, and like all the stuff clicks in and fits, and yeah, I forget what these are called, but it's nice. And everything works, and it goes like.
That's really cool.
This is part of a big set I just got.
Oh, the East India Trading Company set.
Yeah.
I used to have those ones as a kid, the Pirates. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
El Dorado
Pirates ones are awesome.
The Pirates.
I saw that one at Target when I bought the set here.
Yeah.
So that was very pricey. Yeah, I saw.
I might have
how
like
much that one
40
cost.
sets of
Holy
Legos.
Jesus, buddy.
Yeah, that one was like $220, I think.
Yeah, I was like, holy jeez. Man, they got expensive.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I used to get them all the time as a kid for like all kinds of things. Like that was.
I need to tend a dog. So give me a few minutes. I'll be back, y'all.
I don't want to think about how much money I've spent on Legos just doing these streams.
Oh.
Gosh.
I think the most
It's a
expensive
tax
set was
write-off.
one I got in Sweden.
It's a tax write-off.
Yeah.
That was $140.
How cheap are the Legos in Denmark?
They're about 15% cheaper, at least
that's
in
it?
Sweden.
Oh.
Yeah, that was about it.
We
Bummer.
do one a month at least. Sometimes twice a month. Bree asked how often.
Just the shipping costs to get it over to the U.S. On the
smuggle it.
carriers.
Yeah.
Well, I was just trying to think. So, like when I bought the big set, I bought the Mario Brothers mystery box box. I bought that one in Sweden, and it was about 15% less. It was like a 15% discount buying it in Sweden. And I was thinking, I was like, that's probably the cost that it would take to ship it to the U.S. and then truck it to the store and put it on the shelf, that kind of thing. So that's probably the savings is coming from that, and that's about it. But then I had to ship the thing home and leave a bunch of stuff in Sweden to get it home. That's close. Get them the next time I go.
Well, yeah, you can always use them when you go back. I mean, because you go back a lot. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, a lot of people are wondering, are you still going to continue to do the Lego stream? Yes, absolutely.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still going to continue to do the Lego stream. I'm going to do some stuff. I've been thinking about how I can do this to actually be profitable. And because at the end of the day, if I'm losing money, it's not worth it. So I'm gonna try something next week with James Crumbly's trial. I'll try to do some review streams. We'll see how those go, and then maybe that'll be a model for streaming going forward. Also looking at some that are more of an educational type thing, such as like a 12 to 14 week class sort of thing. That's like an hour and a half of actual like somewhat education, but hopefully it's in a fun way, using some of these trials as examples of things.
Oh, there you go.
About the American legal system, just covering it all at a college level. Not necessarily a law school level, but at a college level course of the American legal system and how the law works generally, and doing something like that. So we'll see. That's kind of in the works as well. And then I got Jody's stream. I've got these, and so we'll see. We'll see where things go. Uncle does reviews.
So,
yes. Everyone tells me Uncle does reviews.
No, David, I was going to ask you, like, what do you think you'd like to do to fix the system? Like, what would you like to see reform?
See, I think the system.
If you could wave your wand.
Yeah, I think the system is perfect. The problem is the people in the system. And I think that really comes down to education. When we had the vid and everyone was on lockdown and everyone was saying, was bitching about things. I was one of the first to point out it's your local government, it's your counties, county health departments, it's your or city schools, it's your governor. Those are the people that are messing with you because they control 90% of the laws that govern you on a day-to-day basis. Yet everyone wants to focus on the federal level. And I was hoping COVID would inspire people to actually pay attention to local politics, and it didn't, unfortunately. So
that's true, so true.
And so but the prosecutor and the judges that make up the system, at least the criminal justice system that we're talking about, they're local politicians. These are the people that affect you and fuck you over. They're local people. Quit looking at the government. Who gives a shit about president? Look to see who's going to be your county, your county representative, your judge, your prosecutor, and things like that. Start focusing on that. But people don't know that. So everyone listening needs to tell 10 people, like the one who's fucking you is your local politician, not the president, not the Senate. Focus on local, and that'll, I think, is really what the.
Oh, I fully agree. And that's, I mean, we try, like, for people like when during the Crumley trial, what can we do about this? Go vote. Get involved. Like,
exactly.
You take Karen out. Well, like I said, 'cause I don't live in Michigan, but like, if Karen's no longer prosecutor, guess what? People get the message. We're not buying this anymore. Like, you shape your government more than you think.
No,
if you don't do anything about it, it'll shape itself.
Yep. And the people on the inside, the ones in the government, the ones that fuck the system up to begin with, are the ones that'll be controlling it.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Did I miss this?
Yep. So that's my biggest thing is getting people to focus more locally and understand the importance of local elections and who they're actually electing. Forget about the federal government. It doesn't affect you as much as you think as much as they want you to think that it does. Focus on your local government and educate yourself. That's when I see judges running, or even like for the state house or the state senate. I know my state senator. I work with him, so I know him. But I call him on the phone. Their office, their campaign offices all have phone numbers. I give them a call, and I keep calling until I actually get the person who's running for office, and I ask them questions. Everyone should be doing that. When they have their little town halls, go to them.
Yeah, or like
they all have them in your local districts.
Yeah, and the easy ones are like, you want to see them, go see them do their job if they're already an incumbent. Like, what's this judge do? You are allowed to, and that I understand that that's hard to do, but at least like go on your local newspaper and Google Judge Bob, and it'll bring up Judge Bob sends someone to prison, and you'll find out why, and you go like, okay, cool, I can respect why he did that, or you could say, hey, that doesn't sound cool. Why did he do this? There's, you can learn a lot about your politicians, and
it's all out there. So much easier for the judges too, at least in Michigan. Most of them stream on YouTube. Or if they're not streaming on YouTube, they have a Zoom, and you can log in and you can say your name is public and just watch and see what if there's a judge up for re-election, go watch them. You don't have to go to court now in person and watch them. You could sit in your pajamas, nude or whatever, on your bed and watch this judge in action.
Yeah, you have every right to
watch these people.
Yeah. Now, you're not going to be able to jump in and ask questions, but you have every right to hear them. Listen to them and say, like, okay, that makes sense. Or if you don't know, then you try to, like, you come ask us, hey, the judge said whatever. What does that mean? And maybe we can explain it to you.
Yeah, exactly. But that's my and that's not a quick process. That's not like just overturning,
No.
governmental immunity and all of a sudden everyone's scared. It takes some work. Anything worth doing though takes work.
Yeah. Well, that
So-
requires buy-in from people.
Well, it does, and
Yeah.
I'm hoping some of what we do with LawTube and whatever you want to call it is sort of spreads the word that maybe the system, the way it's operating, isn't the best, and maybe we actually need to pay attention to this a little bit. I can't tell you how many people have jumped in my chat and said, I was really, I was a pro prosecution, loving 48 hours kind of stuff until I saw Zachariah Anderson trial, and oh my God, did that change my opinion on everything? Or until I started listening to Sean or Dave or Baker or Nick talk about different things. Now I'm starting to question a lot of these things. And I think we're doing some good doing that. And I wish I could be a bigger part of it right now. I just can't. But it takes people like Sean and Nick and
you
and Baker and DUI guy and everyone to stream these things.
Well, it's a sausage being made. Like everybody wants to be tough on crime. Well, this is what tough on crime is. This is, what happens when you don't keep track of your elected officials. Nobody likes seeing Thomas Binger treat Kyle Rittenhouse that way, but how did this happen? Because you didn't do anything. You haven't spoken up and told them, I don't want that. Yeah, and it's easy enough to fix. You got to start doing it.
Wanda wants to know what's in the drawers. This is my old bills. So this is a paid drawer. It says paid. Let's see what's in here. I have two things in here. This is a receipt for carpet that I got in 2022, and I don't know what this is.
I feel like you could probably.
This is a repair order from 2020. That's in my paid ones.
Those are definitely worth.
I have some CDs. Ooh, I have Star Wars. I have the original 3 Star Wars movies on a CD right here.
Those look bootlegged. You're gonna get arrested for that.
Shh. It's for my personal use. It's fine. I have Red. This was the last DVD that I got from Netflix before I just went to the streaming service, and I never returned it. I don't even know what this movie is.
Oh my God, remember when you got CDs from Netflix or DVDs when they sent them to you?
Yeah, or Redbox. And
Yeah.
Oh, here are the prequels, Star Wars prequels. That's what's in the second drawer. I didn't even know those were in there. Ooh, I have my rape whistle in my third drawer. Because why not?
Because why keep it on your keychain like a normal person?
So that's what's in my 3 drawers behind me.
What's in the tab of this folder?
Oh wait, wrong way.
How we doing, Sean?
We're getting there. I mean, we're at page 8. Well, step 89 out of oh my God. As a kid, these used to be different. Not this many. 89 out of 106. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Did you say what step are you on? You said
89 of 106.
I heard 9, and I'm going.
No, it's not that bad.
I mean, we're here for you.
Well, oh, it's
He's
already
not-
got the sticker on it. Cool. Okay.
He's not Joe from Good Logic Slow.
Well, I'm not.
This is
Yes.
smart.
Joe.
He was such a
Very
trooper. He was such a
Hours
trooper.
stream.
tried.
Joe
Oh,
didn't even stream his own channel that day.
Yeah,
okay,
well,
see this? It's a little elephant. This is my baby cup. This is what I got when I was.
Oh, that's really cute. I love that.
My parents come over and just drop stuff off every once in a while, and so they dropped this off last week. It's kind of hard to see. It says David.
you had to bang it on the side of your crib to get fed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My mom, when I was like 18, my mom moved to Hawaii from California, and so she gave
Wait,
us
how do you say it?
Hawaii.
She said it
It's
right.
Hawaii. It's
It's
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Hawaii. My mom moved there, and so she had to give us all of our baby stuff or whatever. Like,
Oh, yeah.
because it will get ruined there. Like everything gets ruined. So like mildew or mold.
Yeah, everything gets wet.
Yep. So
I was
That
in
was
Caught on
Hawaii.
fire.
I was too young to be given those things and have lost many of my things.
Oh,
I was
I'm
in
not
Hawaii. It set some record while I was there. It rained 40 days straight.
Oh gosh.
It was horrible. It was horrible.
Doesn't it just rain every day there? I thought it rained every day in Hawaii.
Pretty much,
For
yeah.
like 10
Yeah.
minutes and then it's done.
It can.
ooh.
It's total union rep duties.
Sounds like it's.
I want to see. Actually, I'm gonna build this little set.
You
It's-
totally should.
I'm gonna build this little set since I bought it for the cat.
Minus
And-
At least not, it's gonna steal your baby cup. It's really cute. It's warm rain though. That is true. It is warm, like
I've
Florida.
never been to Hawaii. I'm gonna sail there. I don't want to fly there. I want to sail
Ooh,
there.
jeez.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Those can be some rough waters.
That's
Well, you don't care.
No,
The
boats is gonna float.
Well, boats aren't the thing you gotta worry about. It's like, because I've heard about those people try to do like sailing around the world, and oh, they got like a cut on their leg, and then like 2 days later, it's like I'm dying of gangrene. It's like, jeez.
Well, you bring some basic first aid and call it a day.
Yeah, I know, but they
There's a
still have to
guy-
get like rescued and stuff, and I'm like, okay.
There's a YouTuber that I watched. He was he and his wife are planning to sail from California to Hawaii.
It'll
And
be
they,
a great
they
murder
spent
mystery
like
when
a
he kills
year
her.
like gearing it all up and stuff. And then the first stream I watched of him, he's like, "Well, my wife decided she's filing for divorce, so I'm taking off." And just left by himself.
Do it.
And so it's like a 3.5 week trip or something like that normally. So he's sailing. He's just like, yeah, whatever. She can serve me. I'm sailing. And so he's sailing across, and like halfway through there, he the clew, the part of the sail that mounts towards the mast, blew out.
Oh,
And so he had to lower the sail, and so he only has basically half a sail. And then so he's sailing along just with like half a sail, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Well, I lost my rudder." Like he hit something in the middle of the ocean and lost his rudder. The rudder is the thing that steers the boat.
mhm.
Like so he has no steering. And so he takes these
what did you hit in the
They're
middle
like-
of the ocean?
Oh, whale.
yeah, so he takes these they're called dragoons or something like that. They're basically like triangle shaped tarps. And you tie a couple of lines to them, and you drag it behind you. And
Like
then
a
what
sea
you
anchor.
do is you can, yeah, like a sea. Well, it is a sea anchor. That's
Yeah,
what
it's
it's
like a big
for.
bag in the water.
Yeah, essentially, you're dragging a big plastic bag behind you, but you shift it to the port side, and it'll slow down your port side, and then you'll steer to the port. And so you adjust that line along with your sail, and then you can steer yourself. So he goes. And of course, now he's got half a main, and he's steering that way, which is slowing him down. So his 3-week trip takes like 6 weeks, and he finally makes it to the big island of Hawaii, and he's heading towards the channel. And he radios Coast Guard. And he's like, "Hey, I've got like half a sail and no rudder. Can you come get me?" And they're like, "No, you need to get into the channel." And so in order for him to get into the channel, he's got to like thread a needle. And he's steering with a plastic bag and a busted sail. And so when he threads the needle and he gets there. And I said, "You know what? I want to do that. That's what I want to do."
How
So,
did he
that's-
have enough like provisions on the boat? Like, how did that all work out?
He was really low, but once the sail went, he thought it was going to take some time, so he seriously rationed his food.
Okay.
And then when the rudder went, then he was like, "I'm so glad I started rationing my food." And he did okay.
He would have looked like a scarecrow by the end.
Right?
Last I heard, he was still on the islands, or still in the islands, and dating a new lady.
Oh, so he just
But
moved. Good
that's
for
how he
him.
got there.
Chad move.
Well, he packed
And,
for two. That's funny.
Yeah, pirates are real. Pirates scare me.
Well, I don't think there's pirates out in that part of it's the Pacific.
Nah, not that
Yeah,
far.
maybe.
You got to be
Well, it
closer
could
to
be
that.
anywhere. I don't know.
No, they got to stay by their boats. Usually aren't good enough to make it across
Oh,
the
okay.
ocean.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, they usually stay close to their poor little.
Now, I thought it'd be fun to like take a sailing like through like the Solomon Islands or something like that. That would be a lot of fun. And go tour some of those
that would be
places
fun.
through like World War II.
I have no desire to spend weeks on a boat ever in my life.
There's
not going on a
chain
cruise.
of islands or like a grouping of islands out in the Philippine area, somewhere around there, and there's like a water in between of it. It's like a circle of islands, and then there's this water in between them, like a bay, but it's not really a bay.
Like an atoll.
And
aren't those like atolls? Is that the technical name?
Yeah. And it's called like the Iron Atoll or the Iron Bay or something like that because there's so many sunken ships from World War II that you actually have to maneuver around the sunken ships. They're almost like reefs now, and so it's completely changed all the charts and stuff. That would be fun.
Yeah, well, there's a place outside of Guadalcanal. It's called Iron Bottom Sound. Because
that's what it is. Iron Bottom Sound.
That's down in the Solomons. Yeah, and because so many boats went to the bottom right off Henderson Field, they all like litter everything down there.
Yeah.
Sean, is your favorite show really Below Deck?
Well, I like watching it. Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, your beautiful fiance says that Captain Sandy from Below Deck got attacked by pirates once.
Yeah, she did. Which I can't imagine. Like when she says attacked by pirates, it's like I seriously would like the way she accounts of it. I'm like, I don't really know if you got attacked by pirates, but or like what does attacked by pirates really mean to her? So
they were just guys that wanted to date.
They were yelling because she almost ran him over.
She doesn't bat for that team, so I don't think that would have been an issue. So
I've never seen the show, but I've heard of it.
Well, I can say she definitely doesn't bat for that team.
I'm gonna finish several Lego builds before Sean finishes it.
That's okay.
God, they made these things so complicated now with all the formed parts. Where like back in the day, you'd have to like make things and just use your imagination. Like, yeah, that kind of looks close enough. It's so different now.
I don't have an imagine. I wouldn't be good at that. My 13.
Oh yeah, like all this stuff I hear, all these like fitted molded parts. Back in the day, you didn't have any of this stuff. You had to you had slanted pieces and you made it work.
So I'm getting there.
Oh, it's cute.
I just that made me think of something. I gotta show you guys this.
Okay. All right. 95 and a 105. Here we go.
Okay, so Steve Gosney made the orchid. I made the orchid. I think Valhalla has one too.
Yeah.
So this is the Lego orchid that I made.
That was cool.
So
I didn't know this. I was watching a YouTube video on Legos the other day.
The frog
in the center of this orchid.
The frogs.
These are frogs. These are actual frogs right here.
Yeah.
Hang on, let's see if I can pull them off. So they're frogs. They just made them pink instead of green.
Sounds like something the globalists would do.
You can see, look, they're little frogs.
They literally turned the frogs gay.
Yeah.
They turned the frogs gay, and they use them now for part of like the petal in the orchid.
Oh no!
That's how Lego uses these pieces.
Alex Jones, don't let Alex Jones find out that the Alex Jones right jar is gonna have to get moved to a bigger jar soon. So,
bro, that dude is scary.
I heard a very fascinating theory. The only way you could be so right about so many things is if you're a plant.
You think Alex
these are
Jones
some of the
is a
Lego.
plant?
No, but it uses the Lego people hands.
Oh yes. This is the creepy one. Oh my god. Yeah, here. Folks, let me zoom in.
Yeah.
Full screen.
Yeah.
This is one of the flowers I did for 2.0. The flower thing. The flower thing is made out of people hands.
What?
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, it's got hands. These are like cannibal flowers.
That's awesome.
It's so macabre. It's like some like
I love it.
Dr. Mengele level stuff. They like.
Oh.
Yeah. Where is? I swear, God Almighty, where the?
You can see me build.
If I lost this part, I swear to God.
Sheila just finished the Horizon build, so much taller than anticipated. Have we seen that one?
The
I haven't
Horizon
seen it.
build.
If you are Sheila, if you are in MLS's Discord,
Yeah,
post a
it,
picture of it.
and we'll bring it up.
That goes for
Ooh, got a
everybody.
little
by the way.
ladybug.
If you guys are building along with us,
Oh, Ladybug
that's
is
cool.
so cute. Yeah, we would
Um,
love to. There's a Lego channel in the Discord, in David's Discord. We would love for y'all to post your Lego build.
I wish my Discord had wholesome things like Lego building.
Not so wholesome, huh? Not so
Oh,
much
well, it depends on your definition of wholesome.
Well, we've also got all of Jody Aries in there,
Well,
so there's
Yes,
that.
all of Jody
That's
areas.
still not. That's.
I'm in your Discord, aren't I, Sean?
I think you are, but you know, if you haven't been there before, wear a helmet, please. That's my only recommendation.
Ours is wholesome, good times.
Mine's not very wholesome. Okay, what? Where are we now?
I bought this whole set just for the cat, so I figured I'd build it.
Oh, that's funny.
Wait, what? Do I put two of these wheel well things together? What the fuck am I doing? Oh, I get it. I think I get it. No, not sure if I get it.
Stabby McStabwood says, "Hey, our Minecraft channel is very wholesome."
Well, yes, we do have a Minecraft channel.
You have a
All kinds of
Minecraft server?
Well, no, it's not that kind of Minecraft.
Ah,
Yes, it is wholesome though. If you want to learn things.
I don't know if I want to learn that kind of thing.
No, you'll learn a lot of good stuff. It's actually very good. I highly recommend.
Got a little fish hanging here.
Oh, that's cool.
cute.
Actually, on the Viking.
Wait, how does this work?
I'm not sure what I'm doing with all this yet.
Oh, geez, there's like an understeering on this. Wow. Okay.
On the Viking village, it's got little
my
fish rack.
God, it's so cute.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Like playing Raft.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
The Viking village is a badass little set, man.
They got somebody working on the Riddle of Steel in that set.
The what?
The Riddle of Steel, like in Conan. You got to learn the Riddle of Steel.
Sean, do people need to become members of your channel to join
Discord? No, Discord is free.
It's free. Oh,
Yeah.
that's so nice of you.
For given what goes on in there,
You should cheapen the quality of Discord if you give it away for free.
no, don't worry. We cheapen it on our own. They don't.
There's my set. I bought this set just to get a orange cat for Nick.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really cute.
What is
This is
what
the
is
call.
That's Lego?
Yeah, this is Lego Friends. They came out in like 2007, 2008. They came out with this Lego Friends. They thought it would appeal more to girls, and they didn't realize that girls play with regular Legos just as much. So they ended up discontinuing this.
And typically, the
Line
girls that
five.
play with the Legos don't want that.
Yeah, that's what Lego
they
didn't
want
realize.
the Viking stuff and the trucks. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean it's just like they like the typical girl who plays with Legos is going to want to build kits and things, and build like they're going to want to build like this. They're going to build the car.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, they're not going to want to. They're not building Barbie Lego.
Mm-mm.
Okay, now where the heck am I?
I'm a Barbie girl in
Steering.
a Barbie world.
Steering.
So, David,
Okay.
you saw the movie, right?
I did actually. I saw the Lego movie the other day.
Wasn't it good?
I mean, it was a Lego, it was a Barbie movie. It wasn't horrible. It wasn't as bad as everyone was saying. It's a Barbie movie. It is exactly what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun.
I kept
I have
telling
not seen
everybody,
it.
Mrs. Valhalla liked it. She
I
enjoyed
loved it.
Did you watch it, Valhalla?
it. I think she tried to get me to watch it. I think I watched parts of it. I don't really remember. I wasn't paying attention.
I mean,
Oh.
It
the
was a
plot
hey,
long
is
wait.
nothing special. It's just a mechanical way to
Yeah.
get Will Ferrell and the Barbies to get together.
Well, when you're done talking about Barbies, David, I have a question for you because you are a Detroit. You are a Detroit resident, so I need to. Because Stabby's here, so we got to settle this.
All right.
Because he's one of my guys. Okay, so you watch RoboCop, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're from Detroit. Like I don't know how you can like. You're not from Detroit. I know that, but like you
I
live
made
in
my own
the area.
RoboCop movie when I was like 13.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But like, well, I didn't mean to say like you're from Detroit. Like I remember when I was in Bowling Green, some kid said like, "Yeah, I'm from Detroit," and the dude's like, "You're from Royal Oak. Shut up." And
Oh.
it's like so, and that.
I mean, I will say I live in the suburbs, but I go to Detroit quite often.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So the movie RoboCop.
Mhm.
Did you ever watch the sequels?
I watched the sequels. I tried to watch the remake.
Hold on, wait, what? Did I? Oh, on the back end. Okay, that's where I was wondering why the hell this isn't working. Sorry, I was like trying to work the front end of the car, and I was like, why are these pieces fitting? Okay, so you have not seen the sequels. Is that what you're saying?
I saw RoboCop 2.
Okay, did you like it? You thought it was garbage?
RoboCop 2?
Yeah.
Now,
Now
before
before
the first one.
Now, do you know that there's and this is something I realized after a very, very long time. A lot of people think they've seen RoboCop 2, but in reality, they've only watched RoboCop 3. Because RoboCop 3 is the one where he's got the jetpack and the Japanese robots attack him, the samurais. Okay, if you haven't seen that one,
I don't know if I've even seen that one.
Okay, so RoboCop 2
is the one with the drugs.
Drugs, yes, the drugs, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so people that like RoboCop 2 for some reason, it's like RoboCop's fighting the war on drugs. And I think that's really reprehensible because that's basically war on the drugs porn. RoboCop 3, all the cops get fired, they quit, and then they start having a shootout with the company cop, like OCP hires their enforcers. So all the police quit. And then they start shooting at the real cop, like the old cops who quit, start getting into a gunfight with the new cops. So it's like people are shooting at the police, people are shooting at the government and fighting the government, and then RoboCop's flying around on a jetpack shooting missiles out of his arms. Like, what more can you want out of a movie? Like, if people like Stabby likes RoboCop 2, and RoboCop's fighting the war on drugs. And like, I don't, it's so disappointing that one of my mods would support the war on drugs like that. So,
yeah, RoboCop 2 is fighting the war on drugs.
Yeah.
Didn't RoboCop make an appearance in the WWF once?
I think so. The problem with RoboCop 3, the biggest problem is Peter Weller is not RoboCop.
That I did know, and that's probably why I never watched it.
Yeah, that is sadly a problem.
They had a contract issue. I know that.
Yeah, which Peter Weller is actually a really cool dude. He is like he's got like a master's in the classics. He's very, very intelligent. He's a very intelligent guy.
Has he been in anything else?
He's been in like Sons of Anarchy. He's been in a lot of other stuff, but he
who did he play in Sons of Anarchy?
He was Charlie Borowski, the guy who ran the port.
Oh,
that's Peter Weller. Yeah, Peter Weller is
awesome.
Peter Weller's a historian of the. He's got his master's in history. Like he did a History Channel show for a while too. It was pretty cool.
Huh?
Yeah.
RoboCop was filmed in Dallas, though.
Yes, I did know that. I learned that later, which is kind of sad.
I know. They could have filmed it in Detroit. It would have been perfect.
Yeah, and also it's too bad there's no
movie to come out of Detroit, though, was Beverly Hills Cop. If you wanted to see Detroit in the 80s, watch Beverly Hills Cop the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's Detroit in the 80s.
And, what are they called it? Pontiac Heights, right? Isn't that what they called it in RoboCop? Where
I don't think I've seen that movie since I was like 7.
What, RoboCop?
Not that long ago, actually.
He shoots the guy in the balls. Like, how can you not have wanted to see that recently?
I haven't.
He does like
Did you watch the remake, Sean?
God, that was awful. I feel
tried
bad
to
for the
watch
city
it.
of Detroit. I feel bad for the city of Detroit. Like,
Stabby is very critical of the RoboCops, huh?
yeah. Well, people can be wrong. That's how the world works.
The
I tell
Japanese
Dave that all the
robots
time.
were lame. Well, that seems like but they jumped the shark with that. I mean, that's what you got with episode 3. I didn't even watch the whole thing. I remember the scenario now where all the cops quit, but I don't think I got past that part of it. And I was
That's
no,
like
this
towards the end, anyway.
is it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
and they
I
hire all
don't
the
remember. I just
bad
remember
guys
that
to be
premise.
police, and then there's a big fight, and people start killing police officers, the new cops, and it's like, I'm like, pretty based.
And I gotta go watch RoboCop 3. RoboCop was the 80s, right? Yeah, the original one was. I don't know when 3 came out, and then they did a remake
right at the end,
like 10 years ago.
Can we all
Yeah, that
agree
was-
that Terminator is way better than RoboCop?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
Terminator is so cool.
Ooh, this
Terminator 2 Judgment Day is the best.
Well, no,
it's almost a perfect film.
It's pretty
Yes.
good. I'll give you that. Terminator 2, it's pretty good.
Yeah, but Terminator 1
Terminator
is still
2 is-
really good.
It's good, but
Because it's a horror movie. That Terminator 2 is a good action movie. You feel good about it, but Terminator 1 is just a scary movie.
I'll give you
It
that.
is.
I'll give you that.
And it's like Aliens too. A lot of people don't realize Aliens, not Aliens. Alien, the first one was
Yeah,
a
it's
horror movie. It
Yeah.
was. It's not a sci-fi. I mean, it takes place in space.
Yeah, but that's it. Yeah, it's just scary. It's like, we're getting there, guys.
Oh shit,
we're getting there. Although,
Here's the little cat. This is the little shit right here.
Oh, it looks like my cats.
Meow.
I got a handful of cats that are sort of like that, except they're not the brown and stripe or brown and polka dot. They're like gray and polka dot with the white.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oop, my bad.
I went to Sweden last year, and I came home, and that cat was in the house. I don't know where the kids got it from.
Your kids are like surprised.
They're like, "Oh, we got a cat. Where you were going?"
David, most of the Lego sets are built. Yes. Here is mine.
All right, hold on here. We got tires times 4. That should be easy
And
enough.
here is mine. Nick's studio with his cat.
That's so awesome, man.
Wait,
I got his little helmet up here. And then I also built the little Friends set that I got in order to get the orange cat for Nick's set.
So cute.
Here, we'll put them on top of each other. Now I just broke it.
Toila Carissa had a super chat earlier, and she asked your opinion on Guam's population and island stability.
It is at risk of capsizing.
Tipping over, yeah. There's too many bombers there. We got to be careful.
I can't imagine.
There was a congressman at a hearing who was talking about the U.S. military overpopulating the island and might cause it to tip over.
How stupid of an individual would you have to be to say that publicly?
He went to
as
Congress.
a representative of the people.
He's in Congress.
Well, that's not the worst thing that I've heard from a congressman. Have you listened to anything that AOC has said?
She's an idiot, though.
Yes, I've listened to all of them.
Cute.
Yeah, this is what I built.
All right, we're almost done. We're almost done.
I like it.
Well, one of the cars. I got to finish the other one tonight. I'll probably do a separate stream for that.
Oh, you've only done one of the cars?
Yeah, this is like 500 pieces total, but these are like not big pieces at all. So
500 pieces total.
Yeah, 581 pieces for the whole set. So
How many pieces do I have in this? Can we count them?
Unstickered. That's what we got. So
that's
nice.
Cute.
That looks cool.
Love it. Looks
yeah, I
great.
actually like it, and it's sad because I wish it was red. Wish it was red.
Answer the
Answer
question.
the question, Sean.
Answer the question,
Which question,
Sean. Yes.
Abby?
You get learns it.
Oh.
That's a separate meme. We'll answer
Oh.
the questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a whole nother car. I'll probably do that after this. Unless you guys want to sit here for 2 hours.
I wasn't planning on going anywhere. I don't know
We've
about
our longest game has been 6 hours.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
well,
Also, subtle brag. I just put together 850 something pieces, Sean.
okay,
saying.
well, all right. So, all right, well, this is done. I'll sticker it up later. All right. Now on to the W12.
Hell yeah.
Aaron Hack says Sean will be redirecting himself to finish the other car.
Yeah. Unless you guys want to keep going, I'll stick around.
We're good.
Yeah, I'm not planning on leaving.
Okay,
I'm gonna go get another beer.
go for it.
Shit, I
I
might
don't need
start
rope
building the
pops right
El
now.
Dorado Fortress. I don't know.
I love how step one is building the guy. Like that should be the last step, but
Oh, I disagree. I love doing it first. I love building them first and have them sit there and watch me as I construct their car.
all right.
Stray says, "Do eat."
Do eat. That castle up there, the one on the very top.
Yeah.
That's an
Dave's
expensive
saying, why does MG have so many subs? Because he did the what the hail thing.
Yeah.
Blew him up 41,000 views. Like, dang,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to do that now.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna
Everybody
do it.
on that stream got a big bump.
Well,
Me-
what was he? Well, who was on the stream with him?
Me, Baker, Expert, MG, and Shizzy.
Oh, well, like I said, I'll have to take a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
It was a good one.
Okay, this is an old school castle Lego guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that is very. Oh, wow, that's really old. I like that.
This is from the 80s.
Yeah.
Let's gotta get the set together.
Let's see if I can. That's not it. Isn't it? Why is that so cheap?
What's cheap?
What's that?
I just found that Lego castle set that I have.
Yeah.
It's a $400 set. I just found it for $100.
You might not be getting all the parts. Be careful.
I was gonna say it might be.
Is it on
a
eBay or
scam.
something?
No, I don't even know what the hell this site is. I just googled it and it popped up.
It's not real. Don't do that.
Probably not. It's like that's too good to be true. I was trying to see how many pieces it was.
So, you know, one thing that stinks about this, we can't listen to music.
We could
can't
listen
play
to
music.
Feeding the Ducks. or something.
man.
What'd you say you'll play?
I said we could
Valhalla?
listen to Feeding the Ducks or something.
Oh, wait, here, hang on. You guys
Don't
got-
get my stream heated, Dave.
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, air music. Yeah. I know. I wish they weren't so ridiculous about crap.
Oh, it's insane.
Me too, Aaron. I fall asleep to MG sometimes. She's on so late.
Is this good, John?
No, I'd rather not if we're gonna do this. I'll pass.
Shall send to hell with this. I'm starting my own stream.
Shoot.
I do have. You need to get that an account set up with that website, Valhalla, so that I can throw up the songs.
Yeah. Yeah.
This my cat was playing with this little cat.
That's
Nice.
cute.
I used to have a cat that would chase lighters all over our hardwood floors. So it'd be like 3 o'clock in the morning, and all you'd hear is this cat shooting a lighter down the hallway in the middle of the night.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, I gotta find this sailboat. There's apparently a sailboat, Lego sailboat.
There's a catamaran. Didn't we just talk about
Wait.
this the other day?
By the way, I'm with
I
Aaron.
know, but there's a monohull because the catamarans are stupid.
We're not understanding the MG thing. Can someone please explain it to us?
So the what the hell thing, there was like apparently gotten mad, like their people roll deep. So
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean the what the hell?
So there's a YouTube family, a YouTube married couple called What the Hales.
Oh, okay.
They've got something like 700,000 subscribers.
Okay.
And they've recently, and I don't know how long this has been going on. I just found out about this like this week.
they got beef with the judge.
Well, the
Yeah.
messed up part is like one of their super fans like turned crazy on them, right? And started filing all of this ridiculous lawsuit stuff against them. And this is a woman that came from their chat. But the judge is like
I'll allow
making
it.
these horrible calls.
Yeah.
And the one that got a kind of big news in the law tube sphere was the judge basically gagged the defendant or the Hales from
talking about it.
Well, from republishing public record.
The court case, yeah, the recording in court.
It was the
hearing.
deposition of the woman.
Yeah. Oh, the deposition. Oh,
and they posted like 15 minutes or something total of this deposition, and the judge went all ham on him, right? So now Larry, the DUI guy, kind of picked up on it, and now it's making the law tube circles of this judge basically, restricting these people's First Amendment rights among many other issues. Good night, Ben Hostler. And now it's starting to gain a little traction, and what the Hales chat group is just now kind of finding out about LawTube as well. So they're enjoying that we're picking up on it, and it's turning into something, I think.
Which I'm gonna Valhalla.
Exactly what are they doing here?
Amended.
What?
Excuse me.
This is the judge, right? This is.
Yeah,
hey, Judge, you're about to get schooled on real life.
Injunction for protection
How's
against
that?
stalking with the addendum
Yeah.
previously made part of that order, which was page 5.
He likes to hear himself talk.
Issued on January 4. Mr. Hales, your director.
There's a lot of incestuous relations between the judge and the woman's lawyer.
With respect to the request for
And I don't know details exactly, but they're like
circumstances, the request to depose.
they were partners together or worked on each other's divorce case or something. There's something weird between the judge and the what do you call a plaintiff in a civil case?
The plaintiff.
Is it a plaintiff? Yeah. Okay, so the judges and the plaintiff's lawyer have some kind of history, and they're very obviously buddy, and the judge shits all over the defendant lawyer, and it's just not good. It's not good.
He's thinking about his lover. Sorry.
That deposition.
Well, I need to reach out to you, Valhalla, so I can get copies of some of this stuff because I want to.
Oh yeah.
Especially when this guy started harassing Larry, I want to.
Well, and and I don't know if it was this judge exactly, but somebody definitely called Larry's like voicemail service and essentially threatened him for covering this case.
Which would be great. Yeah, if you want to speak to my managing partner, sure, I'll put you in touch with him.
I'll put you on blast all over YouTube, man. Don't do that.
Well, no, I'm just pointing out that I'm the managing partner.
I was talking to the judge, not to
you.
So this is what he was streaming, and this is what he blew up on. This is the stream. He's got like.
Oh, we kept 1,200 views. We kept 1,200 people all stream.
What?
He's got 46,000 views on this stream.
It was nuts.
NG does.
It was absolutely insane.
We're
He's
like
live now.
people a night on there. That's great.
Well, apparently, he has a permanent order.
He's live right now, and he's got
that's enforceable in all 50 states.
People watching him right now. He's got 1,300 people watching him right now.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. What the Hales crowd is all about this. They're telling us exactly what we're missing in every situation. They know all the history, all the lore.
Maybe some change in that.
The plaintiff, she's absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I need to get caught up. I want to.
I don't know what's going on.
I'll come and ride the train.
Yeah, those of us who've been with MG from the gate are feeling FOMO. We're like, what?
Baker's already got a bunch of the highlights clipped up, and he's using them on streams. It's great.
So Darcy's saying some of this case is in Ohio.
Is it?
But I don't know what that means exactly. So yeah, I mean, there's apparently some of this is in Ohio, I guess. Huh.
You need to cover this case. I'm not covering this case. I'm interested in it though.
I got some. Hey. Chasing the dragon. That's all I'm about.
chase
It
after it again.
sounds like it's good. It sounds like it's good. It sounds like this judge is being a dickhead. So
Oh yeah, the judge is being an absolute ass.
he should be called out for that.
Oh, it's in Florida. Don't say any. That's all we
Florida
need to know.
judge. Yeah, well,
Lord.
maybe he got that black robitis.
Have you you know MG, Sean?
Yeah, I know him, G.
Okay, I was gonna say we should get you guys in contact if you're not yet.
No, I know. We've said hi.
Oh yeah.
Wait, how does this fucking make it? Okay,
Yeah, so that's just a really weird case. There's let's see, initial order of protection. So what exactly is the lawsuit about again?
I have no idea.
You know,
actually, I'm not even sure. It was something about she was trying to get money from him. She was trying to like have them raise donations for her. And then somewhere along the lines, it changed. She's like living in a shed next door to them now with no power or electricity. She's got like some kid that's like terminally ill or has some very significant medical disorder.
Mm-hmm.
And she like moved the kid like next to these people, which is like 2 hours away from the hospital. Like there's so much to this case. Oh, it's so crazy, y'all.
And like, is this just the judge going out of his way to help a pro se litigant, or is it like a lot more than that?
It's
that's where I'm kind of like.
That's probably what his mindset is, I think.
Okay.
But then somebody gave her like $7,000 and she hired this lawyer who's like buddy with the judge. So now it's like, it's just insane. It's insane.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, you guys have my attention now.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up some information about this case.
She's absolutely insane. You should see some of the
the
deposition
DUI guy
videos.
has a 15-minute video recapping the case.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the DUI guy.
Let's go check
I
it
don't
out.
think he'll.
Now I'm curious.
Larry won't care.
Yeah, I don't think he will. I don't
know.
know.
Larry
like
appreciate it.
Yeah, it's just more exposure.
Well, you would think that that's the case. Sometimes it's not, though, and sometimes people do silly things like
we're not gonna talk about that stuff because last time that happened, that hash got settled, so it's all good now. We're not relitigating that.
Gabby recapped. Oh, here it is. Wait. Oh man, it doesn't.
Yeah, these guys.
15-minute video on this.
These guys did they gave like $150,000 worth of like boats to some school or something weird. Like these guys are above and beyond what you would expect out of YouTubers, from what I gathered.
YouTubers giving away money, preposterous,
right?
I feel like Dave
Does anyone have a
Chappelle
link for that video? Can you put it in chat for the DUI guy's video?
Yeah,
because I'm not seeing one on this. Not like a 15-minute video in the last day or so. I've got an hour-long video.
I don't know if I've been on a stream with Larry before. I think I have once.
Larry's a very good guy.
Yeah, no, I like him. He seems legit. When he got, well, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to go get more beer. I'll be right back.
Okay, don't talk about it. Copy.
Let's see.
Mother?
Yes, let's research these. Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure it out.
Did I get it all opened?
We're Team Larry. It's all good. Hey, half Irish. If someone's got a link for it, who said that there's a 15-minute video?
Somebody
did.
said
Stabby.
Malcolm did. Malcolm, give me a link.
It's like, Stabby, you do videos? I feel bad that I don't know that, but
Stabby does videos?
Apparently saying he does. It's like,
let's look at. Oh,
my bad.
I feel like an asshole now, but it's like, when the hell did you start doing videos? Too busy trying to
19 lives. I'm on his. Does he have another channel that I'm not aware of?
To Larry?
Plus.
let me click on
No.
Stabby and see. Is Stabby in the Halls?
Oh, he
chat?
recapped in the chat. Nobody read my comments. Oh, well, that's different.
Oh,
That's not what we were.
Yeah, we were reading your comments, but I didn't find your recap there. Sorry.
Oh, fuck a duck.
Did you drop a
I'll
piece?
be right back, you
I don't know.
guys.
Maybe I did. Or that I'm just. Oh God! It's right in front of me. So, no, it was just right in front of me. I didn't have it. We're chugging along on this chassis, though, chat. Oh God! If I get this on both sides, I am kind of boned.
That sounded dirty.
Can't stop lying in court. I'm trying to find. Let's see. Is this the court hearing?
Just recap to the hills. Stabby, how many? Sean read what I said. Read what I said. Plaintiff in this case.
What do we want you to do? No, I thought you were like. I thought you. No. I'm okay with you doing that. I just thought you made it sound like you recapped it already, and I'm like, what did you start?
I'm
making
going back.
videos?
I'm figuring it out.
Oh, okay. Now he's getting mad in the chat, and it's like,
now we got you, Stabby. I appreciate you.
We got you, brother.
I'm gonna make sure I get it in order and everything.
I'm like Colonel Stewart and Die Hard. I'm like, we got you. We got you.
We're just catching up. That's all, buddy.
Okay, I gotta go to my own stream. So
they got their order of protection in Ohio because they have dual residency, and the Florida court wouldn't grant it.
Oh! I want to know. Can you guys get them in touch with me?
The plaintiff in this case is some stalker fan who moved in across the street after they moved from Ohio.
Because if they can get in touch with me, I can get access to that shit they filed. And I can get access to like the hearing and stuff if they want me to. I don't know how they feel about playing that, but
they're about done with this whole situation. They're desperate for anything. I'm sure.
Tell them to get in touch with me, man. I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking ball.
The Hales are always giving away money. She was chasing that money. They gave the kids some iPads, and then she accused Hales of SA against her 4-year-old.
Well, yeah, tell them. Tell them to get in touch with me, dude.
Stabby.
Ohio attorney, I'll ball. Like I said,
All right, you guys want to watch the UI guys recap here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hell yeah.
All right.
I'm sure it's much better worded than mine.
Why can't I hear anything?
Because you didn't share your audio. I have no idea.
I know how to share audio. At least I used to.
Sometimes I just don't think it works. Sometimes I just don't think the sound like goes all the way through.
Unfiltered.
There you go.
Your host of the DUI Guy Plus. You guys, what I have in store for you is a very short TLDR or TLDW, too long didn't read, too long didn't watch, version of what is going on with Jeremy and George Hales of the channel What the Hales. Shout out Jeremy and George. They were on my channel. If you have missed it, watch the previous live. You know what I'm talking about. I want to give you guys a summary of what on earth has been going on with Jeremy and George with clips from the courtroom, which when I saw it for the first time, I could not believe this is an American courtroom. I thought we were in Venezuela there for a minute. We will get to that, so stay tuned.
Is it poppy for everybody else?
Okay. Jeremy and George moved.
Sorry, what was that?
Is it poppy for anybody else or just me?
A little bit, but it's okay.
Okay.
It might be the audio setting because I have it blasting. Hang on.
To Levy County, Florida, or Levy County, Florida.
You're right back, yo.
There's different ways to pronounce it. In 2022 or thereabouts. They are treasure hunters. This is what they do. They are passionate. They have a channel on YouTube. Go check it out. They have wonderful, wonderful, wonderful videos. Oh my goodness. Their content is insane. It's amazing. However, no good deed goes unpunished, right? As they go about their treasure hunting, digging up dinosaur bones, looking for treasures, finding ancient artifacts, they bought a plot of land in Levy County of 70 plus acres. And one of their fans, I guess, I don't know how to describe them. They're stalkers. This is the only way I can describe them. They have been following the Hales for a while. This is Lynette and Mr. Crook, or Mr. Cook. See, I'm picking up on the linguistics. I think his name is John. So the husband and wife with their 4-year-old child, who apparently has a very debilitating disease, they take them away from civilization to a city of population 100. and move there. Across the street, they buy a property that is completely run down, being literally uninhabitable. And they move across from the hills and they start begging for money. Give us money, give us money. Because George and Jeremy are philanthropists. They give money away, right? They give money away to people, the causes they believe in. So these people are like, hey, we can mooch off of them. Gimme, 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 gimme. Okay? And they're like, no, 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 no. They made one mistake, I think. They gave the little girl 2 iPads, I believe. And that is like, when I heard that, I was like, oh no, you got yourself in deep, man. Like you can't give free stuff to freeloaders, because what's going to happen? They're going to want more. And that's exactly what happened. They said, give me more, give me more, give me more, to the point where they have posted signs, defamatory signs around their property saying, you know what, Hales, if you're not going to give us what we want, we're going to destroy your reputation with lies and smearing, etc. They posted signs alleging that Jeremy SA'd or R'd their 4-year-old daughter.
Now that is generally defamation per se.
Yes,
it's so bad that the courts will treat that as that's defamation unless you prove for some reason that it's not.
Yep.
So that's very bad.
And they post these signs all over the property. At that point, this is May, June, July of last year, of 2023. Jeremy and George say, you know what? Enough is enough. We need court intervention. So they seek out an injunction against them. They presumably will be filing a defamation lawsuit against Lynette and Mr. Cook. And now, the moment they do that, Lynette runs to the courthouse and says, wait. I want an injunction too. You know, because if they're going to do it, I want to do it too. She's basically copycat everything. You move to Levy County, Florida. I want to move to Levy County, Florida. You give out money. I want money. You're going to court. I'm going to court. It has literally become a copy and paste, copycat behavior. Okay. So in September, October, November, December, there are 2 hearings last year, maybe even 3 hearings, I believe, last year that culminated in December 29th hearing or December 6th. Sorry, my dates are already running amok in my head because I started watching the courtroom footage and I was like, is this Venezuela? This is not the United States of America. This is not an American courtroom. Judge Craig DeThomas's in Levy County, Florida, it should be a judge in a Venezuelan courtroom or in Peru or Nicaragua or Zimbabwe, because the way he's running his courtroom is not in line with American First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, 10th Amendment principles, period. So here we go. Here's what happens in court, okay? There are 2 court systems involved. You have the Ohio system and you have the Florida system. So Florida system, Jeremy and George ask for a protective order against Lynette and her husband, and the court system says no. Well, Jeremy and George also have property in Ohio, so they're called domiciliaries. To be a domiciliary means to be a resident. This is a legal term. They're domiciliaries of Ohio. So they go to Ohio and they say, here are the facts. And the judge goes, oh my God, that is the most terrifying thing I've ever heard of. Here's your injunction. Here is your protective order. Here, and that applies across the board to all 50 states, no matter where they go. Florida refuses to enforce the Ohio order, and Judge DeThomas and his lackeys. And now there's been violations of this protective order. So now we're going to see how this unfolds, because this is going to be unfolding in real time. Now, let me take you back. Watch this. Watch what happened at the last hearing. Okay, let me just give you a quick little preview. Judge DeThomas made a violation of the First Amendment rights of Jeremy and George Hale by saying you are not permitted to post anything publicly. He basically instituted a unconstitutional gag order. Here's what he says about that.
In addition to your co-counsel, in violation of the Supreme Court Administrative Order, SCAO 11-222, and in violation of AOSC 11-22, and in violation of our Chief Judge's Administrative Order 1.14, version 2, Despite that, he requested and obtained unredacted copies of the 1129 and 12/6 proceedings.
So let me just pause right there.
How did this chick get lawyers?
He's
What I want to
basically
know.
saying that
Because she's got counsel at her table. How did that happen?
I have no idea.
That's all. I'm just sorry. I'm talking aloud.
No. I'm just. Someone had a question in the chat about. I don't
Somebody-
understand what's going on.
Somebody donated. Somebody spontaneously donated $7,000 so that she can get this lawyer, and he's going to work for her for the $7,000 and then be gone.
That's gonna burn quick.
Oh my God, it's going to be so fast. She's about to be screwed again.
Good.
It's you guys. I'm telling you, her deposition. This woman is out of her mind.
How did they get that far into a depot? That's a couple G's on top right there.
Well, she was pro se before this, so she's
Yeah.
pro
So how did
se
she get?
at
Oh,
the
they
depot.
sued her, so they wanted to depose her. Okay.
Yeah, so it was over a phone. She's like, my child just fell down. She's screaming. It's absolutely insane, man. It's absolutely insane.
Jeremy and his counsel, or his lawyer and his co-counsel, obtained an unredacted video from the courtroom, which is what you're seeing right now. This is the January 23rd hearing, and he's talking about the December 6th and November 29th hearings that happened last year. He's basically saying, I told you not to get public records, and you got public records. Are you listening to this? I'm a licensed practicing attorney. I'm willing to put my bar license on the line to say what he's doing is unconstitutional.
Yes.
And
Get him, Larry.
he's now answering to
Unconstitutional.
contempt charges from the chief
Get him,
judge.
Larry.
It's his administrative order.
Answering to contempt charges in violation of the dissemination of public information that is publicly available and can be shown to the public. He's not allowed to show it to the public.
Public record.
What country is this?
Play the whole
This
video.
is Levy County,
You
Florida.
guys, whole video. We'll play it.
About what they
Yeah, I'll take a chance on that one.
disseminated and published on your client's YouTube channel.
Well, he's only gonna like it when I call him Honey. Honey, Judge Honey.
I'm hearing this morning that a
Say how this works, Honey.
has been provided on YouTube.
Yep. A deposition has been provided on YouTube. A deposition. Now, this one, I will grant the judge a little bit of leeway because depositions are their own beast. And sometimes it may just, all it does is create chaos in the case. But you're basically trying to hold a secret trial, a secret court hearing, a secret proceeding. Listen to this. When I saw this piece right here, my brain exploded, and I had
I will disagree with the UI guy here. A deposition, it depends. Is there a protective order in place? If there's a protective order in place, then you might not be able to disseminate the contents of the deposition, because it's not all evidence that's got to come into a trial, right? Trials could be public.
Yeah.
You can get at information that's not going to come into trial in a deposition, and say like someone's social security number, right? That's not going to come into trial, but you might get that in the deposition. And so there's a lot of reasons why you shouldn't be making depositions public and why they're usually under a protective order.
They only disseminated, from my understanding, about 15 minutes of the depot.
Okay. That makes the difference, but still,
it's not
I'm
100%.
not sure, but- yeah.
There's things I'm pissed about, but the judge doing the first part is my issue.
He's an ass.
Court,
He's an
again,
absolute
to
ass.
accommodate the respondent, and again, in conformity with the law. This court
I don't
has
agree with the
found
idea of
detailed
litigating on
language.
YouTube anyway.
There
So,
was not any, and I
Oh.
pointed this out in December, I pointed this out, I believe, in November. There were no DCA opinions subsequent to the October of 2021 statutory change, which added 6 words. And as I pointed out in the footnote in the case of Strober versus Harris, 2nd District Court of Appeals, when they remanded it back, they said, oh, by the way, the statute changed, implying that you need to maybe
That was another thing that he was real upset about. He
there's
made
just
a
that little thing called
decision he made a decision, and then the
Court of Appeals said
the
no.
Court of Appeals basically smacked him down, and that had something to do with it. They were publishing something about that he got upset about, from what I understand.
The First Amendment, constitutional law that's
Judge
been
Honey
there the
sounds
entire
mad.
time.
This is
The
Jeremy.
He's so
foundation
mad.
Jeremy
of our
Hale.
country.
So who's this guy?
This is the Hales. This is the guy, the male of the couple.
Treasure hunter.
This is what the Hales. Yeah, it's him
Okay.
and
And it's the
his
one thing that this man
girlfriend or
is supposed to
spouse or
uphold,
whoever.
and yet he undermined it.
Nonetheless, the court narrowly tailored it again.
Okay, so right there, this is his excuse.
Yeah,
okay?
this
is his
judge,
excuse.
he
Like,
ran for election
I
and
made a
lost.
gag order.
The judge ran for election, lost, and then got appointed later by somebody because good old boys club. And
He looks
whatnot.
fairly old. I think, Sean, didn't you ask if he was still on the bench?
Yeah, he looks very old. Yeah, like I don't know if he's like a retired judge or what, but yeah.
He's
Yeah,
only.
Grandpa,
I think he's
Grandpa
only
getting
been
long
on
the tooth.
I think he's only been on the bench for a little while. I think it's a fairly new appointment, if I remember right now. Now that we're getting into it.
An unconstitutional, not in line with First Amendment principles gag order telling you need to shut up and sit down and do not show what I judge that Thomasis is doing to anybody. And you know what that's going to do? It makes people like me want to share it even further. And people are going to share the hell out of this video as they're liking and subscribing and commenting below. Don't forget to do that. I am telling you, this is insanity. This is literal insanity. This is a judge in an American courtroom.
So is this the part of the hearing that you were watching?
No, we were watching the court itself.
Seriously,
Oh,
though, Valhalla.
yeah.
Yeah, get me in touch with, like, if I want to find, like, have them tell them. I'd love to find out what happened in Ohio because I can get that if they're willing. They're willing to talk to me about it.
Well, it sounds like in Ohio they
People in
just
chat.
granted it.
No, I know, but like
And-
I can get information like what happened at that court hearing. Like we could get a recording of that. Like we could get a lot of different things.
No, that could be something to definitely look into. I have a suspicion that what happened in the Ohio court is the exact same thing that was argued in the Florida court, but it wasn't this judge. That's, I think, the biggest thing. Because you get those judges where you're like, this makes sense on paper, this makes sense according to the law, but the judge isn't going to grant it because of some weird little thing.
Yeah.
Telling a litigant they are not permitted to have the public have an eye on this case. I want this private, boxed in, just the 7.
Well, that was the part of the hearing that you were watching the other day, right? That the judge wouldn't. Yeah. Okay. So
I guess I will just say this. I'm very careful with these types of situations because I'll use a great example of this, and I know you guys, well, not you guys, but like chat may have their feelings on it, is the whole Turtle Boy thing. And I know Turtle Boy's got his but we found out like Turtle Boy, like some of the stuff he said wasn't exactly what occurred the way it occurred. Like I'm very careful to see what actually is happening, what's being alleged. So I want to take a full look at it. And I want to know what happened in Ohio because that will determine a lot of what we're talking about here.
Ellie says she has their email.
Okay, yeah, tell them I'd be happy to talk to them. And whatever happens in Ohio, if they're willing to work with me, I can get and, break it down from there because that would really help figure out what's going on.
There's the email right there. What the hell's
what the hell's at yahoo.com? All right, Ellie, I'll reach out to them. Although they're probably busy.
Judges like this is why judges do not want cameras in the courts. Yeah, but that's the fundamental reason why we need cameras in the court.
Exactly.
Because of judges like this.
Agree.
So, all right, so that's what's the Hales. I have never heard of them.
I hadn't until the other night.
Interesting.
I've never heard of it until this stream tonight.
I think I got
Wendy, you need to go, don't you?
I do. So, chat, I
do?
apologize. I'm having an allergy attack, and I'm trying not to be
Oh, no.
disgusting on stream. And I'm so sorry, you guys.
I thought you were so sad you had to leave.
I'm so sad I have to leave.
Yeah, that's why that's not an allergy attack. You're just worked up. We're getting their chat.
Oh, I just saw private chat.
I just can't stop crying over it.
So sad. It's just so sad. Wendy, as always, you're amazing, and we
I
love
love you all. You're amazing.
Appreciate you
Thank you for emceeing while we were building.
Yes, it's
And
been
you
a
can go
pleasure.
relax.
We will see
I
you
love
on the 17th
Cannot wait for our next
23rd.
23rd. Shit. On the 23rd with Megan
Thank you,
Fox.
everybody.
Wait,
Love
you might
all
be
so
right.
much.
Hang on.
Chat, you're the best, Sean. It was a pleasure to meet you. You're a lovely
Yes, it
guest,
was.
and we loved having you on. Gentlemen, love you much.
Thanks,
See you
Wendy.
soon.
See you.
Okay, bye,
Good
Wendy.
night, everyone.
Appreciate you. Oh, was I right? Is it the 17th or is it the 23rd?
It's the 23rd. I don't know what the 17th, where you came from. That's like the middle of the week.
Oh, no, wait. Didn't we?
That's a Sunday. It's the
Wasn't that the
23rd.
last Lego stream? The 17th?
Might have been the 17th.
I think
yeah.
that's right. I think that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree though. Yeah, there are some times where like depositions can't be published because yeah, like you know, sometimes it does include stuff that's not in, it might be up, but yeah, everything in a court hearing though, that is fair game.
Right.
Like for example, like I might be doing a deposition which is going to involve the psychological evaluations and profiles of a minor. And while that might at some point end up being part of the public record during a trial or something like that, right now it's not. And so like disseminating something like that would be bad. And
very bad.
Yeah, right. And so we have a protective order in place and that we can use it for the deposition and for this and that. And if we end up using this stuff at the trial, then so be it, and that'll be public. But you know, we can't until the court might say, it's not relevant, we're not going to use it. And then we've just disseminated all this information out there to the public. So so the deposition thing, I disagree with the UI guy a little bit on. I think that is off limits, even 10 minutes of it, really. But
we'll see though. I want to see the 10 minutes of it.
Well,
she wasn't answering any relevant questions in the deposition like the entire time. So I don't know if that matters at all, but the parts that I saw that were highlighted were just basically her wigging out. It had nothing to do with any actual questions relevant to the case. In my humble opinion. I mean, you know, what do I know? I'm just a goat farmer.
Is the whole thing out there somewhere, or how did everyone get their hands on this?
They released it. I'm assuming the Hales did. I mean, that makes the most sense.
I don't think they released the whole depot, though. I don't think.
Yeah, but you're going to be in a really bad position because somebody got it and who got it. And, you know, it's kind of like the whole Hannah Reid thing. Like, how did it get there? So you're going to have to explain that at the end of the day.
What's her name?
Hales? What the Hales?
The other woman.
Crazy
couple.
Oh, shit.
It sounds like you call her crazy bitch, and it sounds like it works.
Yeah, I don't remember. I know the guy, her boyfriend or guy or whoever the hell it is, his last name is Cook, and they call him Crook. John Crook, I think. I can't. Lynette. I think her first name's Lynette.
But yeah, there's some weird reason why they're not. They should have that protection order out of Ohio should have automatically been granted, and I don't know why they're not.
I think I found What the Hales YouTube channel, and I found the video. I want to see if they have part of the deposition. Does anyone know like where the deposition is?
I know that a lot of their recent content is about this situation and this woman.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the whole litigation by YouTube thing.
Well, what does that mean exactly, though? What do you mean by that?
Well, because so if you look,
I don't know if you know
video,
this or not, but that's kind of what LawTube does. Like,
no, I litigate nothing. So on YouTube, but okay. So if you look at this whole video, it is. See, he's talking here, right? So he's talking. He's telling his side of the story.
Sure.
About what's going on and how crazy this judge is and how crazy the neighbor is. And then, then he plays part of it. Then he's talking again, and then he plays more of it. And then he's talking again. And so he's literally trying to litigate his position on this case on YouTube. That's what I mean.
But he's just a regular guy.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, let the whole hearing play out. Like, if you want to comment kind of along with it, sure. But that helps me more. Like, I want to see the unredacted. Like, I want to see all this from scratch because I'd like to be able to give you a
That's
true
what we were
analysis
watching.
of it.
That's what we were watching the other night.
Yeah.
The one from scratch?
Yeah, we were just watching the court hearing. We weren't watching their videos. I don't know where MG
Who's
got
this
it.
woman?
I mean, they're not here.
That's her. That's the crazy lady.
They were just.
Nothing to do whether I shared it or not. The world has access to it. It's public record. Number two, she's never you a handful of them, including.
So, are you going to ask the court to consider those letters?
Not if you can't use them. I mean, they're not here. They can't defend it. They were just letters of support.
She ended up
Some of
hanging up
them were
the deposition
fans
phone
that
call.
are no
Like
longer
she
his
didn't answer
fans
any
that-
questions. So they were trying to get the deposition rescheduled, and she's fighting it and putting it off, and she didn't show up to the first like 3 scheduled depositions and all kinds of nonsense.
Well, that's bleeding money for these guys.
And she's gonna play up naivete and say, "Oh, I didn't know," and this and that. And the
You
judge
just
will be
don't
like,
know.
"Oh."
I'm a simple person. They got their big fancy lawyers.
All their YouTube money.
I hate that shit. You know the trial MLS goes to court, that trial that I streamed?
Yeah.
The defendant in that case was improper forever. And he's like, well, I'm just a simple I don't know how to answer these interrogatories. Literally, it gives you directions. I gave you directions. Read the question, write down your answer, send it back to me in 28 days. It's not that complicated. But, oh, well, you know, and then we'd go to court and the judge would be like, all right, well, can you get them in by this date? And it's like, no, just pay me the attorney fees for having to show up and deal with this guy.
Seen what he did and just got disgusted.
Mr. Feather, are you aware of what she's referring to? They're part of the 338-page submission.
She submitted 338 pages of what?
Deal with that issue, which is
nonsense.
a hearsay issue on its face.
Yes, sir.
So,
And I know the court didn't consider them, and so it is what
but
it is.
I know it's kind of maybe it's hard to.
The judge, she dropped like a
Considers what's
385 page motion, and the judge wanted him to like
in a
meet
different
the court
context
the
when I'm
next day
reviewing a
about it.
petition for the temporary relief than when I am hearing the case. So just like I can be the person, I did a couple of
He
search
ran for
warrants this
judge
week. I
and
could
lost to
potentially
one of
be
his
3
law
months later, the
students.
judge on a motion to suppress, the judge, it never should have been issued in the first place, and we just kind of compartmentalize or change hats and look at it a different analysis. So, Ms. Preston, if you're not relying on those and those witnesses are not here, it's likely those are all hearsay.
It's fine.
And they're not going to be
I
relied
don't need
upon.
them.
So my question to you, it's just a matter of logistics. I got one other case substantively. I just want to make sure that if we're going to have to deal with tech issues or whatever, timing issues, so you have no other witnesses, correct?
Not at this time, John.
This is the time. So if
But
we're
I have a child that has a life-threatening metabolic disorder. We cannot leave her with anyone.
An
So
adopted
we can't
child that
keep
is
her safe that way
speculated
from
that
catching
she's
virus
just
or
extorting money.
some kind of
Has anybody ever seen this
So
kid?
I can't have my other witness
The
come
kid
because there's a
exists.
vehicle
The
with
kid
the
exists
child.
from what I gathered.
Oh, and then
It's
she's
fine.
wearing like a hat,
It
and
is what it
she's
is.
probably like, "Oh, I've got cancer or something too." And it's like,
without the answer,
too
which
bad it
is,
doesn't ravage you
really, I just
soon
wanna
enough.
know if you're the only witness.
I'm the only witness for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Mr. Feather on behalf of Mr. Hales? Do you anticipate any additional witnesses?
Your Honor, yes, we have 3 other potential witnesses.
Okay, and forensics.
He
and
really
other
doesn't like
evidence.
the defense attorney talking. He tries to make sure that doesn't happen as much as possible.
So,
Good
I'm
question.
inclined to address this issue.
I have no idea at half fibers.
I'll call it an authentication issue to be.
I don't think
addressed
so. I
first.
think he
Whether the tech
believes
is gonna come
because
in.
he was a law professor
We may end up
apparently,
having to take a break if in fact.
and he was a practicing
those
attorney,
items,
and now he's a judge, and apparently
The videos are very pertinent to
you know,
what I'm saying
he's
and
got that
why I
God
need a
complex, I
protection
think.
order.
All right, and so I again, because I've reviewed the petition and Mr. Feather, I don't think it's any surprise or prejudice. I think you're relying on what is referred to as YouTube videos.
One video, no, I made myself of something that just happened not even 2 weeks ago. And
I love how impropers are always so secretive, and sometimes your clients are too. They're like, "Well, I have this video of this thing, and when I show it to you, it's gonna break the case." You're like, "Oh, what is it?" And you're like, "But it's this video, and this is gonna be like the key to the whole case." You're like, "Okay, what's it of?" "Oh, well, just wait until I show it to you." "Oh my God, what the fuck is it of?" That's how these people are.
another one is
She's
what,
batshit
a
crazy.
video that I made for a meeting of our town hall meeting, and something that Mr. Hales did to me in that meeting in front of everyone.
Video
Tell us
she's
what
referring
the
to
fuck
is
it
number one.
Proffer
John
that
Crook
shit, girl. Proffer that shit. What
She has
did he
no idea.
do?
She has no idea.
I would stand up and say, "Judge, can we get an offer of proof from this woman?"
This is the proffer. Yes. Tell me what's going to happen.
Apparently, this guy's going to tell us right now.
Middle of North Otter Creek Avenue, breaking the civil protection order, which she was as well. You may be thinking, not a very smart move to actually bring in evidence that it goes against you breaking a civil protection order.
Wait, he said doing as well, though. What's he doing?
He's also going to try and attempt.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, bro, you got to
Well,
be
I was
careful. Like,
first.
what rule are you breaking there? Because that's like I get what you're saying, but this is once again, you have to think through what the fuck it is you're saying. You have to be very careful. Be very
This is
careful.
why you don't talk to anyone about anything ever. And that includes police, and that includes fucking YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
To show a town hall meeting where I warned the town of the roundabout door of users and abusers on that property, and gunfire, random gunfire going off. Again, doesn't seem very smart. I know you're thinking, you're like, holy cow, you got an entire testimony of her voice talking about
In all
the
fairness,
attic
if you
and
don't
the
want random
firearms going
gunfire
off.
happening
Yeah,
near you,
I
don't
know.
move to Florida. Don't move to Tennessee either, or Texas, or any of the free states, because that's just what happens.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't sound like that's that situation here.
No, probably not. I'm just saying.
So what I'm considering, maybe just pass you guys for a moment. It may be that you don't have to deal with the tech issue. It may be that there's not a basis for authentication. It may be that there is, but you've seen them and not been prejudiced by them being presented. So why don't I pass you guys for a few moments here, and I'll address Ms. McKittrick's other case. It's the only other one remaining on the docket, and we'll focus on you guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Preston, there's an issue of basically both sides knowing what evidence there is, and we can
Right.
fight about it as the case goes on, but it'll make it tedious. It may be that each side sees it and says, we're okay with it. We just have a different perspective of what it really establishes. And I don't know. So it could be helpful.
Yeah, I'm assuming she hasn't showed it to the other side
And
yet.
on the break. And,
no.
I'll be right back.
Where would you like me to do that?
Sure. You guys could just step right outside, and Mr. Feather, as counsel for Mr. Hales, could take a look at what, and then when we reconvene, there may be objections, there may be stipulations even. So let's at least address that in the time that it'll take for me to address this other case.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right. You guys can step outside for a moment.
We'd already been waiting for this case to be heard for hours. Keep in mind,
Oh my
John
God,
Crook
man.
is
Stop
out.
talking.
User, peppermint, self, the
Else 38-2023 DR 416.
See, I don't like the guy interjecting, and I know it's his channel and he's doing what he's doing.
You know, I understand that it's not a smart move to broadcast all this out there necessarily, but when you get to a certain point and you just nothing is going, and it's all unjust, the most reactive or logical thing is to just scream into the ether, right? Listen, look at all the injustice that I'm facing right now. And if it works, hell, good on him.
All right. So during the break, Ms. Preston, were you able to show counsel for Mr. Hales the videos that you intend to rely upon?
A couple of them, yeah. Haven't had a hard time with my drive, but I got it open now.
Okay, Mr. Feather?
Hold on, I
I
love
was
that.
able,
Pause
she
that
was
real
able to
quick.
show me two.
I have a hard time getting YouTube open. Like, there's times where you should be allowed. Like, the idea, like, they should be allowed to challenge her to a duel. Like, I do think dueling should be allowed still. I want to duel you. No. I want to take a gun and kill you.
Hey,
We'll do it tomorrow morning. Let's go.
If they move to Chicago, Lori Lightfoot will obviously let them mutual combat in a gunfight in a public street with
outside a
people
funeral. Yes.
Yeah.
These are the people that I wish dueling existed for.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The background looks like the judge is in a barn. I was going to say it looks like he's in this 1970s basement getting ready to film a porn.
Looks like there's pallet wood for the siding. But I've been in some really ghetto courtrooms, so I can't say too much.
Well, Toledo. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, not Toledo. There's other places.
Oh, I'm waiting for Ving Rhames to come out in a gimp suit.
Indicated she intended to use today. I'm not sure about the relevance of them, but I think she can authenticate them.
You might have been looking down, but I saw the smile.
All right, so
showing.
we're otherwise ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Preston, if you can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony.
Okay, let's hear what this woman has to say.
So help me God. Yes.
All right, so Ms. Preston, you are the petitioner in this matter. You filed the petition on September
You think she's
7th.
like Kaiser so saying it the
Supplemented it
whole time?
on October 30th with a supplemental petition. The first petition being 50 pages in length. The second one,
She's got people standing on her porch for 3 days.
378 pages.
Schizo.
She's crazy, y'all. She's
That's
fucking
some
crazy.
schizo posting. Normally we say no to that. No schizo posting in chat.
My case that I was supposed to go last week. The victim or one of the victims had a 12-page single-spaced document of the entire history of these parties together. I'm like, oh my God, this thing is so ridiculous. Ended up the judge got it out, or I got the judge to exclude it. Thank God. But it's just the incoherent, demented crayon scratchings that sometimes people produce. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
As to the parts attributed to you making statements of things, not the attached exhibits, which would include police reports, witness statements, character letters. Those are other people saying certain things.
Right.
The things that you've attested to in that petition, are those things true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, you're corroborating that here today?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the petition, it appears that you're alleging that Mr. Hales is stalking you, specifically in effect what the court would construe as cyber stalking. So it may be both in kind of in person, but also via communication or computer and or including social media.
Yes.
Okay. What, if any, relationship do you and Mr. Hales have other than this case?
He's using what, if any, from the bench?
What describe for me, if
Lazy
you
ass
will,
judge.
just a property
No, that's
situation,
actually like
how you guys are set up.
no. You can pause that. Like that's I know we like to make fun of Elaine, but he's got to get this going. Like, what if anything you want to tell me about this? Like, that is a valid means of doing things. It's just Elaine was abused it.
I was giving him shit, Sean. He's
Okay,
the
I was just
judge.
saying. Well,
he mostly gets to do what he wants.
Well,
mostly.
No relationship. So she doesn't talk at all about the fact that she was a super fan, that she moved in, that they gave her daughter 2 iPads or anything like that. No relationship other than this case.
Yeah.
Only none.
They're simply cyberbullying her for no
Describe
reason.
for me, if you will, just the
Cyber
property
stalking
for no
situation,
reason, yeah.
how you guys
Cyber
are set
stalking.
up in Otter Springs.
Even though she
randomly
moved,
attacked me.
she moved halfway across the country to live
We have property on
directly
the same
across the street
road,
from
but
them.
our driveways are quite a ways away from each other.
Like, give me a sense of distance.
2 blocks,
Okay.
maybe a little more.
So prior to what you're complaining
That's
of,
right. That's right.
issues
She
with
got
Mr. Hale,
this woman got a restraining order against these people, which at a 500-foot radius encompasses most of their, or not most of, but a portion of their driveway to include their, or a portion of their property to include their driveway.
Well, I was gonna say that should, generally speaking, the way that works is, well, they're allowed to be on their property.
You
they
would
can't
think
be
so,
stopped.
but in this case, not so much. They're no longer allowed to use their fucking driveway, Sean.
I can't.
Something's up.
It's
That's
fucking
weird.
insane. The more of this case that we got into the other night, like the more
Mm-hmm.
absolutely asinine all of this is. This judge has no, in my fucking goat farmer opinion, has no business doing any of what he's doing right now. And it's disturbing and kind of gross. Yeah. Yeah,
is there
Chad.
anything
Yeah.
from your perspective that you believe precipitated what you're complaining of?
She's got like a 500-foot
Okay,
fucking
what was that?
OP
He
that
didn't have any problems at first, but his relationship with the Grangers is part of what started it. But Martha came to our property one day to get bread because I was giving them bread for their chickens. And she made a comment to me that
Who is this?
Martha Rizk, his girlfriend, whatever she is, came to my property and we were talking about the property, was giving her bread. And she said, well, with John being who he is, I have a problem with my ex-husband being verbally abusive. I'm not ever did that at all.
That's your problem,
I have a
y'all.
tortoise rescue and I have my
That's
daughter
your
has
problem.
a life-threatening metabolic disorder. And Martha made a comment to me.
I
She
forgot
said-
about the tortoise rescue.
She said, well, don't you think it would be better for you if you gave your little girl up for adoption? And I told her that I thought it was best she left my property right there and then. And I think that, along with me running for a seat on the board in Otter Creek, is where it started.
It's odd because in the Ohio courts, your story was completely and totally different, which those transcripts will be utilized in the Florida courts.
Yeah, so you got to get those Ohio transcripts, Sean.
I'd love to, yeah, and I'd love to reach out to them. So hopefully, if I do, I don't get disappeared in the millions of people wanting to.
I believe that's
deal
the
with this
female
bitch.
counterpart to the What the Hales. I believe she's
Okay.
This is the female Hales.
I believe so. Don't quote me on
Yes.
that.
Talk. I actually have to dismiss.
It all started online, him attacking me online
All right.
and
so
in public, everywhere we go.
All right, so let me take it a step at a time here. You have a daughter.
Yes.
What age?
4.
By the way, guys, when you file a personal protection order or a civil protection order, or whatever you want to call it, it's all the same thing. Usually the people are improper. At least both sides are, or one side is.
Initially, yeah.
Initially, and this is how it usually goes. The judge is asking questions. All right, tell me this. Tell me about this, or who's this person, or what's this, or how did it start?
Mm-hmm.
This is very typical of a personal protection hearing,
Mm-hmm.
at least in my experience.
Yeah.
Okay, and are you currently a elected official?
Nope.
Did you ever become one?
Nope.
Okay, at the time, you're saying at or about this time you were running for elected office?
Just a seat on the board. Yeah. To help out Otter Creek.
Otter Creek sounds like
All
a
right,
very cute
but
place.
I guess what I'm getting to is
Otters
to
are
some
cute.
extent you were a public.
So Julia 543 says, I've seen a protection order for this case. I've gone down the rabbit hole on this that says if the people under this protection order are in a place the other person owns, the owner has to leave.
Well, yeah.
You can't be
Mrs.
forced to leave your own
Valhalla-
property, though.
Well, not true. If Mrs. Valhalla gets a restraining order against me,
Oh yeah,
I have to
yes,
leave
that
my
part.
house.
Yeah, but yes,
It's my house.
yes,
I
thought
own
she
the
meant.
house.
I interpreted
Oh,
that
not
meaning
this
she can force the Hales off the property. It's like they can't force the Hales to leave their property, though.
Yeah, I don't think they can. Yeah, not in this particular case. They shouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
But yes, in a domestic case,
Yes,
because
that's
then you're in
very
a court
common.
of equity, and you both have legal ownership to the home, but the court's got to establish some sort of what do I want to call it?
Well, no, the court doesn't want anybody dying on their watch, so that's why they do it.
Well, no, that too, but God, I can't think of the word right now. It's late. I'm tired.
Individual?
I don't know about that.
Well, did you hold yourself out as a candidate for public office?
As a candidate, yes.
Okay.
I ran with Tree Granger.
Okay, what do you mean you ran with?
We were doing it together.
Okay, so
at
that's
first,
interesting.
4 of us.
So in a defamation case,
yeah, she's a political. She's not. She's got very little. She's a public figure.
If you're a public figure, you have very little defamation rights. And if you place yourself out there in the public sphere, then those rights are even are vastly diminished because you've chosen. The court has said that you've chosen to put yourself out there in a position to be critiqued. So that might hurt her case here a little bit. And I know the defamation is being alleged by
her.
Not by her. She's the defendant in the defamation case, right?
I thought she was alleging defamation.
Maybe she is too as well.
It's
Vice president, or is it 2 separate seats?
No, there was a bunch of seats open.
Okay, so you guys were running at or about the same time, but you're
Yes.
running to be an independently elected official of Otter Creek.
Right.
Okay.
4 of us kind of
All
said
right.
we were going to do it.
So you hear something that caused you to react in a certain way, which was
Very kindly and
why don't
politely
we
asked
place
her to
your
leave.
child for adoption?
Very
Maybe I should
kindly and
give my
politely, I'm
baby up
sure
for
it was.
adoption. And I just told her, I said, I think you need to leave.
Okay.
I'm sure
Can
your
you do
child
that?
needs to be leave with
Give me a
children's
sense of
services.
what
I'm sure those are the
connection or
exact words that
relevance-
were spoken.
How does that tie into the issues you're complaining about, Mr. Hales?
Because right after that is when all of the online attacks started, the filming of our property started, everything started then.
Okay, that's legal. That's not
Announcing
illegal.
to 600,000 viewers that I'm a meth addict, that I'm abusing my child, that
Okay, defamation. That's not
they
Yeah, back up a second. Who are you saying announced you're a meth addict?
Right. So that's defamation, like Sean was saying, not grounds for a personal protection order.
Yeah.
And you're admitting to being a public figure, placing yourself in the public sphere because you're running for office.
It's crazy, man.
Jeremy did to his viewers on a video.
Okay, so let's describe, if you will. You're saying you're aware that Jeremy has
She's like, I only do crack, not meth.
website, or what is he have?
YouTube and Facebook.
Okay, so he has a YouTube channel,
Yes.
and he has
And
a Facebook
he has no concept
page.
of what
Yes.
YouTube is or what these people
What's
are
the
doing.
YouTube channel known
What the
as?
Hales?
I'm sorry?
What the Hales?
What the Hales, Hales, like his name?
Yes.
Can I tell you how disappointed I was when I was sitting through the Jennifer Crumbly jury voir dire, and the judge asked the jurors where they might hear about this case from, and the jurors were like, "Oh, the news and TV and the newspaper." Nobody said YouTube, and I was very concerned. Nobody said YouTube. Nobody said. Someone said social media eventually, but it was like Facebook in reference. It wasn't
Because they're boomers.
Yeah, but even the young
Stupid
guy,
boomers.
there's like a 20-something-year-old, and he was like, he didn't even say
You
YouTube.
Facebook? That would have been a red flag to me. It's like, sir,
I
what are
would
you
kick them
doing?
all off if I could have.
Well, I would have been very
The
questioned,
Facebook
like,
page
sir, why are
is
you on YouTube?
Same thing?
I mean, why are you on Facebook, sir? How old
And
are you?
how do you access the YouTube channel?
I don't go on his YouTube. Unfortunately, a million people, now that he's got this all out in the world, messaging me daily,
Well,
sending
hang on,
me
back up
stuff.
then. If you don't have access to his YouTube channel.
I do.
Okay, you do. Okay, how do you access it?
On my phone.
She just said she doesn't go on his
Yes.
YouTube channel.
What? How do you attribute what the Hales to?
I don't go on his
Jeremy
YouTube
Hales
channel.
to
How do you
get
access it?
recorded?
With my phone.
Because it's his YouTube.
Does he have his picture on it or anything?
Yes.
Okay, so you know it's him?
Yes.
Like
Well,
he's
you-
got his
that's what you're
picture.
believing
He's
it's a
coming with you.
I know it's his. Yes.
Jewelry,
why
I
do you
count
know it's
him in.
Because they post on it every day. They do their videos on it every day. Him and Martha.
Every day, which you would only know that
All
if
day.
you checked on it every day.
How many folks? You mentioned something about 600,000. Where did that number come from?
He has 600,000 viewers.
Over
followers.
700,000 now.
Okay.
Subscribers.
You don't follow on
And
YouTube.
he's posting derogatory information about you,
Absolutely.
and you're saying it's untrue information.
Absolutely.
Okay. And what impact does that, other than, I guess you're saying it affected you negatively, what impact is it?
It made my child's metabolic disorder.
And number one, it's almost ended my tortoise rescue from the continual lies. Even though Fishing Game has cleared us, he sent Fishing Game at my property and had them look at my property because they said I was killing, not feeding, not taking care
Oh, I
of
bet
the
you are
horses.
killing them because you're a psychopath.
Number one, it almost ended my tortoise rescue.
It's Florida, the state's a tortoise
They
rescue. They
gave me
can
a
live.
warning about the size of our pool.
Right.
Oh, wait. So Florida Fish and Game came out there and gave her a warning, which means that she was actually doing shit wrong.
She was in violation of something.
Yeah.
Inch was the size of our pool.
Okay, but that's they're conducting
Apparently
their
she's on disability.
investigation.
The tortoise
They're
rescue is
following
a
their
501c3
responsibilities, and they gave
yada,
you a
yada.
warning, correct?
Right.
Are you? I mean, if you're disagreeing with their warning, like they had no basis to give you one, that's fine. You can go fight that. But I'm
No,
saying,
no, that's not what I'm
Right.
saying. He had never.
She's admitting they should have.
Sizes of pools. He didn't turn me into them for that.
all right. So your claim is he makes a false
He
accusation.
turned her in for something else. They just happened to find this.
Into your house, investigating, resulting in a warning.
And that's not the that's not the end of it.
Okay, well, I just want to
Fan
establish that
after
that happened.
fan
That
after-
happened. Hang on.
She's like, well, I know this sounds bad, Judge, and I know I'm losing right now. It's not the end of it, though. I got more stuff, and maybe this one will work.
The metabolic disorders.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to take it a step at a time because you've
I'm
covered
sorry.
a lot, and at one point, I think in your petition,
Yes, you are
said you had
very sorry.
difficulty in narrowing it down. So I'm
But you don't get a warning unless you're doing something wrong. They just didn't cite her for it. They just said, hey, fix this. We'll come back and check it.
Yeah.
But you're obviously doing something wrong.
Which is typically what the first step in how they handle hoarders, right? Usually they come and like, hey, this is all messed up. Why don't you fix this? And then we'll come back in a month. And if you don't fix it, then surrender your animals.
Sounds like Valhalla's got experience with that.
Well, no, but I've worked in pet stores for a long time, right? So like I worked at PetSmart for several years. I was manager at PetSmart, and we would have relationships with the local shelters. So
Yeah.
we would deal a lot with like a lot of the hoarder situations. When a hoarder is found with 56 poodles in cages, then PetSmart would generally come in and groom a bunch of animals, and the Humane Society would help and yada yada. So like I understand likely what's happening on this woman's property.
want to try to narrow it down. And counsel's going to ask you questions. You don't have a lawyer here to ask you questions, so I'm trying to derive the information based on what's in your pleading. So part of your complaint is that he makes a complaint to Game and Fish. They come out and they give you a warning.
Not only to Fish and Game, but to all of his fans.
Okay, we're going to get to that in a second.
Okay.
But you're saying you almost had your rescue shut down.
No. That's not what I meant. I
think you
I
said
knew I
something.
wasn't getting shut down. I can't.
So what did you mean?
I can't use it the way it's supposed to be used
Why?
because his fans won't allow it.
What do his fans do?
The minute, if I were to post every rescue in the United States, you become a 501c3 for the purpose of getting donations.
That's not why.
Places that
That's
sell
not why
keep
you become
dogs and
501c3.
help dogs and all that. They run on a donation basis. That's why people do it.
No.
Most people don't do it to do it out of
No.
their pocket.
No,
'cause
you
can't.
fucking
can't
scamming
help it.
whore.
You do it
That is
because
not
it's
why
the
you
thing
do
to
it.
do.
501c3.
You do it
You-
because it's a tax thing, right? The government acknowledges the fact that you're not making a profit off of saving these animals.
And you do it because it's a thing you enjoy and you want to help.
You don't do it as a grift, you fucking lush. That's not what you do. Oh.
USDA. I'm registered with the USDA.
Right.
If you
All my
listen carefully
credentials are
enough,
good,
people
up to date.
will tell you
And-
exactly
You're
what their
saying
fucking
his
intentions are.
actions are interfering with your ability to conduct that operation.
Yes, for a couple reasons.
Oh, the overflowing ignorance. Let's talk about nonprofits and how they.
What?
He's just as
Somebody
mad
did
as
that.
I was.
Or Valhalla did.
Money. It goes on and on and on. She fails at business.
Okay, so I'm trying to find out. You're here trying to get an injunction. You're
Right,
not
I
here
know.
suing him for the damages that he may or may not have caused.
No.
So, what do his do? What? Well,
His fans went.
so his fans are doing things. Why do you attribute to him? He's the only guy in court here. His fans.
Because he posted, he's posted hundreds of videos. There's the last time we counted
which
videos
ones?
that had
Please show
anything to do
proof.
with us, it was 180 videos.
Okay, and what are they?
They're on YouTube. They're YouTube videos.
Of what?
He posts, he does lives, and he makes videos every single day.
Of what?
I think
Just
I
give me a
gave
sense.
you,
So
Honey,
are they
he's asking
videos
you.
of your operation?
no, there's
Okay.
videos about us calling us meth addicts, child abusers, tortoise killers.
I'm sure that's
Calls,
accurate.
I'm sure.
Meat turd lady, TURD lady. He calls John Crook. I'm Lynette now, LIE, like I'm a liar.
All right, so hold on a second. I want to get so he's defaming you personally by instead of calling you Lynette, he's calling you LIE-net, Lynette, correct?
Saying-
He's calling you a
saying that
child
I'm a liar.
abuser.
He says that I'm a psychopathic liar,
Okay,
sociopathic liar.
and that you're
No lies
you're a
detected.
tortoise
That's
killer.
accurate.
Yeah,
now.
I'm kind of getting the vibe.
I tried to tell you guys, she's fucking
Right.
nuts.
He claimed that to his followers that he claimed that I made my baby sick on the day of when the hurricane hit recently, that I made her sick because I have Munchausen syndrome.
Probably
And
do.
John and I left the
Probably.
property and left the tortoises to fend for themselves. And he, in that video,
They're
same
fucking
video,
tortoises.
posted that somebody should go in there and let them go because nobody was there to protect them. Well, John was on the property the entire time. My baby did get sick and have to go to the hospital. She got RSV and another childhood
Probably
virus
not from the
when I
living
took her to a
condition.
doctor's appointment.
Yes, she
Unfortunately,
contracted it from
clinics
the
aren't
tortoise.
clean, as you think. That's where you get germs. And my baby
RSV.
caught two viruses.
Highly susceptible to hoarder
Wait,
children.
wait, wait, where do you get germs?
On at least one of
What did
them.
she say?
She got RSV and another childhood virus when I took her to a doctor's appointment. Unfortunately, clinics aren't clean, as you think. That's where you get germs. And my
What does
baby
this
caught
have to
two
do
viruses.
with?
So hold on,
So-
step at a time. So
I
you're
think
she's
saying
fucking crazy.
She looks like she's
at least
familiar
one
with
of those
methadone
hundreds of
clinics.
occasions,
She's fucking
Jeremy
crazy.
discloses something that in part is true, that your child was sick.
Oh, hold on, guys.
However,
Sorry.
you're not the
We're getting
blame.
there.
It's your position.
Hell yeah.
You want to show? What do you got going on?
Yeah, we're
There you go.
here we go. We're getting there.
Hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'm doing all the stickering later, but I was doing as much as I
Is that
can.
a lot of
before-
Technic? Is that a lot of Technic bricks connections?
No, it's just a like, oh my god, so many brick connections, so many. Wait, where is this?
I
one?
do like this judge because he's saying, okay, so you're saying that he's defaming you by saying like you're endangering the tortoises, and they go out and issue you a warning, which means you're doing something wrong. Okay, so he's saying that your child is sick, but you're telling me that your child is sick, so that's a true statement. You know, I do like this part of the judge.
Yeah, the standard, and I know it's not, I don't know Florida exactly, but the standard is you have a reasonable fear of your safety from this person, what have you shown that shows you have a reasonable fear to believe that your life is in danger from this person?
She's also seeking an injunction, which means that she would need to show irreparable injuries, and not just injuries that could be resolved with money, right?
Yeah.
Have you guys
So
seen
if
any
you
of that so far, have you seen any of that thus far?
No,
I haven't either.
No.
I haven't either.
The common thing is like if you got to cut down 100-year-old forest, that's an irreparable injury because we don't have 100 years to wait around for the trees to grow back.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
He said that I physically make her sick on purpose.
So
to
get me
get a place to
to
go in a hurricane.
get me to why do you attribute the actions of his quote fans to him? Because right now I don't have jurisdiction to do or not do anything about his fans. He's here.
Right.
So-
Because he tells them if he wouldn't have started posting all these things about us, no one would even be talking about us, bothering us, doing anything to us.
What does he tell his fans?
He tells them that I have tents
Mostly the
of meth
truth?
addicts living on my property, that I have, he told
Do
them
you?
I have no septic system, that we were living and wallowing in septic.
Are you?
He said that, Jesus.
Hang on a second. So there are people who read what you're saying is untrue.
Watch his videos, yes.
You think she's like halfway through her sentence and realizes that she sounds like a fool and gets mad at herself? And that's why she's just like, Jesus.
Oh, that could be. That makes so much sense, actually.
Well, they say I live in filth. Do you? Do you guys have a septic tank? You got to be careful. The judge is a mandatory reporter.
I know.
And then they're acting upon it
Yes.
by doing what?
Contacting us. They've contacted every agency that you can imagine. And so has he, and he admits it on the video, and I have a transcript.
A transcript,
They've
like a
called
real
CPS,
transcript?
Child Protection Services, got called so many times that the governor
And
got
she wrote
involved.
down what he
Okay,
said.
so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Reports to DCF that are false, that's a crime.
Exactly.
So have all those people been charged with crimes?
No, that
Okay,
we can't
so-
get anybody to do anything about anything.
Okay, but you're here trying to get me to do something about
To
this.
protect me and my
Jeremy.
family, to stop Mr. Hales from doing videos about us, talking about us, driving by and filming us, telling his people to film us. Leave us alone.
All right, he's filming you. Are you in public?
In my yard.
Okay, out in front of your house?
That one time was in front of the house, but no, we're in our property and they're filming it every day.
Were you standing in your yard screaming at them at the time?
No, driving by, filming our property and us on it
Which is
every day.
legal?
I can no longer go outside and play with my child. We don't ride
can
her
see
Mack
it
truck
from
on
the
the
road.
road.
Why are you
We
playing with your
don't
child?
go
They've
for
got
walks
this
on the
like
road, nor-
metabolic dildo disorder where like they're gonna die.
In RSV. and
Like,
all these
she
other
sounds
horrible
like she's got
things.
bubble boy. I mean, she sounds like you guys know who Mr. Medicare is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It sounds like Jim Medicare. It's like he's dying and the flesh is weak, but the soul is strong. It's like, well, my kid, we go outside and play full contact football. And it's like, I thought you said your kid can't walk. Well, it's like,
stroller. We don't
trying to tell
leave
you guys,
our
she's fucking
shed
nuts,
area in our
man.
backyard at all. He's posted her in her diaper on YouTube and on Facebook.
how do you get these information?
Right. Did you have the
I
child
don't know
in
where he
public
got
and just
the,
a
pic-
diaper?
the picture
Oh.
he got.
She's well aware where I got the picture. She had a full conversation with Shart on it on Facebook. She knows where it came from. It came from her. She posted it.
Still a little
What
creepy.
I did was zoomed
Okay,
in on
can
the
we pause?
neglect.
Still a little creepy. You'd put that up on Facebook or on YouTube if it ain't your kid. I'm just saying
Agreed.
that's like I'm like Broman, man. Come on, man. Like that just seems weird. But
My question though is what exactly was that content?
doesn't I'm still not posting somebody's kid in her diaper. Like
I'm with
what
you on that.
what do I stand to gain from that? Like is where
But
I'm
is
just
this-
like-
is this-
I want because we don't know the context. Now, if
Right.
he's
Yeah.
saying, if she's saying this kid is so sick she can't leave the house, blah 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 blah, and then he says, "Here's the picture of her daughter out front." For some reason, if that's relevant,
yeah,
here's a picture of her daughter running around out in front of the house. Obviously,
Yeah,
the child can leave the home.
he hasn't clarified that, so that makes me a little leery about like what actually.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it the child playing in the septic field that they don't have,
Yeah.
right? Or is it
Yeah.
like the child, the brief
Running
half
naked
second-
around all the tortoises?
Well, a brief half second of the
The
child in the
tortoises.
background of a video
The
that just
tortoise.
kind of runs across the yard or something stupid. I want to know more details.
Yeah.
I want to know more details.
But at the end of the day, it's not illegal if he's filming it from the road. Just if you don't want your kids filmed, don't take them out in the public. Don't put them in the front yard where the neighbors and anyone driving by can see.
Well, and he said that she posted the image. So if you don't want your
Oh, yeah,
child
he posted the
to be in public domain in a diaper, you shouldn't fucking post it on social media, you idiot.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
You can't put,
She
oh
was
my
in
God,
my-
this image is
you
in
can't-
public
you
because I
cannot-
put it in public. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Well, but
See,
people
my
don't have
child-
that concept. Like, I have people that call me all the time. They're like, our neighbors put up a camera and they can see into our yard. I'm like, well, if they were standing there, could they see into your yard? Yes. Well,
but they got a camera now.
yeah. It
Welcome
makes
to
no
America,
difference.
you fucking idiots.
In
Oh,
your
I'm so
yard.
mad.
I think Jamie posted a picture of my daughter online, my friend Jamie, or a video of her party or whatever, or her playing in her yard.
All right, so he might have had access to it from other social media.
From other social media, yeah. He put a picture of her in her diaper and started accusing us of throwing dirty diapers on a road in Otter Creek.
Okay, so
That seems very specific conduct.
That
let
does
me
seem
get
very
you to
specific.
where Mr. Hales may or may not be responsible for this. So
You hear that? Let me get you to where Mr. Hales is or may not be responsible for this. Number one, over.
Not calling CPS his exact words, then I don't know why. If you're not calling Fish and Game, then I don't know why. He says he admits himself that he and Martha have called several times themselves.
I'm willing to bet there's a pile of diapers next to the street.
So he's not telling them to call.
Willing
He's
to bet.
saying that if you believe what I'm saying, you should be concerned enough to call.
Right? Where would they get these ideas in their head if he wasn't saying she's beating her kid? He said that his employee saw.
See, this is the same thing that Turtle Boy ran into, right? So if I say I have a video of, or a good example is there's a video that was circling last week of a mother hauling her son out of school by the arm,
Yeah, it did
misbehaving
look
in
good,
class,
yeah.
and she was whipping his ass. Now I could stream that video, and I could say, I think this woman is whatever, needs to have her child taken away, blah blah blah. Someone needs to call CPS on this woman, blah blah blah. Now, if someone listening to that calls, am I instigating it or am I exercising my First Amendment right?
Well, yeah, and I would argue you're exercising your First Amendment right. Like, I still think the difference with Turtle Boy is, though, that's in the middle of a, his situation is a little different there. But yes, it's overall, are you inciting the people to go take action? And is that action legal and lawful? I already.
That's interesting.
But like, okay, so in the context of this case,
yeah,
where he's saying, whatever, if you think this is wrong, then you should call or something like that. Is he? Well, first of all, let's assume that's what he said because we're not seeing the context. We're not seeing the actual video.
Well, I think it's 100%
Is it enough
lawful
to say that he's, huh?
I think it's 100% lawful for what he said.
Yeah, I do too.
Although I do think it's just like he's like, if you're not doing it, I don't know why you're not. It's like unless like he's shown like legit video footage of it, it's like still it's like I kind of operate on like if you've tried and the government isn't doing anything, I don't know what a million people calling does. I think that ends up making you look like a lunatic too. But
Big Happy. So this woman here. Okay, so apparently there's a YouTuber, him and his girlfriend or whatever, called What the Hales. and they do treasure hunting and a bunch of other things. What they're saying, the What the Hales people, a couple, their channel, what they're saying is that this woman who's on the screen right now moved like across the country, is a super fan of
Follow
theirs.
them, yeah.
Followed them, moved in next door, and has been kind of stalking and harassing them. And whenever they do something to try to stop her, she does something, she files something alleging something against them. So right now, this is her petition for a personal protection order saying that they are harassing her, or not harassing her, but they are essentially, she needs protection, civil protection from them, because they are putting out on YouTube all these things that are going on with their crazy stalker fan that lives next door. What's funny is, so what we've heard so far from this judge is, okay, so they called Fish and Wildlife on you, and you got a warning, which means you were doing something wrong. Okay, and they said that your child was sick, but your child was in fact sick. So none of this is like defamation or anything that would warrant an injunction, which is what she's seeking right now. And we're talking about it because it's just kind of blew up over the last couple of days, and so we're just trying to like learn everything ourselves.
It's
and get caught up.
apparently been going on for quite some time, and it's absolute insanity at its finest. There's a pro se plaintiff who's clearly off her fucking rocker, in my personal opinion. There's the 700,000 subscribers that the Hales have. There's a judge who, to put it lightly, doesn't seem to be doing a great job. We'll say.
So far, I think he's been doing the right thing. He's been guiding this improper plaintiff or petitioner through the proper steps to see if there's anything warranting this, the petition that she's seeking. This is very typical of an improper personal protection request. This is exactly what you would expect the judge to do. This is what I see day in and day out in these courts. So, and he's challenging her also too by like, okay, so they called Fish and Wildlife out on you, and you're saying that somehow impacted your ability to protect these tortoises or whatever. But you admit that they gave you a warning, right? Well, but for a different reason than they called. Okay, but still, they gave you a warning and said you need to fix some shit, right?
They found a violation when they came. That's what you're saying, lady.
Yeah. So I'm okay with the judge so far.
Yeah,
Now,
so far, yeah. This is so far, yeah.
Yeah. Now, and we're not going to watch all of this, but from what I understand, this judge goes a little ham on the respondents in this case, the What the Hales people, because they are posting this video, this very courtroom proceeding, on YouTube, which I guess the judge didn't like. So that I have some issues with, but we did hear a little bit of that earlier when we were watching DUI guys sort of recap of this thing. But so far, I'm fine with the judge and what he's been doing.
Keep watching.
Yeah.
Slapped my child across her head.
Okay.
First, it was the maintenance man at
She had
town hall.
coming.
Then it was somebody else, and now he claimed in a video that it was patients. His social worker employee saw me hit my child at the meet and greet for the candidates. Saw me slap my child across her head, never happened, and he posted that all over the internet. That's what started the child abuse.
Okay. Have you been found
Yes,
responsible?
protection orders
for
should be
child
honored
abuse?
from
Nope.
state to state.
Been closed twice.
So you're saying it's false accusation.
Yes.
You're saying that it's interfered with your business operation, your 501c3.
That has nothing to do with the kid, Judge.
has
I
nothing to
think
do
he's
with
maybe just summarizing. I think he's just maybe summarizing her issues.
He's trying to summarize it up, yeah.
Everything he's doing is is hurting my life, my
And it's-
lifestyle, me, my daughter, and John Cook.
Okay. And
John Cook's an adult. He should be here on his
he's
own half.
creating
Hate.
interference with your enjoyment of
creating
your
hate.
property.
Yes.
Okay.
The judge is trying to steer her in the right legal direction because hate is not it's not illegal to hate people. I'm sorry.
Crime.
Okay, where's that?
He created posts that I never made. They're nothing I've ever even seen. They're in a font I never use, and it's some conversation between me and he says.
How much drugs do you think are in that backpack?
Yeah, hang on. Where are you getting this information
It was
from?
on a video.
But how are you attributing it to Mr. Hales?
He posted the video,
On what?
YouTube, and
On his page?
yep. And he says that
But is he posting
It's called a
something
channel,
he's also
Your Honor.
posting
Was on-
screenshots. of
Yeah,
it.
technically a page.
But is he posting something that's otherwise on some other media format?
No, I don't know where he got it. He made it.
Well, then you don't know I guess the answer is you
No,
don't.
it's on his. It's from his channel. He posted it.
He's broadcasting it, but you don't know if he created it.
Yes, I do, because I never created it. I never said it.
Why
He
not?
said that the woman contacted him and gave him the conversation between me and this woman at some women's battered shelter that I've never been to. I've never been to a battered women's shelter. That she gave me $2,300 or $2,200.
She was a former
to meet
stripper,
John,
apparently.
and I robbed her.
Of course she was.
I took her
Of
money.
course she was.
And in that conversation, I supposedly called him a gay
Lady?
fag and called
If you're out there and you're in your 20s and you're stripping right now, understand that this is your future.
Martha a sand nigger. Well, my
As
family's
well as
black, so
ladies.
I would hardly call anyone the N-word.
Well, that,
We're Native American, we're black, we're South American, we're
Wait, what?
Asian, we're everything.
I don't know. From what I heard, here, I'll just say something. 2.0 told me what county in Ohio this came from. You definitely would have said the N-word if you lived in that county. Like, I'm just saying, like, don't bullshit me, honey. Don't bullshit me.
But she doesn't even use the word Native American or the phrase. It's
Indigenous. It should be an Indigenous American, a First Nation or something. You sound like you're. Just saying.
Can I
Just
tell
this
y'all
thing
a
with
story?
cotton feather, right?
I met a guy that lived in Florida in the last few years, right? And this man had, I don't know if I want to tell the story, actually.
Oh, you gotta tell it. Too late.
Okay.
Too late,
So
brother.
This guy had a
Brother.
tattoo on his arm, on his bicep, of a tree and a black stick figure hanging in the tree.
Okay.
I see nothing wrong with that.
I offered to. It was a thick stick figure, if you know what I'm saying, bro. It was pretty obvious what the fuck he was trying to depict in that tattoo. And
I don't know. He's not good at hangman.
Bro, I offered because like I'm kind of artsy, right?
All
I
you
have
do
a
is
tattoo
you
machine.
do 3 lines and you do an H
What were
and
you-
an
what were
A.
you- You're like,
underneath
bro, I can
and
help you out. We could put some ruins on there too.
I was like, bro, let me help you cover that up. Like, why is that still on your arm in 2023 at the time? And he was not for it. I tried though, y'all. I tried.
All you have to do is, like I said, you put 3 lines and do an H on top of the one and an A on top of the other, and then just leave the third one blank. You get to go.
He was from that general region in Florida, I think. And yeah, Sean, I think or whoever said it, I think you're right. From that region of Florida, you would definitely be saying the N-word.
Well, that region of Ohio.
Help me understand this. Her mother's white.
Not testifying.
I don't mean to be.
Well, I want you to provide testimony. Your testimony is that he's lied in labeling you things that you're not, including but not limited to a child abuser, tortoise killer, turd lady. Now you're putting in thief.
Turd lady.
That you're you've made your child sick, etc.
That I have
But
Munchausen syndrome. That
The
I'm
question is though,
sociopathic.
he's doing that, and people, as a result of that, are taking action.
Because he's making money from it. That the views that he's getting on YouTube have tripled his income. From what? From what people have sent me.
So he just wants his money?
He's making
She just wants his money.
triple
That's all.
money out of doing dirty deeds on YouTube. And that's the
Dirty
new thing.
deeds.
So you think people are interested in
Yes.
you being
The
defamed?
village- the
And they're
village
done
has a
dirt
soap
cheap.
opera, and they're playing into it. And if we would stop doing it, we'd get left alone.
Earlier, she said she wasn't a lawyer, probably because she's spending so much time being.
Hi.
I mean, excuse me, testified that he's asked people in kind of a rhetorical way.
Oh, that's another
by
thing. This
telling
lady's
them,
family has like
if you
reached
guys
out
don't
and been
call
like,
DCF
we're sorry.
or
We know
Game
she's
Fish,
crazy. She's been crazy forever.
I don't know what's going
We
to compel you to
apologize.
do so, if not these lies I'm saying about this woman. Like he's shaming them that they'd be less than something, I guess, that if they didn't report it.
Another great example of the judge overstepping his bounds, guiding.
He doesn't understand what he's talking about. He's not guiding her. He knows
He's
the
making the
law.
record clear.
Well,
he's making the record clear. She is not at all clear. She's not talking about things that are relevant. And he's trying to clarify for the record what the basis for his decision is going to be and what her testimony is clearly. Like when he starts to say, okay, and this is causing you to have difficulties in operating your business. And she says, yes, it's all hate. He's like, okay, but is it having difficulties, or causing difficulties in you operating your business? There's elements. Just because something is causing you problems doesn't mean it's actionable, but that's the damage part of it, right? You have to have a duty, breach, causation, damage sort of thing. And so he's just trying to hit the elements, like Sean said, for the record. He's not guiding her.
He's like talking. He's talking to a child. He's making sure I understand.
That's exactly what he's doing. She's improper. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. He's trying to just not even guide her. He's talking to a child. That's a good way to say it.
Saying, I
Yes,
can't
he
believe
did. He
you
did.
guys know
No,
this
he
stuff.
told them. He said, as people need to call. You need to save Harley. I have the screenshot. It says save Harley.
And who's
Right on
Harley?
his page, my daughter.
Okay.
I have it. All of these are posts from Mr. Hale's page that are against us, only against us. It's every day. And since the Ohio court, it doubled. So
Well,
these signs.
hang on a second. You referred to Ohio court. I believe you attached as part of your supplement.
Yeah, and I will say, Haley, that I haven't seen all of this. I'm just watching this for the first time, and I just sort of jumped in the middle and started listening to it. But Sean, I don't know what your experience has been, but when a judge is dealing with an improper, or impro se, they don't necessarily litigate, but they realize they give some deference to the person who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
And they'll say, okay,
what does this
if
mean?
I can, what does this mean? And
What
if
do you
I
want me to do about this?
Yeah, and summarize it. And then he's going to turn to the respondent's counsel and says, all right, well, her arguments are this and this and this. How do you respond? And then he's going to respond and he's going to say, okay, but what about this situation? He's not litigating on her behalf. He's the fact finder, but he knows he's got a tard on the other end that doesn't know what the hell she's doing. And he's just trying to sort this out. So I don't necessarily, I'm not looking at it. I'm not watching this judge in this context, and he might litigate for her, but it's very common for that to be the scenario where the judge is just simply trying to wade through everything because we have someone on the other side that doesn't know what they're doing.
Petition.
And I don't necessarily think that's
a temporary injunction issued by a court in Ohio.
It was made permanent 2 years, and he perjured himself in court. Not one thing he said there was true.
Well, hang on. You've got lots of remedies in Ohio. You're telling me now you have a 2-year injunction against you?
Yes.
For what?
Cyber stalking and cyber bullying him, and we've never been in Ohio.
Where's your proof?
And we're not.
Well, that's the issue of cyber stalking.
Right, we're not. We have.
Also, we're done.
But I'm not doing that, and I can prove that.
Sorry.
But
we're
if
finished.
you can prove that you
So.
Oh. All right. So the reason we're actually here, hang on, let me just a little layout.
Yeah.
Oh,
There
very
you go.
cool.
Well done. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Maybe I'll paint it red later.
So you guys show us both of them now.
All right. This one doesn't have any stickers on it, but there are both of them.
Oh, there you go.
581 pieces. Jeez.
Is that both of them combined?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. Oof.
Nice job.
Thank you.
So what's your initial takes then on this case?
I mean, listen to this so far, it's fine. I mean, this
Yeah,
is like,
I think so too.
yeah, you're just like, oh my God, judge, come on. Like, and then normally the judge is, okay, Mr. Counsel, what is your situation? You're like, well, Your Honor, she doesn't have a restraining order. We have a protection order. Here's the protection order. Your Honor, we ask her, where is it? What's the proof? And like, because if there's a protection order, that gets put in the leads. So they should be able to, and like the court has access to leads. Like, okay, fine, I'll get a leads printout. Let's go. And it's not going to show up. So yeah, that this happens all the time. But I've also been hired. Like I've had people want to retain me, and I show up and I'm like, okay, well, what's this hearing going to be about? And I find out, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't doing it, and walk out the door because it's the crazy lady. And sometimes you find out you're doing that.
I know. I have certain questions that I ask. If I feel like the person who's calling me, the potential client, is like insane, I keep them on the phone a little bit longer because I'd rather spend 40 minutes on the phone to know I don't want to work with this person than to jump right in and then be stuck with this person for like months on end. So so I often do that a lot. I would not pick up this woman as a client. I know she got retained counsel at some point, it sounds like, but my heart goes out to him. It's definitely a different, difficult woman to work with.
Yeah, but hey, he got paid, so
his videos are definitely escalating her cans, and sure, she probably is lying crap ton. But it's weird to post videos daily on this. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
it's not. I mean,
helping.
People get fired up.
I don't think. Huh?
People get fired up, and I mean, like, this is his way of battling it. And like, I'm sure this is his feels the only way. Like, he does YouTube, so this is what do you do when you're having problems on? Like, you use your channel to resolve your problem. Like, I don't think it's bad. Now, if he had started the channel because of this, all right, but you know, if this is his livelihood, it's like, well, I'm talking to my world.
Well, you said it. You said it in the beginning of the stream, Sean. People just want to be heard.
Yeah,
they want to know that you have their back.
Yeah,
and blah blah blah.
Mama Bear, I don't know where to find it without the narration.
I don't know.
That's what I want.
I don't know off the top of my head. I know MG has it all, and that's where I'll be.
I'll reach out to him then and get that.
Sean.
Yeah.
Sean, what do you got coming up, man?
So tomorrow we are going to go through the Michelle Troconis. Some people wanted to see your the verdict get announced, so I'll run that for the couple minutes. I mean, she gets found guilty, so I'll run that for a couple minutes. And then tomorrow you can find me over on Potentially Criminal. We're going to be talking about the saga of Patrick Tomlinson and him suing the Milwaukee police for responding to all the swatting calls, and apparently it's their fault. It's interesting. They're too well trained. They do the police stuff too well, and he's mad about that. So we're going to be covering that tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. Like,
yeah.
So what if they didn't show and he was actually like being attacked or something?
He would sue them probably. Yes.
Yeah, he would sue them again.
Yeah.
Just like,
and I guess like when they've shown up, they're like, let us in, and he's like, they're so mean to me, and it's like, well, I don't like them either, but they are showing up. So
you know what this is a symptom of? The fact that the police are not willing to crack down on this and cooperate with other law enforcement officers, because the person who's calling is probably in a different state,
or somewhere else.
Yeah, or
I did cover a cop in Alabama who was swatting people while on duty.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's like a volunteer fireman lighting fires crazy.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah, he was bored. He wanted to go out on a run.
Yeah, well.
Jesus.
Yeah. But no, that'll be me. I'll be doing that tomorrow. I'm not sure. Probably like tomorrow, like late afternoon, almost early evening. And we'll go through his 1983 complaint because he's suing because like the police have tried to force their way into the house and stuff. And it's like, well, they tend to do that. So I'm going to read through it. It should be pretty fun.
All right, cool.
And then Hannah Reid's still going. I can't imagine why. We're beating a dead horse now at this point.
Literally.
So.
Well, you have fun, Valhalla. You got something coming up?
The last question I have, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you think?
When I think of what?
Legos and interviews and
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I had fun.
Good. It's a good
I had
stream.
fun. 10 out of 10 would do it again, but I'd probably pick one of the. I should have picked one of the single cars or something else next time. So, or maybe I'll freestyle Lego. I don't know.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it, buddy. I appreciate you.
Freestyle. I've been doing this is my second stream where I've had like an idea in my mind, a little image, and I've just freestyled it. I might do this again.
Oh, yes.
But next week next time I'm gonna get the monohull sailboat. I think.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, also I'm gonna be doing Hearsay for Days tomorrow with Hella. That's at 3.
Nice.
Eastern.
All right, cool.
So
nice.
What are you guys talking about?
Hannah Reid and just how it's been going.
Oh, okay.
I think I don't have anything until the next Lego stream at the moment, if I'm not mistaken.
I've always got my Jody days, Tuesdays and Saturdays.
I am gonna go jump on MG's stream after this, I think.
Oh, he's on right. Is he still on right now?
I'm sure he goes late.
Yeah,
he
he
doesn't start
deep.
till like 11 or something.
Oh wow! Holy
Yeah.
shit! It's almost 2.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's time for me to go to bed.
He's
Yeah.
also in
Okay, guys.
Oklahoma, so it's not as late for him.
It's only 1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is number 10. We've hit the double digits, Valhalla.
Outstanding. This is 10 of these streams, chat. This is pretty
10 of
good.
these. We're gonna keep them going.
I appreciate
Lego
you guys
Law, Life,
coming
and
going
Libation.
up. It's good. I like it. Dave, my legalized guy,
Yeah.
he hit me up in a comment the other day and said he's got a camera now. So that
Nice.
yeah, that could be very
Make it happen.
interesting.
I gotta talk to Rory. I gotta talk to that guy too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Rory Sutherland. I want that guy on our channel.
Y'all,
Have you ever,
we've got
Rory Sutherland? Sean, do you know? Have you ever heard this? He's British. His trade is actually in marketing, but he's got some really cool ideas about a lot of different things. He's like a philosophizer, as what's his name would put it. Ben, the philosophizer. He's really cool. So I'm hoping to get him on a stream one of these days too.
And we do, of course, have Megan Fox coming up on the 23rd.
We do.
And we have a special Mother's Day Lego stream coming up where Brandy Churchwell is coming back to MC while Wendy H, our beloved Wendy H, is building Lego with us, and we get to interview her. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited about that. I'm excited.
Yeah, that'll be the Saturday before Mother's Day, whatever
I thought
day
it was
that is.
Mother's
We picked
Day.
it up. No, it's the Saturday before. Mother's
Oh.
Day's on a Sunday.
Oh, well, you didn't tell me that part.
Oh, it's Saturday before Mother's Day weekend. All right. Take care, everybody. Thanks you very much for joining us. Thanks for the super chats and all that. And everyone, have a great day.
We appreciate. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You are really intently looking at something.
I dropped
hold
the
on,
piece.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Being
hold
interviewed
on.
and trying to.
My bad. I don't have a redirect set up, and I'm going to redirect to MG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my bad. Give me 2 seconds, y'all.
No, let's do that.
Yeah, we're gonna all dump into MG, I think, or both, or whatever. How do I do
You
this?
could do it as well.
Why am I having a brain fart right now?
You gotta go to edit, go to customize.
Customization. That's where I need to go.
There you go.
Is it? Wait, what the fuck am I supposed to do? How do I do this?
All right.
Content?
So, oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Go to edit your video, go to customization, scroll down to redirect, Then you click add.
Yeah. And then when you get up to there, you should be searching for channels. Type in MG Law and it should pop up.
Did you get it?
Not yet. I'm getting there. Redirect, add. There we go. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Sorry.
All right, bye, guys.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You are really intently looking at something.
I dropped the piece and I can't find it.
Being interviewed and trying to do Lego at the same time, harder than it seems.
Great guest to have on too. In the beginning, he was kind of like, as we all were in the beginning, how should we act and stuff like that. Now he's such a fun guy to be around.
And then he said something about like a tramp stamp or something, and the girls were like, "Hey, where is that? What's this all about? I'll show you mine if you show me yours." And I'm like,